Hey, hey. Hello, it is I, Elle-C, and welcome to this special L Talks featuring DJRonnieG. Welcome to this special L Talks, and of course, DJ Ronnie is here with me. I'm just waiting to give him a call. He is online. And as soon as I start the call, we can start today's L Talks right away. Welcome to Nagato and Aris 218. And here we go. Calling DJ Ronnie right now. Awesome.
Alrighty, sound check.
Yep, I hear you loud and clear. Let me put you up on screen. And we can begin.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
That webcam looks...
You going with the avatar or with yourself?
I don't know. I might alternate. Is it okay if should I start with the avatar or with my face?
It's your choice.
Okay, is that okay if I alternate? Let's say for any reason? Okay, good. That's perfect.
It's your show today, so, yep, do whatever you want. So, anyways, let us begin. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your channel first, DJ Ronnie? Or can I just call you Ronnie?
Yeah, you can call me Ronnie. That's cool. I've been called that all my life, and I started a channel I had a false start in YouTube and I had a real start. And I guess before I begin, I should indicate I'm not a morning person. My voice might sound a little deeper right now because I didn't even have my coffee yet, but we got a nice trusty cup of coffee right over here. And basically, I'd say I originally had a false start on YouTube where I did really boring content. It's not even worth mentioning on a different channel.
Same.
And then this one is more about sharing hobbies. For a while, it used to be about just having a place to upload random clips. So if I filmed a clip or a friend filmed a clip, we just wanted to upload it so we could share it on whatever social network existed. But mostly when I got more, serious or started getting, a more regular, content pipeline, I guess, I sometimes would show off my turtles, So for example, I did mention I might bring a turtle today, but I think instead I'll just show you guys videos of turtles at some point. But I got my friend Poffy right over here. She's a female red-eared slider, and her stepsister is a squirrel right over here. And so sometimes I'll do a little video here. I got some content that I didn't even upload yet that's kind of in editing on how to take care of turtles or just individual things like how to set up their lighting and all of that stuff. But other than that, it was just random tech content, random video games, and I do have to blame a specific person for my presence on YouTube, and I would blame the Nerdporial life form. He does content about science fiction and all of that, and he invited me on his show one day because he was talking about Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, which is basically one of my all-time favorite Star Wars games. And he was like, "Oh, you want to come on?" And I was like, "Yeah, maybe." I was really shy when he invited me on. I was like, "Yeah, let me see if the microphone sounds good." He's like, I'm a little self-conscious, when people play their voices back on audio. So I got used to it, and then after I streamed with him, I was like, oh, you know what? This is not too difficult. Let's roll with it.
Awesome. Speaking of...
and to answer your other question, eventually I did the astrophotograhy thing. That happened a bit later, but that's basically the quick in a nutshell.
I see. So, speaking of false starts, we're kind of the same there. DJ Ronnie, I mean, I've had this channel since near the start of YouTube. But I think I only ever got serious, when I became a VTuber. And now I basically depend on it for my personal income. So it's only been about 2 to 3 years or so.
It's been about that long for myself as well. I think I stumbled into your channel on possibly on Lorenzo Sleestack's channel because he used to do those variety shows where he would invite anybody on who wanted to talk or show their channel. And so you get a lot of foot traffic on, or there used to be a lot of foot traffic on Lorenzo's channel. And so I met a lot of people, and because he gave everyone events, it was really easy to like just click on names and be like, oh, what is this person about? You know, and just run through the whole chat, see what's good, and see who's cool or what looks interesting and stuff. So yeah, I wouldn't be. I don't even know how long I've been subscribed. I don't know if there's a way to check that, but I'm gonna guess anywhere from like 18 months to maybe closer to 2.25 years, if I had to guess.
Yep, and I was actually in one or two of Lorenzo's shows. The second time, I had a little bit of a conflict, I guess, with that one guy.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure if you were there, but he was super angry that I was a VTuber.
Ooh, that's weird.
Is that
I mean, it's just
that one
weird
guy
that
with
someone would be
very
angry
strong?
about
I
it.
think you were talking to him a few times. That one guy with super strong opinions.
Was it the Australian guy? Was it the
No.
Australian guy who? Oh, okay, because he's funny. I love that guy. He's so funny. He curses me out, and then like in the end, he goes, "I love you, man." And that guy's out. He's really out there, but he's a good guy. I think his name is Ritzy, and
No,
that
it's
guy,
not him.
man. Whatever. Oh man, that guy used to make my day.
So, anyways, next question, Ronnie. Are you a gamer? You obviously are. And what video games and game systems did you grow up with?
Well, first of all, I'm an extremely casual gamer. Like, I sometimes start a game, and if it's too difficult, I'll put it down for like a few months, maybe a year or two, and come back to it. I mean, it took me half my childhood to beat Metroid, you know, and that was only after I got the map from the Nintendo Power subscription. But anyway, I like to play games that involve shooting futuristic weapons. So if you're flying a spaceship and you get to shoot like, you know, beam weapons or cool crap like that, you know, just like things that are totally displaced from reality, I guess you would say, you know, and
Ooh,
just Starfighter games. Lately, I've been getting like past year, I've been really into this driving game called Beam NG Drive. I have like probably a couple of uploads on that game too, and in fact, yeah, they come right up on my YouTube homepage.
you
Just
can show us
to
if
give
you
you
like.
guys. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good. We got some good examples right here. Okay, that one's public. Good. Oh yeah, we got some good action here. I even have like at random intervals. I try to experiment, you know, because I'm a bit of a nerd, and I try to like you know, do stuff where like, can I upload a video at 120 FPS? Well, I'm not 100% sure if that works on YouTube, but I've tried it, and I've uploaded to Vimeo at 120 FPS just for kicks to see like, you know, what would happen. But yeah, with this game here, and let me just see, I think I can actually share my audio. There we go. Not that it matters, we don't need the audio, but I got it. Did my mouse pointer did my whole computer just freeze up? Did it really choose to freeze up right now?
It's
All right,
fine.
I might have
I
to
can
come
still
back.
hear you.
You can hear me, right? Okay, so let's continue to answer, and when my computer crashes and comes back up, I will finish demonstrating what I was showing, because it's really funny. I had this issue for like on and off for 2 weeks, and it hasn't reared its head in days. But the one thing that might trigger it, well, I don't even know at this point, because I did a lot of troubleshooting, and I ruled out things including... You still hear me? Okay, looks like I'm out. All right, I'm going to power down and come back. That's a bummer.
Alright. But we can still hear you, it's fine. Hello. You're still there, right? Right? Or not? Heh. Technical difficulties. DJ Ronnie will be right back. One 20 FPS test. Meanwhile, oh yeah, Eugene will be playing Symphony of the Night, by the way. later today. That should be interesting. Hey, Sir Leon. Going into the Negima anime after the Love Hina OVA, you didn't feel anything and moved on. Eugene, E.C. Myers Vince will be playing Symphony of the Night later. Also, I will be playing Symphony of the Night, I think. What's my schedule again? Let's check my schedule. Yeah, Mondays are now Symphony of the Night Mondays. Fun. Saturn Symphony of the Night. Yeah, DJ Ronnie had to reset his computer, I believe. We're waiting on him. Beep 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 beep. Yeah, the Saturn version. The most complete version of Symphony of the Night, and I don't know why people don't like it. Sure, it had slowdowns, but now it's been patched. It no longer has the slowdowns. So now it's the superior version. It's Hoopervania. It's basically Hooper Castlevania. Hoopervania. And yes, what he's saying is true. You can move and whip at the same time. I saw him playing it. It's also like a history of all the popular NES Famicom games in a Castlevania fan game. You got levels inspired by this and that and this. Interesting stuff. Levels inspired by Metroid. Hello, everyone. DJ Ronnie's back. Welcome back.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. I can hear you.
Good. Okay, yeah. I didn't open up OBS yet. Yeah, the thing, like, so I had this weird issue where my graphics card or something would freeze up the video out. And, like, it would just, like, happen, like, at random intervals when I was joining a stream, typically, like, on a Monday. And then the issue would not happen for, like, a whole entire week. It wouldn't happen again. And so I'm like, oh, maybe I fixed it this time. So now it happens again, which is not a complete surprise, but kind of annoying. You know, it's just like Murphy's Law. But we are back. Oh, let me open up. I got to click on virtual camera. There we go. Oh, good. Okay, we're back. And I think I can literally restore my last page. But I'm so sorry. Where were we? Oh, yeah, the video game.
Oh, yeah. Last question.
So the game that I was hooked on was this one right here. Oh, yeah, I'm still starting up. Oh, yeah, if I get knocked out again, I will pop in on my phone so that I continue my thought.
All right.
Or answering it. Any questions? There we go. Okay, we are back. Thank you I apologize for that, and thank you for your patience.
It's all right.
So here we
got
go.
all the time in the world.
I appreciate that. So yeah, so this game here looks over simple, right? Just a car, just a truck. Why would I care, right?
Are you showing it? I can't seem to see it.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry. I didn't show anything cool yet, but I have something on the screen. Yep.
Here.
Did I do that correctly? Mm-hmm. In fact, I want to get that YouTube.
Shared screen yet.
Oh, maybe I'm not sharing the right camera. That's entirely possible. That is in fact. Yep. Oh, I'm not. I don't even have my camera on. That would make a difference. Yep.
There you go.
Excellent. And good. I'll get the Chrome open so I can say hi to the chat in a little while. But anyway, yeah. So this game here is sort of like, it's sort of like a crash simulator. But let's just take a look here. So right here, I'm driving a pickup truck, as one might do towards a half pipe. And I don't know. I just found it very. I don't know if it's therapeutic or what. It's just fun to me. And I know some people might not like seeing cars crash, but hey, there's nobody in the car apparently. It's like a Ghost Rider, and this game does a really good job of simulating the suspension on a car. Of course, you could do utilize different vehicles. You can do like this really fast rally car looking thing, and you could even kick into some slow motion to really savor the moment. But what I discovered was like during more recent streams was that you could do some AI driving, and of course it's not real AI, it's like video game AI, but like you could spawn multiple cars and then just like have them race each other or have them crash into each other, like almost like an automated demolition derby. So it's like what we have here, and if we just get that one into full screen, and who's that funny guy? No, I'm kidding. There we go. Oh, this is great. We got it. I just need to make a quick adjustment to my audio. There we go. Oh, it actually used the correct sound device. That's really cool. But now we need to send the sound for this over to here. There we go. Okay, now we should have shared audio if I was... yeah, okay, good. I'll lower the volume on that. There we go. He's still crooked.
Yep, I hear the audio.
So we got like oh, cool. Very good. All right. And let me know if at any point anything is too loud. But yeah, so basically you put the cars on the lineup, and then after you spawn them, you get like a really bad frame rate sometimes because, I kind of overdid it. But my favorite one is the Star Wars car. If you ever watched the Star Wars prequels, like Attack of the Clones or Revenge of the Sith, they have this vehicle. I think it's called either a Juggernaut or an ATTE, and it's just it's dizzying. I'm sorry. And it's essentially like a all-terrain, rolling vehicle, as opposed to the typical Imperial walkers that you have in Star Wars. So what I love about this one is you can often get it to run over, smaller cars, and that could be a real, I don't know, maybe not a real treat, but it could be entertaining. Please do it, come on. Oh man, see, sometimes it works. Sometimes like the truck will literally just go right over the pickup truck, and I think it's the coolest thing ever. And is my camera frozen? Why, I think it is. But any other questions about the games I like? I do like space games, I should mention. So like, actually, I mentioned I like flying spaceships. Oh, and yeah, this one here is the logger, where like what I was doing was I had multiple log trucks spawned, and when they drove, the logs would, when they jumped off the steps, because this is sort of like a map where you have these little steps, the logs would fall out of the truck, and then you would make the other cars kind of like crash into the logs. So there are times where I'll just play this, like if I have nothing to do on a Monday show, I'll just play this game and, see what we can do that's fun, see what cars we can spawn, see what kind of destruction graphics occur, things of that nature.
Interesting. So, this kind of reminds me of an older game.
Let's see.
But,
yeah, this one is... it's funny,
really.
I'm glad you asked.
Okay,
It's a little older, but about 10 years ago, maybe 8 years ago when I was working in retail, I worked in a consumer electronics retailer, just servicing electronics or doing warranty claims or fixing PCs and whatnot and Macs. And one of the customers was like a young man, teenager, and we just upgraded his hardware, or we just did some... I think we reinstalled his graphics driver because he had some weird issue with the graphics driver. Probably not much unlike the issue I'm having. But anyway, right at pickup, we do a demonstration. We test it out, see like, did we fix the thing? Does it do the thing that you bought it in to fix, And so this kid goes, he loads up the game, and I'm like, what is this cool game? And because I thought it was the coolest thing, and it was a level where it's an island with like just a big like summit on it, or a significant summit, and you start at the top, and the obstacle is you got to drive down that very, very rough terrain, and all of that. You got to basically go from a high elevation to a low elevation over some inhospitable terrain. And most of the time, you don't make it down on all four wheels. Most of the time, that car is going to be tumbling down, and half the time you might just drive the car off the cliff, off of a cliff on purpose to see what happens. And you know, after that, I at some point thereafter, I bought the game. I was like, oh, I got to try this game out. This is really cool. So once in a while, you know, as I got older, working in retail, you know, I start to feel detached from the trends that the kids are into. And then once in a while, I see something I like, and I'm like, oh, I got to get in. I got to get in on that. And that was one of those. Right? In a rally car.
I see. Have you ever played like the Twisted Metal games?
In this case, it has all-wheel drive. It definitely has all-wheel drive. So that.
Your microphone audio is not going through, by the way.
I muted the microphone for a helicopter. There was a helicopter.
Okay.
I'm not just saying that. No, I'm joking. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, it's funny. I recently stumbled into a binder full of optical media, you know, DVDs and CDs and CD recordable media. And I used to use it for like data storage and whatnot. But anyway, that being besides the point. Yeah, so I found a crap ton of PlayStation 1 games. Heck, I found Crash Team Racing somewhere. I didn't play it yet, but I found this disc. At some point, I'll read the image into my, you know, I'll make a disc image of it and, you know, try it out. Maybe stick it onto my Steam Deck and keep it on here. Maybe put it on my Xbox. But you know, like Twisted Metal was cool though. I remember that was like one of the first PlayStation games I played, aside from the demo disc, of course, right? You know, you had, and my friend had the demo disc that had, I think, like one lap for one race for Jet Moto. That was kind of cool. It's sort of like jet skis, a bit like Wave Race 64, but arguably cooler in some ways. But yeah, Twisted Metal is so cool. And if I had to pick a favorite character, I don't know what your favorite character is. I'd be curious to know. But like, I'd say, got the guy, I can't remember his name right now. The guy with the what is it? Tornado guy? You know, he's got the two giant wheels on the side of his arms.
Axel, I think his name.
Yeah, that guy is cool. I like that guy. And the Ice Cream Man is just kind of creepy, but you know, I think it's the clown, whatever his name was, Sweet Tooth. Yep. But that game's a good time, and you know, it's funny you mentioned it because yeah, it's like, is it like BeamNG Drive? And yeah, I guess it is. BeamNG Drive, I would say the game. That was the game we were looking at just now. It's called BeamNG.Drive, and the thing about that game is they put a lot of effort into like the ragdoll physics of a car, and I guess that would be like, yeah, you know, like the frame of the car, the suspension of the car. You know, whereas Twisted Metal is definitely more arcade oriented, which there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's like, it's a game where you're in a post-apocalyptic future. I would assume it's a post-apocalyptic future. Certainly doesn't look like a good world if people are allowed to drive around in random vehicles and shoot weapons at each other. That does not seem safe at all. And didn't they have like a Russian nuclear missile car that had like one of those, like, you know, truck beds with the nuclear missile in the back of it? Or am I mixing up games?
I think that's Vigilante 8. But,
I can totally picture that. Yeah, I could imagine it. I don't think it was in that game, but I could imagine that. Because, you know, they had those mobile launchers. Like, you see like videos from North Korea or something. You see like, or you see those military parades when, you know, one of those countries up there, probably north of your location, you know, one of those countries will have like, you know, there's parades where they have the tanks, they have the trucks, they have the armored personnel carriers, and then they show up with the big trucks with the nuclear missile on the back, and they're like portable. They're not really nuclear necessarily, but they're like cruise missile trucks, I guess. But that being besides the point, yeah, that would be cool to have in Twisted Metal.
All right. So, how about Free Space 2? Have you tried that yet?
Nah, Free Space. Oh, it's funny you mention that because like a few weeks ago, I was exploring because, you know, the game I got into was Between the Stars, and I actually have an upload like ready to go. Like, I basically did all of the editing. I just, being a perfectionist, I guess I didn't get around to uploading it yet, or some, not that I'm a perfectionist, but you know, if I can refine something a little bit more, I'll do it. And so this game here is not Free Space, but what it is the other day I watched this game. How you doing? Oops, wrong button. There we go. Let's get that bad boy into. Wait. Oh, I see what I got. Huh. Okay, I'll play with that. Oh, I had it. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. Anyway, hey, what up, Ancient One? Oh, real quick. Oh, wait, that's the wrong chat. I was looking at my chat from 10 weeks ago, and I was about to start greeting people. Anyway, getting back on topic here. So yeah, this game right here is called Between the Stars. It's sort of a bit of an RPG style game. And typically, I don't care about real-time strategy or even RPG. Well, it's not that I don't like RPG; just depends on how verbose the gameplay is. But this one here gives me what I want, and that is the ability to fly a ship. That's like number one. In this case, you get to command a ship. Number two, I get to shoot futuristic weapons without audio. Yep, this was the stream where I started out without audio. So if we skip ahead. And then there was a lot of wordy crap in this game. In particular, oh, there we go. We got a space battle.
And battles kind of look like free space, capital ships and all.
And the car will respawn. Yep, so it's kind of like a similar concept. And I may have even bought Free Space and not played it yet. But like, I bought, what was it? Something Force Gemini. I think I'm mixing up N64 games. Not X3 Reunion, X3 Farham's Legacy, X3 Tevin Conflict. I hear these are games that are made in a similar vein. So I, definitely made sure to pick up those games. And, good. Okay, got it. Right screen. So yeah, for example, you got X3 right over here. These are a bit older, so sometimes when you load them up, they put your display into some exotic, video mode that will resize everything. But yeah, so I just like, yeah, I gotta check out that other game. But yeah, I definitely been playing this one a lot because it's just, it's straightforward. I get to be in command of a ship. I started realizing I can like, when my crew gets sick, I can send them to sick bay. So for a long time, I had crewmen and crewwomen, or I guess they're both crewmen. But I had crew members who, were like on one bar of health. So we get into one more physical altercation, and they're out. And my engineer, one of my engineers, Monica Richter, she's a good engineer. Let me tell you, like she counts for. In fact, so reason that the characters matter here is you assign, I guess, talent points to them. So the longevity, the longer you have them, the more talent points you can give them. And so if someone, disappears, you may lose the benefit of those talent points that that you directed towards them. So I got to give that crew member a lot of credit because, man, they come in handy during a gunfight, let me tell you. And as for ships, systems, they have contributed to our 15% improved salvaging capability. So when we go into an engagement, at the conclusion of a engagement with another ship or ships or fleet of ships, we get to collect the spoils, of course. Look, we just destroyed this ship. Hopefully we evacuated all of the atmosphere, and at this point, yeah, we're gonna board this ship. We're gonna collect anything that we can scrap, and we're going to use it in order to make money or to improve our own ship. So yeah, some of the crew members that you get in the game when you assign talent points, that's what happens. They they allow you to improve your ship's system. So some of the crew members are responsible only for things like medical stuff, making people heal more rapidly, whereas other crew members are more responsible for like increasing the weapons output. So one of the characters I assigned enough hit points or talent points to, and now I have like a 30% or 20% improvement on my phasers, which are not called phasers. That's called an organic laser. I guess they use argon gas in some capacity to make a laser. Of course, it's all fiction.
So,
as I was saying, I'm sorry.
So in this game, you control a capital ship, like a larger ship, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yeah. So like this one here, like it's not so much like it's not a conventional capital ship, I would say, but like you get one ship that's your primary, and then everything after that. And I do have I had audio playing in a different tab. Okay, good. I was worried that I had audio echoing. But you can like you get one main ship, and usually, obviously, I want to be in control of the ship that has the most systems or whatever, most weapons, hard points, because you can mount things to it. So in the in this screen over here, like, there should be a diagram of the ship, and it was right in this neighborhood here. There we go. So yeah, these are some of the factors that I would put into making a decision on what ship I'd want to use. So you got red hard points, which are typically weapons like ranged weaponry, artillery, and things of that nature, machine guns, cannons, etc. And the blue hard points are a little bit weird. They're either automated weapons or things like supplemental reactors, supplemental shield generators. So, in this case, I have like 2 ionic reactors. One of them I have is giving me like an extra 10% on engine power. The other one is allowing my shields to regenerate at a particularly high rate. And in this one here, has a nuclear missile on it too. I believe that. Yep, that's a nuclear missile, and that one's cool. That one's a fun one to use. You get like a nice, you can just imagine. It's like being the Cylons in Battlestar Galactica, except you're not bad.
So it's very customizable, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever played stuff like Armored Core?
Ooh, no, I haven't, but I would love to. I mean, would I love to play the game? Maybe. Like, I got a question. You got Armored Core. You got what's that other popular game? Titanfall. Are they similar?
I haven't played that one, but Armored Core is basically a mech battle game. But you control your own mecha, and then you customize it with different parts.
That
And
sounds really cool.
everyone has access to the same parts, so it's all about how well you can customize and how well you can pilot your AC, as it's called, Armored Core. And
Ooh.
the pilots are called Ravens.
Ooh. Sounds
It has
cool.
some lore.
Mhm.
Whenever I play it, like the PS1 or PS2 version, I just go for the arena mode right away. Because
Mhm.
it does have a story mode, which I don't really care about. I just care about going 1v1
I got you. Yeah.
with other
I'm like, is it when you do 1v1? Is that like online gameplay, or is that 1v1 with a
it's,
robot?
It's with AI, but they have different customizations. And with Master of Arena, for example, on the PS1 version, it's really focused on the arena fights. So they have all kinds of mini tournaments. So within the game, like only four legs, or only bipedals, or only reverse joint types, only tank types, stuff like that. And they also have the winners of the actual AC tournaments. So they have the configuration and the fighting style of the winners from the Japanese AC tournaments, and you can fight those ACs and see how well your configuration can do against them.
It's kind of cool. It does sound fun because I started playing what was it? Not Gundam Battle Operation. It was another one. They came out with a couple of Gundam games. One I really disliked. It was not that I hated it, but it was like this Gundam tournament game. And actually, you might have almost liked it. I think they discontinued it in October, but it was Gundam Evolution, and it was interesting because like you had a lot of variety. You had different mobile suits. You had different units. You had the ability to obtain better units, better upgrades as you progressed, but there was absolutely no single player, and there was no, even like, like you said, like 1v1 with a AI. There was no real AI gameplay. The closest thing to AI gameplay that was available in this game was, whatchamacallit, was where you do the training level, which is like, okay, it's, a training level. And it would be fine if the training level had like actual targets, but it's like, even when you're shooting at an enemy unit, the enemy units move in a defined pattern. Like there's literally no variation. They don't move fast at all. So it's like almost like they make it exceptionally boring to play the practice mode so that you get into the real game sooner than later. Maybe, maybe to sell things. I don't know. I mean, I know there's a lot of things that you can buy in the game. But on one angle, it's like, okay, I guess it's like you got multiple people. It's sort of like playing catch. I think it was a lot like Capture the Flag last time I played it. Or at least the last match I remember playing, consisted of that whole holding the base type situation, if I remember correctly. But, sometimes I get my ass handed to me by a 12-year-old, and other times I manage to shoot down one person before I get pummeled, So the game didn't really do me well, but the game I did like, because I seen some guys streaming it a long time ago, and eventually had remembered to buy the game or look for it, and it was Gundam Battle Operation 2. And for a while, I think they have these on PlayStation 2 or 3, and so I was surprised they had a PC port of the game. But this, it really like I like it a lot because, I like my Gundams. I'm a mobile suit junkie, I guess you could say. Some people call Gundam the Star Trek of Japan because, it's sort of got like a chronology. It's got, Star Trek has a consistent chronology from the very beginning where Captain Kirk was in charge of the Enterprise to like even the newest garbage they come out with, although I would like to discount it as non-Star Trek, that being besides the point, not trying to go down that rabbit hole. My point is that Star Trek has a chronology where every time they did a new movie or a new TV series, it would follow from the previous one. So you go with the original series, then we have the first movie, and everyone already knows that this movie comes after the original series. And 6 movies later, they do a TV series. In fact, they did it in the middle of the movies. But either way, the TV series takes place 80 years after Captain Kirk, and they make it clear, they reference it. Sometimes there's an episode where they're dealing with a mystery. Maybe the crew gets afflicted by some disease, and they don't know what the origin of it is. And they go into the records, and they're like, oh, Dr. McCoy from the original Enterprise found a cure to a similar disease. And then, they make that part of the, a script, and that the solution ends up being related to whatever solution was found in the old show. But point is, Gundam is like that. So with the original Gundam, you got from 1979, 1980, you got the first Gundam series, the TV series of 50 or 52 episodes. And later on, there are so many follow-ups into that timeline. The main thing that differs with Gundam and Star Trek is, and I don't know how I got down this rabbit hole, but the main way they differ is like Star Trek officially always had one chronology, one straight-up timeline. Gundam, on the other hand, they branched it off. So instead of pissing off fans like Star Trek, they did with Star Trek to some extent, and ruining the primary timeline and all of this crap, they just make another timeline. They say, oh, coming out with a new series, it's going to take place in this other cosmic era timeline. So now you got Gundam Seed. They could pay for expensive voice actors. They could do they got some J-pop music in there. They could sell their musical, distribution rights or whatever they want to do at Sony Records, and they could do it without ruining the original Gundam series. And, periodically they still revisit the original Gundam timeline, and it's my favorite timeline. The original, they call it the Universal Century timeline. And that's like basically whenever I buy a model kit, when I visited Texas like a few weeks ago, my friend Punk Waddle was kind enough to give me some model kits, and he worked like in a job that involved a ton of traveling, and so he ended up accumulating a lot of Gunpla, which is basically Gundam plastic model kits. And so, for example, we have this right over here. This is similar to an SD Gundam, but it's not, because super deformed Gundams tend to be more disproportionate, whereas this one here has, even though it's still a chippy Gundam, it at least has better proportions than those SD Gundams, where I can at least look at it and take it seriously. So I'm really glad he picked me up this one.
Not quite.
Yep. Yeah, not quite, right? And I love the detail. This is beckons back to the very original Mobile Suit Gundam, where he could wear the shield on the back when he's not using it, or when it's not being used on the arm. Of course, a Gundam is just like any other piloted mech. The pilot seat, the cockpit, resides right here.
Isn't this particular model one of those throwaway wannabe Gundams who get one shot?
Oh, well, I have one for you right here. So if you want to see a wannabe Gundam, and I mean, look, I wouldn't knock this one too much because there's a rich history behind the I don't remember the name. I have the box right over there. Ah, damn, it's written in Japanese. It'll come back to me eventually.
I thought they had one of those with like white and blue and red, but it wasn't like the actual Gundam. They were like the original one-shot mobile suits.
Oh yeah. Oh, I got that too. Ooh, wait, I might even have one. Hang on.
I see a PS5 controller. He's right there, and a PS4 one. He's right there.
Okay.
DJ Ronnie has tons of stuff to show us.
There we go.
Oh, you got all the Gundams.
Oh. So anyway, speaking of, like the, I think I know which one you're talking about. Either way, this is relevant in my opinion. This is the GM. For some reason, they often pronounce it as the gym, and I always have trouble when people pronounce, words or acronyms or abbreviations where there's no vowel in the middle, but yet they insist on making it gym. But either way, that's what people call it apparently, and maybe in Japanese they say something else like GM. But
Oh,
either way, it's a
there should be
mass-produced
some
version.
katakana or something. So
Yes.
can see.
Well, that would be. So I think that's it. I don't know, what trend is, but this is a very. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one, but that's okay. So the blue one came in this box. Oops, similar to this one here, and I still want to know the name of it. So I'm gonna grab that box. There we go. All right, this one here is an RGM. Oh, good, I can look it up. RGM 122. It's gonna make me feel really dumb when I remember the name of it all of a sudden. But so basically, I forgot what I was getting at. But this one here, this one is actually designed after the Gundam. In the timeline, they used the data from testing the original Gundam in order to mass produce it. And this one, of course, is made out of lower grade materials. Easier to maintain and mass produce. It's using regular titanium instead of lunar titanium, I think, although don't quote me on that. I'm sure someone in the chat can confirm or deny whether or not this uses lunar titanium. But the point is that, this is where you're going to send your Normandy invasion, which in Gundam would have been probably the Battle of Solomon or the Battle of Al-Bawaku, where essentially similar situation, you have a beachhead, you need to take that beachhead, and you're going to incur a ton of casualties into the process, but with the side of the Federation in this case being in a position of material superiority, the victory is pretty much certain. I mean, there's still a ton of curveballs that could come their way, but it's just a sheer numbers game. Just like during World War II, some of the opponents just had a resource challenge. It was like unless they took over other land or had other land in their possession, they weren't going to have access to the fuel or the metals that they need in order to continue. And so the Federation, of course, being of Earth, they have a ton of resources to go up against a group of space colonies. And I forgot if that answers your question, but I do have a story behind this guy here. But any questions?
No, not really. So what's the story behind that guy, the blue one?
Well, see, so basically this one here is from my favorite series, Mobile Suit Victory Gundam. And the reason I love the series Victory Gundam is a lot of reasons. I mean, I'm going to grab a picture just for reference. Basically, the Victory Gundam is a mass-produced Gundam, which is counterintuitive to the Gundam name, but essentially it has parts that are a little bit more economical. So in the first 10 episodes of Victory Gundam, they're running off of a truck. Like they literally just have like all of the parts on the back of a truck. And good, there we go. We used the Wiki picture. You got a good picture on that one. So like essentially you got the legs, perfect. This is exactly okay. So you got the core fighter, for example, and that's core the cockpit is located. And you can even see on the top of that core fighter, we do see a little hint. Wow, that's a low resolution thumbnail if I've ever seen one.
Yeah,
I guess it is that low resolution. Anyway, you can see how there's a Gundam head right behind the pilot. And so, it folds out. The pilot kind of slides inside. And I even have a model kit up here that I could pull out in a little while at some point. Where, the fighter plane actually transforms, where, it's like an intricate model. But bottom line is that they have this war. There's a group of these guys out of a space colony who are gradually taking over the Earth. And for some reason, they have a penchant of using the guillotine, the French, execution tool with the blade on it that people sometimes use as a cigar cutter. And you got the good guys, and essentially they're not exactly the Federation, but they're affiliated with the Federation. And they sort of have a bunch of old people from the previous wars who, are independent contractors who decide they want to put their effort behind building a mass-produced Gundam in order to help the good guys overcome the a-holes with the guillotine. And so they come up with the Victory Gundam, which of course has the core fighter, and it has the what they call the hanger and the boots, which are basically the legs. And there are different configurations. So you got, for example, the cockpit and the legs attached together, and you got another configuration where it's the cockpit and the upper part, the arms together. And then, of course, if you have both the arms and the legs, you get a complete mobile suit. The Victory Gundam was sort of like smaller than other Gundam, so a lot of people are not impressed by it by any measure. But in that series, you get something that, like, when you buy the model kit, you're getting 2 for the price of 1. You're getting 3 for the price of 1, I guess, because of the 3 different configurations. But to get back to where the RGM 122 Javelin, I remember the name. This is a RGM 122 Javelin. And I believe you see these as early as Char's Counterattack, which is a movie that takes place 60 years, nearly 60 years before. Mm-hmm.
Have you ever played the game for that?
Oh, what console was that on?
On PS1.
Interesting. I have not, but I do need to try that.
It's a series of 1v1 battles. And basically it recaps the entire Universal Century timeline up to Char's Counterattack.
Ooh. Oh, that's right up my alley.
It's only in Japanese, though. I don't think there's a translation for it.
That's good, because I remember I started using Google Lens a lot, you know, so like I was playing Legend of the Galactic Heroes for Famicom. And that game, once again, it's an RPG or whatever you call it, and completely, and utterly not in English. And so, open up Google Lens, point the phone at the screen, and it worked adequately well. I mean, some parts were a little confusing, because sometimes the translation doesn't, you know, come across perfectly. But, you know, I mean, it's a little tedious. But if there's a translator, and you know what, a PS1 game, that's probably, you know, when you're running an emulator,
you don't need that.
Probably very easy to apply.
You don't need a translation for it. It basically follows Amuro and Char's story, and that's all.
Oh, okay. Well,
you have to play as Amuro first, and when you finish, you unlock Char's story, and you know it's the same story, but you're looking at it from 2 different perspectives. And then it has like a versus mode, of course, wherein you can just play as any of the mobile suits that you encounter throughout the game, including the weakest. Like, you can even play as a Zaku, and you know it's kind of funny because you can beat mobile suits that use funnels and stuff using just a Zaku.
I mean, look, Zaku's can be formidable sometimes. Granted, they were more formidable at the beginning of that war, and as you know, the Federation came up with new units. Even the Zeon, they came out with a ton of, you know, wonder weapons, sort of like Germany at the end of the World War II, when they had a bunch of these half-hearted efforts, or in fact, pretty gargantuan efforts sometimes, where they'd build a fighter plane or something that was unique in some way. But of course, you know, once again, like, material superiority is a big deal in a war like that. And so you have the first operational jet fighter, for example, but you know, what good is it if you can't get the titanium to keep the fan blades in operation? And you know, if the engine only lasts you 8 hours of flight, you know. But in the Zeon, same thing. In Gundam, there's, you know, Principality or Duchy of Zeon, they were always you know, developing these new wonder weapons of their own kind. And at one point, like, you know, like during the final battle where Char was serving in battle, they had 2 enormous ships that was supposed to launch hundreds upon hundreds of mobile suits. And it seems like a good idea, but they loaded them up with rookies. And, you know, you can imagine how that works out. You waste a bunch of resources building advanced technology that ends up getting destroyed because you don't have an experienced pilot to put in the cockpit. But I gotta say, like, yeah, so it sounds like an easy to follow story in that game. And, you know, like you said, like, I already seen the story, so I don't necessarily need to translate it, but I'd be curious. I'm going to try that game out. I love a good game recommendation.
Oh, you could look up some gameplay, actually. You'd be quite surprised. It looks really good on the PS1. It's in 3D. And Aris makes a good point there. At the start of the war, only Zeon had mobile suits.
Yep. Did they do emphasize that? Or in general, yeah, it's true. Like, if you ever seen any of the other series, like they have Mobile Suit Gundam The Origin, they had like a pretty good story arc there showing how, like, you know, Zeon had these early mobile suits. They started off as like, and I don't know how much of this is the original lore, but it fits in. There's a lot of times people would say, oh, this isn't the official lore. But it's like, hey, look, if it doesn't disrupt the rest of the timeline, it can coexist.
Adding PS1 to the search. And,
oh, good idea. Thank you.
Should pop up.
PS1.
There be it.
And so I didn't even, so that Javelin mobile suit I showed you, bottom line is it's a grunt mobile suit, and every character ever piloting that mobile suit is a person who is fighting because of their conscience, and most of the time they get their asses handed to them, but once again, it's a grunt mobile suit. It wins the war.
They die very fast with one shot.
Ah. I'm just picking a random video here, but
Yeah, that should show
there
you
we go.
enough of the gameplay.
Ah, there we are.
So yeah, that's the summary.
Let me just make sure I have this. I misplaced a window. There we go. Oh, I got it sent to my screen.
You got some macros to the side there.
Yep. I seen that. I love my Macross too. I gotta say, like, first time I saw Macross, I bought a CD.
You know
It was
that.
like a half.
That's super impressive
Wow.
for PS1.
That is, yeah, dude. I just want to look at that again. I want to see that. Oh, Madonna. That's nice. Oh, you even got the cockpit view. Okay, we're gonna start right here. Oh yeah.
It's like third-person 3D too, so you can see your mobile suit all the time while you're fighting.
That's cool. Can you alternate? Can you do cockpit view and third person,
no.
or is it only?
No, it's only third person.
Okay, well, that's understandable. I wouldn't expect. Honestly, it might not be as fun anyway because sometimes, like, you know,
That's
to
kinda how
suspend
it looks.
disbelief. Oh, this is a good time here. I'm sold on it. But yeah, sometimes to suspend disbelief, if this makes sense. Like I used to be obsessed with using the driver's seat cockpit view, first person view. These days, I'm not as much of a stickler for it because sometimes it's just more fun to see the outside of the vehicle, and other times it's just more, you know, it's like you try driving a large truck without the third person view and see how far you get into a parking space. But yeah, this is beautiful.
This is how it looks, and this is actual gameplay. There are some grunt units, by the way, as you can see there, floating around. You can switch to them if you want, if you find them too bothersome, because they do shoot at you.
You got the little targeting HUD right over there. Oh, that's nice. Ah, there's a grunt right there. Is that a grunt? I think it's a grunt. Yeah, it's a new grunt. It looked like a Hezak, whatever they call that one. Sort of like a late. It's a Zaku, but the Zaku they had in Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, which is not a Zaku.
Oh, the parts
If I
are
remember.
destroyable, by the way. The hand, the legs, the limbs, and including the shield. And if those parts are destroyed, you can't use the weapons from them anymore.
Okay, so that's especially somewhat impressive for a game for PS1. You know, I can see like Gundam Battle Operation had the that type of capability, but that's not surprising. A game made in the past 5, 8, 10 years. Okay, but this, yeah. Oh wow, I see he lost his head.
Yeah, see the lower left side. Those show your parts and which ones are damaged.
I see the bottom left corner. We see, he's got a lot of damage too. He got like his whole torso. He's got one leg out of commission. He's got the right arm. All he really has is a shield at this point, and apparently still has his thrust pack.
Yep,
Let's see here. Then we got some cutscenes here. We got the space colony known as Sweetwater, which is very exotic. So one thing that Gundam turned me on to was O'Neill cylinders, which are like those large cylindrical space colony habitats you see as the backdrop of pretty much every Gundam series. Do you know the backstory? Do you know the story behind those, like where those came from, who came up with it first?
No idea.
What is the story?
I just thought it looked cool, so that's why they did it that way. I guess they made some lore for it.
Oh yeah, there is actually a little bit more to it. Yeah, no, I'm gonna pull up an example right now.
Oh, I see. So it basically creates gravity. Is that why?
Yep. So that's correct. It does have to spin in order to create artificial gravity, and it's kind of funny because I actually even have a backdrop from a sci-fi series called Babylon 5 that uses the same exact type of, well, not exact I should say, but similar type of colony. And so just for reference, I just want to see if I can find the backdrops folder. Oh, that'll take me all day. I'll do it later. But anyway, over here you can see a basic article on it, and I actually have somewhere I have a folder full of pictures and resources, and I bought the book written by the guy who originally designed it. So there's a man named Gerard O'Neill. He worked for NASA back in the 70s, and he kind of just drew up these things. They call them O'Neill cylinders, and you can see this is the OG design. Now, In Gundam,
So
they
it's
take
a
a lot of
real design.
artistic liberty.
So it's a real world design. The
Mhm.
O'Neill cylinder.
That is correct. It is indeed. Well, and when I say real world, of course,
So it's a
nobody has ever
concept.
built.
I get it. It's a concept.
Yeah. Exactly. Good. I didn't want to misrepresent it and sound like I was saying we had these up yesterday. We were joking around in chat, and the Slim Name it said that we made some joke about the colony on Europa. They're looking. They're thinking about. They're looking to move their orbit, change their orbit, and then I don't know. We started calling the people at the Europa colony a-holes, and then someone in the chat's like, "We have colonies on Europa," and it's like, "No, we're just pulling a leg." But yeah, this concept design here, it is based on real physics. Like, the mathematics was done, insofar as like, conceptual mathematics. I'm sure, of course, there's always, things to iron out. But in Gundam, where it differs, you'll usually see the cylinder or the drum spinning along with these little circular bits spinning at the same speed. And that is actually incorrect. If you look at this one here, you can actually see there's a spoke wheel design up here. And on Gundam, they get this part right, where at the edge of the colony, or at the end of the cylinder, you have a starport, basically, a set of facilities where ships can dock, where there's no gravity. And so essentially, while this part of the colony spins, this part remains stationary, sort of like gyroscopically stabilized. And so when you get in there, you're in zero gravity. The cargo can be unloaded very easily, and then you can load it onto a train or elevator that brings it to the ground level. But what this also means is that you can attach the agropods, and that's what these are. These are agricultural facilities here. So in Gundam, these parts that spin wouldn't work properly in real life if they were spinning all together. But what they do, or what they are supposed to do, is spin individually. So literally each one of these is spinning on that little tiny,
Like a Ferris wheel.
circumference. And you have plants in there. You got food, tomatoes, whatever the heck people need to eat, basically. And presumably it allows the colony to be somewhat self-sufficient. And then beyond that, you got the mirrors for the sunlight, and the mirrors are articulated. They're actually too
interesting.
small to see. Yeah, and they actually, they move like, sort of like this. So you have like multiple mirrors, almost like a tile, and they'll move like, in unison in order to angle the sunlight to simulate sunrise and sunset through, these are quartz windows. And quartz, believe it or not, is especially good at allowing UV light in while blocking out other types of unwanted radiation.
Interesting stuff.
Yep. And so, I did some, research on it. It's like, it's a thing, I mean, like, you got like, this is just concept art. It's very 70s, but I've seen some beautiful art. The reference I mentioned earlier was Babylon 5, and that one gets it like, let me see if I can get an example here. Babylon 5, O'Neill cylinder. In fact, I don't even need to type in the word O'Neill cylinder in order to get a picture of Babylon 5, because that's like, oh, perfect. Oh, yeah. And actually, I had some videos of this, but this is fine. We got all the pictures that I would get out of my videos, so I can just show you this. So Babylon 5 is from the mid-90s, early to mid-90s. It's a sci-fi show about a space station, which I'm sure you've guessed the name by now, is Babylon 5. And so basically,
I've actually seen parts of it.
Yeah, season 1, how did you like it? Did you like what you saw, what little of it you saw?
I'm not into that sort of stuff. So,
Okay,
no.
that's cool.
There's a big thing on a local channel here called AXN.
I got you. Yeah, I can understand that. But, I like my sci-fi. I've turned off from Star Trek and especially everything after 2009. And around 2017, I saw Babylon 5 for the first time. So anyway, this is actually more like the Xeon colonies. And why am I shuffling to that? Let me just get one good picture here.
Oh,
I'm in full screen. Well, either way, we got that one picture. I just want to get one good angle, like just one representative angle of the colony. There we go. So they often refer to it as a space station, but it is an O'Neill cylinder colony structure. Now, right off the bat, you can see there's no glass panels. There's nothing there. So what is this? Well, it's a lot like in Gundam. They have the open type, closed type colony. So basically, when you saw the colony with the mirrors on it, what you saw was an open type which means it's got the mirrors, it's got the windows, but oftentimes it's sort of like a cheap trick. Nothing wrong with it, but on Gundam, it was kind of smart. I don't know if it was the director's idea. I don't know if this was a storyboard thing or what, but somebody had like the idea of just putting all of the enemy, all of the Xeon colonies inside of closed type cylinders, such as what you see here, where there's no windows, no glass. And logically, you might be wondering, well, wait, there's no window, there's no mirror. How do we get sunlight inside of here? And that would be a valid question because, of course, it's the whole point. So basically, this picture, even this one here, illustrates it pretty reasonably here, where you can see on the outside you have these thingies here. Some of them will have what look like lenses. So this one is not my favorite example, but essentially you can just imagine if you had lenses somewhere on the outside here, and as the sunlight hits those lenses, it shoots it down a tunnel. Almost like you have mirrors
like
or fiber optics or.
Yeah, it's like fiber optic technology, so you can just channel the light inside.
Exactly. And so I imagine, I don't know if they would use a beefier fiber optic cable, because I don't know how much heat energy or how much UV you could put through a fiber optic cable, but I know they have, like these long range fiber optic cables that like are almost as thick as a dime or something, and they carry multiple overlapping frequencies. So, it's one of the reasons why they might go that way. But as it turns out, technology got better, and there's a ton of fiber optic cable that ended up becoming like unused for a while, or because the price of fiber optic cables in the U.S. dropped in price for a while because like they had extra fiber optics built during the 80s, and then we got better technology. We got better, integrated circuits and lasers that can shoot the signal, through the, fewer cables basically. And anyway, that being besides the point, I'm so easily distracted. But
it's fine.
Bottom line is, like you said, they use some kind of fiber optic cable or light tunnel, and you got some kind of light emitter in the middle. In fact, that's why we had Babylon 5 on screen, because we got to close that one out. I had a picture of, there we go. Okay. The inside of Babylon 5. There we go. So right off the bat, this is one picture of the inside. And it's a bit like, in the first episode of Gundam Seed, they had a colony called Heliopolis. And I'm actually going to put that on my other monitor so I can find it. And Heliopolis was similar to the original O'Neill, cylinder and the original colonies from the original Gundam series, except that it didn't have a completely hollow interior. So a lot of times on the original Gundam series, the colonies do have just an open space in the middle, and perhaps you could build it perhaps with the right amount of cement and reinforcement or whatever rebar. You can actually build that. But in this case, it's got this thing in the middle, and you'll notice, and we'll get a closer look at it in a second, it has something like a fluorescent light or a full spectrum light or lamp or light source. You also have a monorail or a train, they call it the core shuttle, and we'll get a closer look at that in a moment too. And then you have these tubes here, and they go, of course, to the ground level on the inside or the inner, surface of the drum. But they also have multiple decks or multiple stories, multiple levels of interior compartments between the outer wall and the surface. So you just imagine like the equivalent of a 10-story building between the grass and the outside of the station. It might be more. One issue with sci-fi is they sometimes play it really loose on the specifics, and then you have the nerds trying to figure out how everything works, and then they look at I spent time looking at schematics. You take a screenshot from an episode of the TV show, and you zoom in on it, and you're like, well, is this how this works? And you're like, wait a second, there's no room for a coliseum. When they have a TV show where they have a really large room on a starship. And then you get the schematics, and you're like, there's literally no room. And this is where, Star Trek loses the plot. Star Trek Voyager, they must have went through so many shuttlecraft, which are, basically little landing craft, that, they don't have room in the ship for them. But even if you don't account for the ones that they destroyed, and you just assume that they destroyed them and built new ones, they still have more shuttlecraft than they can technically store in the shuttle bay on the back of that ship. So same thing with Babylon 5, trying to get the specifics could be a fool's errand, because it's I'm just going to look at a schematic that is inconsistent with another schematic. But anyway, the thing about it I like is the core shuttle, because if you were to build an O'Neill cylinder and it was a closed type cylinder like Xeon has, There's no windows, so you're not going to get natural sunlight coming through the windows or mirrors. So instead, you either use a solar collector or energy collector so that you can make artificial light, produce artificial light on the interior through almost what looks like a fluorescent light bulb. Or you can channel light through the fiber optics, for example, and get natural sunlight depending on what, location. Now, if you build a space colony near Earth, you could use our own sunlight. But perhaps if you built a space colony either further away from the sun, like near Jupiter, or if you built one somewhere else entirely, perhaps you would favor solar power in order to generate electricity, and then you would use that in order to run your artificial lighting. So that makes sense to me in that regard. The core shuttle makes sense because, of course, if you come into the starport and you want to get to the other side of the colony in a reasonable time, for whatever reason, you get on a monorail, you get a beautiful view of everything below you. I think it's about 15 miles in length, if I remember correctly. It might be like 12 miles in length, but at least, well, let's just say at least 5 miles in length. But that being, that's how gargantuan an O'Neill cylinder is. So, of course, not realistic anytime soon, but it's like you can design it, and if we were mining resources in space, it might become a trivial pursuit or easier thing to do, because once you're in space, once you're mining from asteroids, I should say, and this is where I don't know why Elon focuses on Mars so much. I think that, the money on the rockets would be better spent on, just establishing a presence in the asteroid belt, because there are so many resources that, you get mega projects. That's what this would be, a mega project, become practical once you no longer have to send all of the supplies from the ground to space. But anyway, the main thing that they did on Gundam, this is actually got sidetracked easily, but is that by having a closed type O'Neill cylinder, you didn't have that natural sunlight. So anytime they showed you the Xeon space colonies, it always looked darker. It always looked like it was overcast. You never had a sun in the sky, and it was just a simple thematic trick, I guess you would call it, to make the bad guys look more evil. It's like, they're in those dark and dingy colonies with the ominous cloud cover, so I thought it was kind of a cool little trick that they pulled there.
Alrighty. So, anyways, let's move on. Let's go back to the very beginning. Like, what was your first video game?
Great question.
Hey, you still have it?
Ironically, I do, and it's in a box over there. I'm not even kidding. I seen it yesterday. It might even be in the box with my N60. I found my N64 controller. Remember the one I misplaced last week? Yeah, I got it now. No, it's good. I'm excited because, I was watching Aris. Greetings, Aris, if you're in the chat. I was watching him play Banjo-Kazooie, and it really brings me back. I love that game, and one of the first games I played on my N64 when I installed the HDMI port on the inside was Banjo-Kazooie. So it's like I have progress in that game. But my first game ever was, of course, the venerated Super Mario Brothers, which apparently has an invisible warp pipe over here because it's green and my chroma key is green. But yeah, I bought this one when I went to, sorry about that. When I went to, and I was just double checking, making sure I'm using the right microphone, because I have a funny feeling I'm not using the right microphone, and I hope that's not the case, but I just want to make sure real quick, if you don't mind. I appreciate it. Because when I rebooted my computer, I did I didn't do anything too funny, but you can just, how it is when you restart a computer, sometimes it changes to, okay, good. We are apparently using the correct microphone.
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, good. You know why I'm getting noise from my desktop microphone? I think it's looping back into my headphones, which is fine. I'll disable that later, as long as it's not interfering. I was worried that I was using the wrong microphone, or that I was doing something that was giving us feedback. So that's why I was just checking my settings.
Nah.
But yeah, so this I bought while I was in San Antonio. I went to San Antonio to meet up with a lot of a handful of content creators or friends I met on YouTube over the past 2.5, 3, maybe 4 years almost. But past at least the past 3 years at least, possibly closer to 5 years. I've met a number of cool people on YouTube, and so when I went to San Antonio, I had the opportunity to meet Punk Waddle. That's how I got that Gundam kit that you saw earlier. And of course, they have these things, they call them, what are they, mystery boxes at the convention. So the convention I went to was called SpaceCon, which is right up my alley, right? You know, we got space, and in this case, it's science fiction oriented, but
So
at
these
any
are
convention
fan-made.
space.
So these are. So this box is fan made.
This one here is actually official, so this is interesting because,
okay.
like, what it is, like, because that's a good question, kind of, or it's a good point to ask, because, like, they did have, I did buy a mystery box that was not official, that was either fan made or made by a comic store owner, basically, you know, like, you know, because any comic shop owner or any even, you know, reseller can buy a booth at the convention or rent a booth at the convention. So I do have a mystery box that has things like, it has a random Super Mario thing in there. It's got some Sonic the Hedgehog things that look like Pogs. It has a War Machine action figure. I got an action figure in the mystery box. I got an action figure of Gus from Breaking Bad. But this one here spoke to me because it was an official mystery box. So it was very low risk. It wasn't like I was going to end up with something I didn't know, you know, didn't like that wasn't in the box. Because it tells you, which might take the fun out of it. But you know what? I still don't know what the vinyl figure looks like. I don't know what the journal looks like. So you know what? I'll buy it and find out. And it's a beautiful mystery box. And off the bat, yeah, first video game. So this right here, this landscape, these bricks are literally the very first thing I ever played when I was probably 4 or 5 years old. I think we got our Nintendo in late 1991, if I remember correctly. And of course, this would have been bundled with the machine along with Duck Hunt.
Yep.
Ooh, excuse me.
Oh no.
And this has a lot of stuff. If at any point you're interested in seeing what's in the box, let me know.
Oh, okay. So, Mario. You didn't get to play the Atari 2600.
Oh, you know, it's funny. I started a Nintendo, but at some point I'm in my parents' basement and I see this thing. It says video computer system. I'm like, I go to my father. I'm like, what is this video computer system? You know, it's like, whatever it is, it must be cool. He's like, oh, that's the Atari. I'm like, what? I'm like, can I hook it up? He's like, yeah, of course. So I plug it into one of the TVs and you know, I had an opportunity. It's like, you know, I kind of knew what Atari was at that point. I think I was like 12, 11 years old. So I had emulators. I knew, you know, of Atari games for sure. You know, I mean, it wasn't like a mystery really. Like I knew my parents had one in the 80s, but
existed?
yeah, oh yeah, like well, let's see. In the 90s, it would have been not that. So when I found the Atari in the basement, I was 12 years old. It would have been like 1998 or 1999.
Okay. Got it.
So yeah, at that point, it would have been the beginning of my time in playing with emulators. And it was an interesting time. I remember Nesticle was the popular emulator of choice if you were playing Famicom. And that too, they got a Nesticle for Genesis.
Genesis is his name.
Oh, that got you. That's cool. Okay, it's like I played a lot of NES games since I was familiar with them. And some Genesis. My brother owned a Game Gear, so we had a couple games on the physical console. But anyway, you know, NES games, Famicom games, they play on the slowest computer. Like, they play on a computer with a 486. I think they run on a 286. I think I did play Metroid on a 286 CPU once, which is...
I think my computer back then was a bit better. It was a Pentium MMX 166 megahertz.
So my computer at the time, specifically at the time that I found that Atari in the basement, we would have probably been on the Pentium 120 megahertz with like 16 or 48 megs of RAM. And the way we got it was basically my dad needed a computer for work. And so they would provide him with a laptop to use for work, you know, and so he, you know, have a laptop from work on loan in the house. Of course, once the laptop becomes out of date, it doesn't always have to go back because they end up recycling it anyway. But essentially, yeah, that was a laptop at the time. And so my first computer that I had access to was a 486, 25 megahertz. That was like, I think, right up until like the end of 96. Then by 1996 or 1997, definitely 97, we had this, and maybe I'm mixing up my years a little bit here, but there's definitely some overlap in between. We had that Pentium 120, and yeah, that's the machine that we first emulated games like, you know, Mario 64, because you're certainly not doing N64 emulation on a 486, for example. But yeah, that Pentium 166 with the MMX, that's a good one right there. I didn't have an MMX for a few years, and one of the things I did was I used to dumpster dive for computer parts, like anywhere from like 1999 or 1997-ish to like the 2000s. That would be my thing, and that's probably, one of the factors, one of the ways that I learned, how to take these things apart, or how to work on a computer, because I had a lot of opportunities to make mistakes. It's like, okay, well, what's the worst that happens? I break a computer that I found in the garbage, And so I don't know how I got down that rabbit hole, but to answer your question, yeah, my first game was Mario. My second game was probably Metroid. So very familiar.
I see.
And I used to get lost in Metroid when I was like really young. Like, this is why I said before, it took me half my childhood to beat. And I would like, my brother eventually had a Nintendo Power subscription. So when he got the annual code book, or the book with the codes in it every year, one year they had one that had like all of the maps. Like, I think it was almost like, I forgot if it was a centerfold that you could unfold or if it was just double pages. But either way, it was, the exact, horizontal side-scrolling map that you would need, telling you where the missiles are, where the bosses are, where you have to go first in order to be able to go through, a door that might be otherwise locked. So I think I beat that game. Like, I played it for the first time when I'm 5, 6, and I didn't beat it until I was like 11, maybe 10 or 11, and that was because of the book, which I don't know if that's cheating, but when you share the TV with the family, you gotta find a way to get through the game.
That's not cheating, I'd say.
That's cheating? Okay, that's fair.
I don't think it's cheating.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. I appreciate that, because it's like, I mean, look, I can see why some people take pride in finishing it the hard way, and I respect it, but at the same time, like, it's a recreational activity, and I'm here to do it for fun. I'm not here to go and get clout for being the guy who beat Metroid with or without a map. But if I did show off that I beat it without a map, and it really did use a map, yeah, that would constitute as either cheating or outright lying, and then I would have to hide myself. I'm sorry. I found this green blanket on the floor while I was grabbing the Mario thing, and ever since I got into YouTubing, I'm easily distracted. I could play with green blankets all day on this camera.
Pretty good. So, here's awesome. So here is something I talked about. I'm not sure if you were around. I presented this topic on L Talks, which is why I asked these questions about retro gaming. So I presented this topic that the world that we lived in the past doesn't exist anymore, which means we will never be able to enjoy the things we did from our childhood the way we did when we first encountered them. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, on one angle, like, I think we do sort of like see that we can revisit the things from the past, and I think gaming is one of those. It's one of those few things that like you can easily revisit in the past, but like, there are differences. Like, I knew a guy in the Bronx who may have been up to some less than reputable business in the early 90s, and they would just be in the apartment complex or apartment room playing Nintendo, eating pizza, doing whatever hooligans, whatever people do when they're in less than reputable business ventures.
Uh-huh.
And, like, that was, like, a thing. It was just, like, that was, like, kind of like, like, we play PS2. That was, or, even today we play whatever is out now. But, like, it was a different struggle. It's the joke, right? The struggle is real when people say, like, oh, you had a game with no save states. So it's like, Super Mario 1, there was no save states, but you did at least have the warp zone, which at the time I didn't realize that's what it was for. But it's like, yeah, the warp zone is so that when you turn off the machine and you turn the console back on, you can at least go through level 1, find a warp zone on level 2, and skip straight to level 6, and then, potentially find another warp zone to get yourself closer to the end so that you don't have to replay the first 2 hours that you already went through, and these are things that we don't have to consider so much anymore because we have the ability to save our progress. And then, negative things would be like blowing on the cartridge. Granted, we both know that blowing on the cartridge is not what helps, although it seems to be a nice placebo. It seems to have an effective placebo effect, just blowing on the cartridge. And I'm going to guess that it helps with electrical conductivity because of the moisture from the breath.
It does, actually.
Which is absolutely terrible. Which is absolutely terrible, right? He's like,
it's like cartridge eventually, but Temporarily it's gonna work.
Yeah, exactly. I even have an NES and the two PS2s right over here. Ironically, let's have a little fun.
Alright. Ooh, it's a big PS2. Your first was Mario and Duck Hunt, Gareth. Funnily enough, the first games I ever played were actually on the 2600, unless you count the Space Invaders handheld I had. Ooh, it's an authentic NES. Got an authentic NES.
Yeah, so reason I brought this out was because when I mentioned that, how we had to blow on the cartridge, not that we had to blow on, but, you had to do something when you put a game in, you turn on your Nintendo, and you get a blue and black screen, or it's constantly resetting on its own, which apparently was an issue partially because of the copy protection on the American Famicom. I don't know if the Japanese Famicom had it, but our NES had a chip, I think, in the console and on the cartridge, and if that chip wasn't functional, it would just cause the device to automatically reset. And so sometimes if you had an issue with the connector on the cartridge slot, which is exactly why I put this into, why I opened this one up here. If you put a, and you know what, while I have that sound app open, I can fix that audio thing I was having before, where I'm hearing my own audio. I just want to fix that real quick. It's distracting when I put my Nintendo on the desk and it makes a loud thumping sound. Oh, that's weird. It's not even... Oh, I see what I'm doing. Okay, wait. I got it here. Testing. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, now carry on. I'm sorry. All right, you can still hear me, right?
Yep. Hear you loud and clear.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah. So anyway, now side note. So before when my computer crashed, I didn't, remember I told you I went through all these troubleshooting. I went to explore, what was causing the issue. I isolated other factors. I dusted the computer. I reseated my controller card for my hard drives and Blu-ray drive. And this time I said, wait a second, the one causality factor that occurred last time my computer crashed during a stream, and the last time before that, and the time before that, the one causality factor was that I had headphones plugged into the front of my desktop. Now, there's no reason why that should be an issue, but, I said, let's just rule it out. So that's why what I did was I took my portable condenser microphone. This is the one that I travel with, which I don't travel a whole lot, but when I do, this is the microphone that I choose to bring with me because it's a cute little condenser microphone. I mean, like, it actually gets the job done. Yeah, like it's surprisingly good, and it clips onto the laptop screen. You got like a little clippy thing here. But anyway, a lot of microphones. I don't know how. I'm sure most people notice in the chat. You have a pretty smart audience. That any microphone, any USB microphone that has a headphone jack on it is typically another sound output, sort of like having another sound card. And so what I do is when I'm streaming, I started getting the habit, I did this a while ago, but now I'm doing it regularly. I have my headphones plugged into a separate headphone jack from my desktop audio. So if I need to share desktop audio, like right now while we're speaking, the sound is coming out of my speakers. It's coming out of my other USB sound interface so that it doesn't feed back into the conversation, because otherwise if I was sharing desktop audio from the headphones, every time you spoke, it would loop back and that would be extremely distracting, anytime anyone spoke. So my point is that, so instead of plugging my headphones into the front of my tower, I plugged this microphone in for the sole purpose of using it as a sound output, and so far so good. Getting back on.
So, actually, now that you
because like I said, the front headphone.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that, I have one of those cheap external V8 sound cards, which plugs into the USB. So if you press a button on those, it says internal opening, internal closing. So if you press if it goes internal closing, it's going to block out the sound automatically, so that it doesn't feedback. Otherwise, it's going to cause an echo. Like if you were speaking right now, if I have it on, it would play back the sound twice. So there's there'd be an echo.
Yeah, it took me a little trial and error to realize that was an issue. It makes total sense once I figured out what the cause of the issue was. But I had maybe 1 or 2 times where I joined a stream, I hear an echo, and then, is it me? Is it someone else? And it turns out, yeah, I'm sharing desktop audio. And that's the thing that, one of the things I do on my own channel before I get back to the Nintendo is, how-to videos, like how to set up your microphone, how to set up audio filters. So, for example, the audio that's going into OBS is coming from this microphone, and then in OBS, I have the compressor and expander filter, and they basically do 2 things. They either suppress really quiet background sounds, so if I have the fans on my computer or open window, it'll usually suppress that type of sound, but if I speak, it lets it through, sort of like a noise gate, but better. And then the second thing it does is it suppresses really loud sounds. So if I scream into my microphone or if I accidentally crank up the volume and I'm sitting too close to it, it'll also prevent the sound from, going and blowing out into the red zone, so to speak, So,
Yep.
the problem was that when I rely on OBS for my audio, I use a virtual audio cable driver. And basically what it does is it takes the sound it comes out of OBS, the sound that OBS is receiving. After OBS gets to filter the sound, it sends it to a virtual sound device. So when I joined Discord today, instead of picking the physical microphone or the XLR port, I selected the virtual microphone because essentially that's selecting the microphone after the filters have been applied. And so the reason that's relevant is because anytime you join a multi-person stream, typically I have no real way to share desktop audio. It's like, I can do screen sharing, I guess. But if I want to share my desktop audio the way that I'm accustomed to doing it through OBS, is a little bit of a different story. And so, of course, if you only have one sound device, you'd get the echo. But anyway, the reason I brought this out and opened it, and the reason this thing is open, like permanently opened, is because like anytime I'm playing a game on it, it's like I need to fumble with it. So I just find it easier to pop it open, keep it open, and go in there. Unfortunately, when I took this apart when I was like 14, I never put the metal plate back in. So there used to be a piece of sheet metal called an RF shield. I believe that's what it was for. It helps to ground the electronics. It helps to protect it from electromagnetic interference. And yeah, I never put the RF shield back in. But maybe one of these days I'll buy another one. Probably not. I think I was just customized this one. I seen actually there's a new mod. I actually saw it. This is off, like unrelated to what I was about to show you. But there's a company that's going to start selling an accessory. It's like a hub. And it's got like a USB port on one side. It's got like some other port over here. And it's got like a wireless antenna.
Isn't that the totally unused port on?
It is. It is totally unused, and some nerds put work into mapping out the connections on here. So, the unused port, we now have some answers to the mystery. And in a nutshell,
now it's gonna be a used port.
Yeah, it's gonna become a used port now. Yeah, and it's just there was always a way to use it, but people now have access to more equipment, more resources or whatever, and knowledge and what have you. And essentially, by mapping the signals, people figured out that this basically has all of the control. For example, the controller ports are wired up to the front, but there's also some pins or contacts over here that connect to the exact same thing. So you can directly tap the audio and the controllers. I know that much. I don't know if the video goes through here too. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. But the point is that there's like accessories where you can now in the near future plug things into here to get the Yamaha sound synthesizer. So I remember there was one sound chip. I think the Famicom might have had the better sound chip, but how do you ever hear of that rumor, or you ever hear of that?
Famicom disk system, I think. Hello?
I think I had you. Yep, can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. I don't know, how does this, by the way, real quick, how does Discord work? Does it like mute the other person's audio, or like does it, like if I'm speaking, does it prevent me from hearing you, or does it have a cutoff? How does that work?
I don't think so. Like I think we can just speak together.
Oh, testing 1, 2. Hey, speak real quick. Testing 1, 2. I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, very good. I appreciate it. I apologize that I spoke over you at any point, and I'll definitely try not to do that. But I'm glad that the audio works.
It's fine. Logan does that to me all the time. We stream a lot together.
Yeah, no, yeah. Typically on a Sunday, I'd be at work right now, and I'd be tuning into you guys or my friend Pop Culture Mechanic, and yeah, usually you got Ellis Talk, you got LDP and Arvis, or you got somebody else, the Orc, and yeah, usually a good conversation, and like you say, just chilling out, playing games,
Yep.
just casual, good time. But what I learned was, I put a game in. Okay, so back to that, Pat. Yo, I still remember your question. But if you
Oh,
have to
good.
re-ask the, yeah, yeah. So basically, like this is like not a positive thing. This is a negative thing. But back in the day, we'd put a game in and we get the blinking screen, and then you'd have to take it out and do something.
Uh-huh.
And usually, just reseating the cartridge works. I found that pressing on the back of these metal pins for some reason it seems to give it slightly better contact. And one of the reasons why the American Famicom, I hear, had more problems. I don't know if it's true. They said that the Japanese Famicom, because it had the top loader like the Super Nintendo,
Yep.
it tended to work better. Would you say, did you have reliability issues on your Famicom, or did you find that it ran more consistently than there was a lot of issues with the American
Well,
NES.
I had all of 3 cartridges. They still work even today. I still
And
kept them.
how often, when you put a game in there, does it work immediately, or do you have
Yeah,
to
usually it just works right away. If it doesn't work,
okay,
just press the reset button. Usually it would work. If not, just reseat it. Move
well,
it. It'll work.
So you have a little better than us because stateside, anybody who had this thing here, and this thing was designed to look like a VCR because they didn't want it to be a toy. They wanted like the daddy and the mommy and the mom and dad in the household to take it like seriously, like a piece of home theater equipment,
Yeah,
because they
yeah.
knew that like business people would be like, oh, I don't want a toy in my living room, so they give it this VCR look, front loader. But the problem is that you need to have a ZIF connector, or essentially zero insertion force. So meaning that you can slide, expansion cards, or in this case, a cartridge with a printed circuit board into the slot without pushing it off. Because you can just imagine if you had a normal slot, like if you open up a PC and you go to remove any component from the PCI or ISA bus from one of the expansion slots on an older computer, it's got a pretty significant amount of force. It requires a lot of
Yep.
force to push or to remove it. And so if you have this on top of your entertainment center and you go to put it in, this thing's gonna push it off the top of your television set, or whatever it's on. In fact, my parents put Velcro on it so that if we tripped over the controller, it wouldn't fall off the TV.
I see. I see. Oh yeah,
But
because
yeah,
you have
like,
to push it in from the side
mm-hmm.
instead of top loader. I get it.
Yep, exactly. So, these are factors that made this less reliable. But, can we, just to confirm, can you just recap the question again for me, please, so I can make sure I answer it succinctly?
Oh yes. So the world that we lived in doesn't exist anymore. So meaning we'll never be able to enjoy the things we did from our childhood the way we did when we first encountered them. So what do you think?
I mean, yeah, I'd say true. In some ways, I think we could do better, but like ultimately, yeah, obviously there's always gonna be something lost. That's kind of the point of remembering the past is
Yep.
that you can't always replicate it, but you got to remember the good times. And so, I have like the home video footage of the day that we opened up the box with this machine in it, and it's just good, happy family memories on a Christmas Eve in 1991, and back when. We had everyone here, my mom was around still and all that. And it's like, you could just see everyone. I mean, granted, my mom passed away in the 21st century. So it's not like, like I had my mom throughout the whole 90s and the whole early 2000s up. But, but that being besides the point, it's nice to be able to, re-experience that, or at least to watch it and, see that and remember it, But at the same time, like, I do like the idea of not being bound to, like, same thing, like, you had 3 games. We had a handful of games, and it was very gradual. The only reason that I had as many NES games that I have is because it was, it was outdated by the time we got it. By the time we got our machine, I think the Super Nintendo was like on the verge of coming out, and if it wasn't out already. And so, those games are easily $50 each. And yeah, American Famicom games, I believe, used to be $50 as well. It's just we could start getting games at the game whatever store. We had Funko Land and we had other game shops. But bottom line is that you could buy pre-owned games, and get a better price. We rented a lot of games, yeah. So we would go to Blockbuster Video was big for a while, and then we had a couple more local companies that had video rental shops, and they typically would offer, rental of, Famicom games. So we'd rent them typically, and then the beauty of it was that as Nintendo Famicom got to end of of relevance, those games would go on sale, so then when I got old enough to buy things and accumulate just enough allowance and or Christmas money or whatever holiday money, like I was able to get games at a bargain. Like my first Game Genie, I paid $12.50 for the I bought the Game Genie for $12, $12.50, and I bought Super Mario, and my mom was willing to go halvesies. So back then when I was a kid, if I saved up for something and it wasn't terribly expensive, but if I went through the trouble of saving up for it and my mom was in a good mood or something, or some combination of factors, like I'm being a good kid, maybe I'm doing good in school, whatever the heck, a combination of factors. I never got a bonus for getting good grades necessarily, but if I wasn't being a bad kid, my mom would meet me halfway, and it's like, okay, you saved up for this, I'll go halvesies, she'll pay half and get it. So at that time, I got Game Genie and Super Mario Brothers 2. So I already owned Mario 1, or, the first Mario game. I already owned Super Mario 3 because at some point when, later on, when we already owned the machine, we got that game while it was somewhat relevant. And then, Mario 2 is the only one we didn't have. So it's like at some point when I was a little bit older, I was like, oh yeah, I'll get the Game Genie, because obviously who doesn't want a Game Genie? After you play the game so many times, you want to try them in a different light. And it's not just about cheating, although it is. Definitely that was a big part of it. But, I think when I got the Game Genie, I learned that it is a way to kind of just experiment with the game. Like what happens when Mario jumps over the flagpole and keeps walking? Who knows? Let's find out. And anyway, so we can re-experience that stuff. But, it's like some people would use the term catching lightning in a bottle or something like that. And, there are things that you'll never get back, so the arcades, for example, by the time I was, barely even 10 years old, the arcade in the local shopping mall was already closed down because it was a thing of a bygone era. Even in the late 90s, it was in the 80s, not everyone had a good game console at home. Not everyone had, access to a quality TV, or not everyone had a TV of their own. So TV was a shared resource in the household, and so it meant that you could only play video games during the off hours or when nobody else is watching TV who, paid for the TV, so to speak, right? So, the arcade experience is something that people a little bit older than me remember more distinctly. I've been to the boardwalk, so you go to the beach in New Jersey, and at nighttime when I was a kid, they would have arcades, but it was more like the generic games where you put tokens or whatever, you put tokens in, and then maybe you win more tokens, maybe you win tickets, and you get tickets to get some stupid gimmick of a toy or something like that. But it wasn't like there were video games at some of these arcades, and some of the arcade machines would feed you tickets, and in a way it was better because the arcade machines were sometimes free or very cheap, whereas in the 80s maybe you had to pump more quarters into it. But my point is that there is an experience that people had in the 80s that I can barely relate to, that I'm sure people now can relate to less, or maybe through streaming they can relate, in that you after school or on a weekend, you and your pals are hanging out at the arcade, and you're trying to get that high score, and maybe a group of people are surrounding the arcade machine, to watch the progress as maybe you are approaching that record score. And that's something that, that seems to be somewhat lost right now. And, the best I can do, where I, when it comes to the past, or keeping the past alive to some extent, is one of my side projects, hobbies, whatever you want to call it. I guess it's a hobby, is digitizing VHS tapes and getting that content to look as good as it possibly can. Because a big problem is that when you digitize analog video, you'll often see sometimes videos on YouTube that have been digitized from tape or something, and you'll see these horizontal lines going through the image, especially when the camera is panning. or when someone's moving quickly, you'll get these horizontal lines called combing artifacts. And typically, like if
Yep.
you put a DVD in, they'll have them too sometimes. Like if you go into VLC Media Player and you press the letter D on the keyboard, it turns off the built-in filter for that, and it's called a de-interlacing
Interlace,
filter.
yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is like the bane of my existence. No, but like it really is. Like what I mean is like you have precious video that you have like precious memories that you want to digitize in the best possible light. And I'm just seeing if I have an example to show you of like, okay, we got something here. Oh, okay, we have some. Okay, good. I actually got the Nintendo home movie here.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
let me just acknowledge David Glenn and Slim Nim in the chat. As for the original question, it's like this. The world that we lived in doesn't exist anymore, meaning we'll never be able to enjoy the things we did from our childhood the way we did when we first encountered them. So, what do you think? And this is, of course, directed at DJ Ronnie. You guys may answer it in chat too, if you'd like to.
and I can see the chat. I just opened the chat up again. I had it minimized, so I do apologize if I missed anyone's questions or follow-ups or anything like that. But I see you now. I miss my game, Genie, even though it wouldn't let me close its lid. Yeah, I know, right, Arvis? Yeah, that was annoying. And it's like kind of cool. Like the Japanese Famicom cartridges were stubbier. They were shorter, like like Super Nintendo games. And so I believe you could stick that onto a Game Genie and possibly close the slot if you cut the end of the Game Genie off, or I guess bend it, which would ruin it. But just a thought, maybe that's the answer. Is play. Hey, is Pop Culture Mechanic in the chat? Oh, you were just there. Yeah. I hope he's doing well. I told people open up 2 browser tabs if you tune into me, so that we don't steal viewership from Pop Culture Mechanic. No, he's a cool cat. He wouldn't get offended, but I felt bad. Like I wasn't gonna be like going into Pop's channel, be like, yo, tune in on Sunday at the same time slot. But yeah, let me see like just to give you guys a reference here. Nothing too schlocky or corny here. I just want to see if I can find an example of the Nintendo simultaneously to an example of interlacing. And it's probably not important if I have a good example, because I mean, really, any video will suffice, I guess. Yeah, any video does suffice. So I'm just gonna find something superbly generic. Oh, ho ho! Sorry, I got excited when I saw the Nintendo for a second.
Oh. It's a home
Yeah,
video.
so like you got this right here, and this came out straight off VHS. So by default, normally this would be like, you would have these horizontal lines like the combing artifacts that you see all over that Nintendo logo. So when I turn on the de-interlacing filter, they go away. But not all de-interlacing filters are equal, and so some of them work better. Some of them will make the image lose resolution. Like literally, when you de-interlace using there's different modes you can see here that I'm switching between. Discard, that's the name of the mode I just turned on. Discard literally discards half of the lines. So there's like 2 pairs of lines, or there's like alternating pairs of lines on the screen, and that's how it gives you the illusion of video moving. But de-interlacing filters either have to eliminate half of the lines or blend them together or do some more advanced processing to get rid of those lines. And so I found out when I digitize footage, if you don't mind attention to de-interlacing, it's like it just ruins the look of it, in my opinion. I find it highly distracting. When you do de-interlace it, I think it's less distracting, but knowing what I know about the loss of resolution, these are things that, like, not just my memories, but anybody's memories or anything that was recorded off of TV that people think is important. Stuff of that nature is going, to like end up not looking its best. And I already see like tons of YouTube channels where people do documentaries. Oh, I got a Ghostbuster car in one of these. But where people upload footage from World War II, and in some cases they can colorize it. Okay, I guess that's an improvement upon the past. In other cases, people upscale it. Okay, that's actually kind of necessary. And luckily, when you're upscaling from film, if you get it directly from film, you have a bit of headroom on upscaling it. But VHS, analog footage, analog tape, has the scan lines or that generate combing artifacts. And most people don't bother to deinterlace. The broadcast people, the freaking professionals who, used to work in the field or still work in the field, when they digitize footage, some of them insist on keeping it interlaced because they feel like, oh, well, it's broadcast standard. And it's like almost a very like old mentality, in my opinion, because it's like I understand the logic, but it's like modern TV stations can deliver content that is in progressive scan, which is progressive scan is the opposite of interlaced. Basically, it's like where the image is updated one frame at a time. So you watch a movie at 24 frames a second, there's gonna be 24 frames every second changing. Whereas with interlaced content, it's splitting every frame up into little lines, and it's constantly alternating the lines. And so my point is that like there's a lot of stuff that's already been like digitized, and if there's no other copy of it anywhere else, is already lost. The detail that it could have had is already lost. And so I put a lot of importance, almost an unhealthy obsession in my workflow for digitizing VHS tapes. So for example, like I figured out that you could hook a VCR up to a camcorder, a DV digital video, or digital 8mm cassette camcorder. You can input the analog video into the camcorder and then output it through FireWire. And I know people roll their eyes whenever I say FireWire, but it's like, it's actually a pretty good standard for digitizing analog video, because what it does is it ensures that I don't have to fumble with the video codecs. I don't have to worry about issues that you would otherwise encounter when you digitize video and you have to mess with the video codecs. One of the issues I would find in the past was like the audio would go out of sync, or any number of things. So what I like is that the video codec used by the digital video or mini DV, or what they call DV camcorders, works really well. Like, it's made for editing. Like, if you had a DV camcorder and you copied the footage to the computer, which I didn't really own one back in their heyday, but I had a camcorder that used similar tapes that's actually compatible. So I had a bunch of these little 8mm camcorder cassettes that fit in a digital version of the camcorder. So I needed it in order to digitize that stuff that's from my own camcorder that I got when I was a teen. But for the older stuff, I realized that it's easier, like, okay, so I know it's going to sound crazy, but like, how do you digitize video? Well, you can hook a VCR up to a USB dongle, for example. Okay, some of them work okay. Some of them are actually almost decent enough to be respectable. And there's a lot of junk products out there that are not respectable because they either don't deinterlace it, or they use the shittiest deinterlacer, pardon my language, the crappiest deinterlacer available, or some combination of things where they don't provide you with the software, like where essentially they'll provide a basic app that does enough in order to digitize video, but it doesn't really do any of the fancy deinterlacing the way that I would care to do it. It doesn't do a lot of things, or maybe the video it records is only compatible with their editing software and not with the other software. So the DV standard for video, was important because a lot of applications like Adobe Premiere and Final Cut were inherently designed to receive video in that format. And even on an older computer, like I'm talking like a Pentium 2 era, a Pentium 2 can edit video in that format somewhat easily, because like it was like a codec that was compressed, but not so compressed that it took a lot of CPU to, play it back. And at the same time, it wasn't uncompressed, because back in the day, people would use uncompressed video. But as it turns out, uncompressed video might be less CPU intensive in many ways. But if you have to transfer like, 50 megabytes per second from the hard drive into your RAM in order to display video, and your computer is not that fast to begin with, then yeah, uncompressed video is actually going to bog down the system more than a slightly compressed video, in my observation. So my point is that we go from the VCR into the camcorder and out FireWire, and we made some progress there. But then I got so obsessed with deinterlacing, and the DV format was good because it allowed me to take the video I recorded at 15 gigabytes per hour, run it through a program that has a very good deinterlacing script built into it that you can customize. And the resulting video would not only be deinterlaced, meaning that it wouldn't have the scan lines, but the quality would be slightly better than what we see here. And this is not bad. This is not bad by any measure, it's just that it would be slightly better than this. And the 15 gigabytes per hour would be shrunk anywhere from 4 to 10 times compression, depending on how active, because modern video codecs are interesting in that regard, where like if I'm sitting on my desk, if I record a video of me just sitting here, just my face and this background, it might not become an enormous file, but if on the other hand we play a video game and there's like a lot of, turning and spinning and twisting, that requires more keyframes and different keyframes and whatnot, and so that is going to generate a larger data stream. So older video codecs, sometimes like the DV camcorder codec, whether you recorded like a lot of action or no action, like you could record a blank screen and it would still be 15 gigs per hour, whereas with a modern MPEG-4 or H.264, X.264 encoder, if you have a blank screen, you will generate a video file that is smaller than a video where there's a lot of action. And so this is relevant anyway, because when you use interlaced content and you convert it to a modern codec, the compression is going to also blur the lines. You're going to lose detail every which way. So it's critical to have a good deinterlacer before you re-encode it or while you're re-encoding it. And in that vein, I learned about a device called a time-based corrector. And so it's this piece of analog equipment right over here. And we have a power switch on. Where's the power switch? Over here. And I unplugged it because I haven't used it in a couple of months, but it has a very loud fan inside of it. And what it is, it's got video inputs and outputs on it. It has a thing where it looks for, when you do analog video on VHS or any old analog video, it has something called a time base, and time base errors account for, some of the issues like that you would encounter when digitizing video. And we actually have people who wrote entire, write-ups about why you need it. But in a nutshell, without a time-based corrector, you might get videos where you get this blurry effect. And it doesn't always, it's not necessarily going to fix the quality of bad video, but that's not a good example. I thought the guy was going to give us more examples. But jokes aside, there's like people, they talk about it, it's synchronized frames. So one of the things that happens on VHS tapes is there is like essentially a timing signal that's recorded alongside the audio and video, or recorded within the audio and video. And if you copy a tape from one VCR to another, what happens is consumer grade VCRs that I would buy, or that you would buy, or that Slim or Aris would buy, would be not necessarily consistent in design. Some of them will have motors that spin a little bit faster. Others might have motors that spin a little bit slower. And so one of the things that you used to hear is when copying a tape, people would argue that the best way to do it is use the same VCR that you recorded it in, because if I put it in a different VCR and it plays it a little quicker, either the audio is going to sound a little off. I might not even be able to perceive the difference. But when you start going from an analog to digital, if the time base is incorrect, if the timing signal is not interpreted correctly, or if the VCR can't match it because of slight mechanical differences, then you can have issues where the quality looks a bit bad, where individual lines will drop out. So you just get like a blip, like a little black line zipping across the screen in random intervals, or where the audio even can fall out of synchronization. And so my thing is like, I want the, I've digitized some tapes. I've digitized 3 times over the past like 20 years. So at this point, when I digitize something, I want it to be the last time. Like whatever I digitize, I want that to be a digital master, that if I need to do anything else to it, upscale it, whatever, I have a digital master as my starting point, and I have a complete archive basically. Whereas years ago, if I digitized video, I could find the files today, but either they're recorded at a lower resolution, either they're recorded at a time when I didn't understand frame rates, things of that nature, where it's just like not the best digital copy of something that I could possibly get. So yeah, I got this unhealthy obsession with retaining, or I guess recovering elements of the past. Like I don't think we could ever relive it, but we can learn from the past. And so that's why, I think it's important to archive things. So there's TV shows like on the local public community access station, TV station, or public access TV station, that have footage that was compiled from even before that. So imagine late 90s, these guys have footage from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and they're putting it into like a show that's sort of like a variety show on YouTube today, or show where people just kind of react to random videos. It was sort of like Mystery Science Theater 3000 merged with Beavis and Butthead. And so I have a bunch of these recordings on tape of TV shows like that are extremely unique, that like people watching it will have flashbacks to the past, and not just my past, but like a past that goes well before my own past. And so, you know, that might be an opportunity for people to watch it, but mainly it's more of like, to me, a historical pursuit. I want to preserve that particular aspect of history. And what helps me in that endeavor is like, I now go from the VCR into the time-based corrector. This thing will basically ensure that the time base is corrected so that by the time the signal comes out, all of the scan lines are, you know, doing whatever they're supposed to do in the right manner. And then I could send a video signal into the camcorder, which has its own time-based corrector in it, but a more primitive one. And then finally the video goes into my PC, and the DV format, I found it just hands down the better way to digitize footage. Other people would argue that you can go from HDMI, you go from a VCR to HDMI, sort of like those Nintendo 64 or any, you know, analog adapter that goes from the, you know, the yellow, white, and red connection to HDMI. And yeah, I did use that. It was very convenient. I just plugged the VCR into this little box, plug it into the Elgato, and I'm good, right? Not exactly, because in the end, I found that the digital video converter, you know, that goes from analog to digital, had a built-in deinterlacer. So I had no control over how it's interlacing the video. So if it was a subpar deinterlacer, that's it. I'm stuck with it. If it was a decent one, frankly, I couldn't really tell. It might have been okay. The other issue was I had another digitizer that would stretch the video horizontally, and it gave me better quality. But one, it was upscaling the video to 720 or 1080p. And it was stretching it to make it into widescreen. It's like, look, if I wanted widescreen video, I would stretch it on my TV. Like, this video was recorded on a camcorder in 4:3, almost squared aspect ratio, like we see in this example here. And like, I don't understand, you know, why someone would want to stretch it horizontally. That would just screw up the proportions. But if you want to watch a video I recorded and, you know, stretch it, fine. But when I'm digitizing it, I can't have it stretched. So I had to do like a hack. I had to like unstretch the video from OBS, inside of OBS, to compensate for the fact that the device that was digitizing, or that was converting from analog to digital, was stretching it when I didn't want it to. And so there's so many obstacles to preserving video. And when I bring up the way I use Firewire, people roll their eyes. They think I'm sounding insane. They're like, Firewire. You know, especially Apple users of the modern era will usually get like that. But it's like, look, I mean, you tell me what's better, because like none of the other options are better. And the closest thing was a USB dongle made by Blackmagic Design. They're the company who makes the DaVinci Resolve editing software, and their device was okay, but one, device drivers don't get maintained forever, and two, it didn't actually seem to be like that special of a device. So it's like, it might have been the only USB capture device that I'd be comfortable buying, but in the end, it just, Firewire just gives me guaranteed consistent results. And once I have that 480p recording, which is already better than the original, I mean, it's not adding resolution, but it is digitizing something that might be the equivalent of 360i. So you got like 480p, then you got 480i. So 480p is progressive scan, 480i is where you get those horizontal lines. And so some DVDs are 480p, and others are 720i, let's say, as an example. And you know, so there's these obstacles that when you digitize the video, like most people don't account for all of them, or they account for one but not the other, or people go for the convenient solution, or they pay somebody to digitize it for them. And some of the professional shops, they know their stuff. I've looked into it. Others, it's definitely like just like, you know, a money-making adventure, and if they can give people a lower price, they'll go for that shop. But they may not be getting, you know, the best digital copy. So yeah, people are going to lose a lot. I mean, like, just like, think about like how many people don't have physical photo albums. And in theory, digital storage should be better. I know I keep multiple backups of things that I value, you know, like last night I replaced a hard drive in my RAID array. My computer has 4 hard drives that are fault tolerant, meaning that I can have a hard drive fail on me, and as long as I replace it before another one fails, the data in that group of drives that kind of combine into one is not lost. And then I have a machine in the basement that is similar, but has like 50 terabytes of storage. And so if I value pictures, I might back them up to the cloud and to my own server, and maybe to a folder on this machine or on physical media like a Blu-ray or a DVD disc. I actually never burned a Blu-ray yet, but I'd like to. Actually, I think I would like to avoid optical media. But yeah, like, these are ways I preserve the past. But imagine how many people like already lost pictures that they had on their iPhone, pictures that they had on their computer from 10 years ago, like 15 years ago when I started working at Best Buy, the consumer electronics retailer. Digital point and shoot cameras were still a thing. Like, I mean, they exist now, but I mean, literally people didn't have smartphones. So if they wanted to take pictures, that was the way to do it, and whereas now some people, they consider the phone quality to be good enough, if not more than good enough for most people. And so, that's the standard. But my point is that, like, people take pictures on their phone that don't get backed up, or they take pictures on an SD card that gets corrupted before they transfer it, or they transfer the footage to their MacBook. Then one day their MacBook doesn't turn on, and maybe they put the MacBook in a drawer or a closet, or maybe they pay someone to do a data transfer. But even when they get the data transfer done, it's like, okay, you went from your old MacBook to your new MacBook, or your old laptop PC to your new laptop PC. But some people I've noticed is the trend is that a lot of customers I've noticed are not proactive about backups. And so it's like they have a computer with like, how am I doing so far? Am I going too far off topic, or is this relevant so far?
It's okay. Like I said, you can just talk about whatever you want.
Okay, cool. Appreciate it. And yes, David Glenn, I hate it when my video has scratch marks too. And that is exactly why I have this obsession, because by doing the digitization the way I'm doing it, like, I have this starting point that I can work with that I know is as clean of a copy as I can possibly get, as clean and as consistent as I can possibly get. And so that means that now, whether I just want to do a mere simple deinterlacing, which I always do, it's almost mandatory to deinterlace it, I will sometimes upscale it too. And I'm still figuring out, is it better to upscale it at the same time as you deinterlace it? Or do you deinterlace it, then upscale it? Well, I suspect you could do them at the same time, because it's sort of like one operation after the other when the application does it. But yeah, like, I'm super obsessed with, like, getting it done this time. Because, like, every time I digitized this stuff in the past, it wasn't the best possible copy. And, just getting back to people, like, they get a laptop, they have their pictures on it, they get a new laptop. One of the most weird things I saw, the funniest things I saw, I would say is funny.
Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm. Oh, see you later, David Glenn. Hope having barbecue sauce. Oh, Maron, good luck, bud. Gotta go. Barbecue sauce emergency. That's funny. But yeah, I appreciate David Glenn. He's one of my favorite mods, and I guess he is my favorite mod. I mean, I don't like picking favorites either. Look, I'd say you're my favorite VTuber if that's anything, though. And I would say that's actually true, because, like, I don't know many VTubers, but good content, good hangout streams, etc. But beyond that, it's very hard to pick favorites, because then you got to put someone else down, and I hate that. But yeah, like, this is a scenario that was common. Someone would own a MacBook with, like, let's say a 500 gigabyte or even a 1 terabyte internal hard drive. They would have their pictures on it, right? They accumulate pictures, maybe take some videos on their camcorder, and then they get a new computer. So things that people often are bougie, or it's like, the funny way of spelling bourgeois, where, like, they want to be cool, they want to get the cool and pretty MacBook. They maybe like the operating system. I can respect that. I can empathize with people who like the operating system on a MacBook, because, like, I can appreciate it, especially when there was a time when it was harder to get viruses on a MacBook. And, when Windows was often prone, I remember in the early 2000s, if I looked at a computer the wrong way running Windows, if I looked at the machine the wrong way, you get viruses. Now, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it just wasn't difficult to do something dumb, like click on the wrong thing or download something that, would really, bog down your system.
Especially the porn sites.
But anyway, the person would have a bunch of pictures on their MacBook. Like I said, 1 terabyte, 500 gigs, whatever it is. Now, they want to get a new MacBook because they've had the same MacBook for 7 years, and it's like, now they got to get a new one. It's like they have no choice. Like, this one's old, it's slow, got too much junk on it. Maybe they can't run updates of importance or run software that they need to run for school or work. So they come to get a new MacBook. But, at the time they bought that MacBook, might have even been a MacBook Pro for like $1,000 or $1,200 like back years earlier. But people are cheap. And so they're like, do I buy a MacBook Pro for $2,500 or do I buy a MacBook entry level? I don't know if they call it a MacBook Air, but let's just say regular MacBook. And it used to be $1099, I think $1399, and then $1699, let's say. So they have 3 price points, so like essentially $1,200, $1,500, and maybe like $1,800, give or take $100 difference. And so a lot of times people would gravitate to the model that was like $1099, so like $1,100 or $1,200 for an entry level MacBook. And look, it's a better machine than their old computer. Like it's got more RAM, it's up to date, it's certainly a clean slate. There's no new apps on it. There's no apps aside from what's preloaded. It's just nice and fast. It's got an SSD. Oh, there's the Achilles heel right there. It has an SSD. So, now they're going from a 1 terabyte hard drive that they've maybe filled up with, like, say, 400 gigs of crap. Make up a number here, and pictures and music, perhaps. And now they get this new MacBook with the solid state drive, which is great. They're faster. They don't fail if you drop it, right? SSDs are not prone to mechanical failure for the same reasons hard drives fail, although SSDs don't warn you. They don't give you a warning when they fail, but that's a different topic. But bottom line is that how does you pay me $80 or you pay me whatever the cost is when you buy a new computer, they give you a discount to pay for services. So if you're buying a new computer, you could pay to have your data transferred. So now imagine little old me or one of my coworkers, you got the MacBook, maybe we take the hard drive out, we plug it into the outside of the new computer, maybe run a quick virus scan. But when you start transferring data, you realize, wait a second, this hard drive has 300 gigabytes in pictures on it. This MacBook only has 128 gigabytes on the SSD. Obviously, you cannot transfer all of the pictures. Now, most of the time, it's a matter of phoning the customer, and then they'll say, yes, they will approve the cost of an external hard drive, and then, or they'll bring one in. If they own one, they could bring it in, and we'll copy their data to the external drive. And one of the trends I noticed that was really like weird and hard to it's just a trend I noticed was that people with these new MacBooks that they were using to replace machines that had higher capacity hard drives. And I have no issue with SSDs as long as you know what you're getting into. They were often buying smaller capacity SSDs to replace their old laptop. And part of that is just the way Apple is. In a nutshell, if you buy a brand new Apple product and you go, oh, I don't need a 256 gig SSD. I need a 512 gigabyte SSD. Let's just say, well, now it's not just a matter of picking a larger SSD and customizing it. A lot of times, the minute you go to buy a brand new MacBook that has the larger capacity storage in it, that also means that you got to also opt in to have the better CPU and better RAM. It's like, well, wait, this better CPU is nice, but the better CPU and more RAM is accounting for an additional $400 cost. I just want to spend an extra $100 on an SSD. So people would often, end up with just whatever they were willing to part with at that point in time. So you have a sea of people with either 128 gigabyte or 256 gigabyte, SSDs in their MacBooks. They have pictures on an external hard drive now because, of course, they can't store all of their crap on their MacBook. So instead, they buy an external hard drive. They plug it in externally, as you would do, and they just transfer the pictures straight to that. Now, okay, it's a start, but at least in the days when those individuals owned a MacBook with a conventional hard drive in it, at least in those days, if they bought an external hard drive, they might actually use it as a backup. They might actually retain or keep the information on their internal hard drive on their MacBook while simultaneously having a copy of it stored on the external hard drive. And, not as though everyone was religious about it, but at least that ensured that if the computer broke, and if you imagine the computer is typically something that you're going to transport, it's something that you're going to travel with. You're going to bring it with you to places. So it is more prone to, shock damage, right? Physical damage or being, subjected to shock. And so having that backup on at least an external drive is something. Now, of course, today we got the iCloud, but, you got to pay for the iCloud. Not everyone wants to pay as much as it takes to back up all their data. Some people use Google Pictures. Google Pictures is interesting if you set it up. it had at one time it used to allow unlimited backups if you allowed them to compress the pictures. So if you have a 20 megapixel camera, you upload the pictures. If you do the unlimited storage option, they would compress it to 16 megapixels. For a lot of people, that was fine. But in general, there are a lot of people who have a lot of pictures of the past that reside on one hard drive or one laptop hard drive or one MacBook. In fact, I have a random MacBook right over here that I guarantee you. Oh, I found it. I guarantee you this MacBook has like personal data on it. Actually, I shouldn't say that. But I guarantee you it used to have personal data on it. I think I erased it. I hope I did. Well, anyway, point is that I found this in the garbage, and it's a MacBook that actually turns on. It's not great. I think it's a 2011 or 2012 model. Apparently, it's got this cool, Avengers sticker on the front with the Incredible Hulk.
Uh-huh.
And, I'm sorry. And a Apple logo sticker on the bottom. And this is a 2010. Okay, good to know. My point is that, yeah. Oh, this is my Pro controller. My point is that, yeah, a lot of pictures lost, and even now, photo albums are susceptible to fire and flood damage, for example. But digital stuff is completely forgotten at times, and some people don't want to upload things to the cloud, due to the privacy implications or concerns or their attitude towards the corporations involved. And to me, it's a mixed bag. But I generally believe in maintaining my own storage, and I don't see that amongst a lot of people. And what would you tell a customer? Oh, you should store all of your pictures on your computer and an external hard drive. Or some people, you would tell them about the cloud, and they go, oh, how do I do that? And they might pay Google because Google has their 2 terabyte option for like $10 a month. So it's like, okay, you know what? For some people, that's more than enough, and that serves them really well. And I think it integrates well with, say, the likes of an Android phone, for example. But it's just, I don't know. It's like I'm trying to wrap my head around how many people. I'm curious. I guess, what do you think? Like, in the long run, how many people are going to realize that they lost a bunch of pictures because they didn't back them up, or are people going to just forget that they lost a bunch of pictures? That's sort of like what I think is kind of like the trend that's going to happen, is that people are not going to realize they lost a bunch of pictures, I
would say from a personal standpoint, I wouldn't really care. I have everything.
And how about you, chat?
I have everything on the cloud.
And I'm assuming my sound is still working, but if I am not hearing, give me a 1 in the chat if I'm not hearing Elle. But whatchamacallit? Let's see what I have a link for a real treat for you guys. I'm going to leave it in the chat.
Hello?
Oh, come on. Is that Yoko Ono doing the thing?
Hello?
I'll watch Professor Farnsworth later. Gotta be here. Aw, thank you, Arvis. I appreciate that. Okay, good. Wait, so is Elle talking?
Yep.
And I'm not hearing Elle right now?
Yep, I'm talking. Hello?
Have I been speaking over the whole time? Oh my god, I don't hear you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
One moment, please. I'm so sorry.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I'm going to address this right now. Let me check my Discord. Maybe I did something. Oh, okay, I'll do that.
Restart the call?
Maybe it's not me? Okay. Maybe it's the call. Okay, I'll try it out. I'm going to hang up the call right after I verify. Yep, it's not. Wait, is my microphone?
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing.
Hello?
1, 2.
Test.
Yep, I hear you.
All right.
How long was I ignoring? How long was I not hearing you?
It's only been a few minutes or so.
Okay, cool.
Around, 5 minutes maybe. Not really all that long.
So what do you think? Like, people losing, like they got these pictures on various devices and they didn't back them up. Are people going to realize they lost data, or are people just going to forget? What do you think based on what you see around you?
I think people don't care enough about their old pictures, actually. Like, especially if it's taken on a phone. Like, people don't really care about pictures anymore nowadays. Personally, I just
Mm-hmm.
use Google as my backup. But
That
yeah,
makes
I
sense
think
because it's
most
very.
people they would take videos, and
Mm-hmm.
upload those to social media, and those actually they do actually serve
Ah.
more of a you know they actually serve more effectively to remember those old memories because you can actually look at them in motion with audio and stuff. So yeah, as
Yeah.
technology gets better, I think video will just replace like still photos.
That's an interesting. I didn't think of that. Because I believe video is certainly always here to stay. I think people like video, but like mainly during landmark moments, sometimes people like to just take a formal picture. Perhaps that's something that will become more of a thing of the slightly older generation. Perhaps that's something I'll be looking out for. Like, is that a thing? Are people not gonna? Because, when someone graduates or something like that, it's at least customary to take a
Yeah.
picture next to family or friends, right? Something like that. But in
Yep.
general, like it is easier to like just have a camera and record video. I know that I have some footage from the convention I went to that I'm still kind of running my way through from visiting the great state of Texas. But I had a good time. It was nice meeting the friends and just seeing things that like visiting the Alamo. But point being is that, yeah, like I took pictures of things, but one, this gimbal stabilized camera, or this camera is a little fidgety. Whenever I turn it on, I have to like manually calibrate the gimbal. There we go. This camera here is great because like it has a feature called tilt lock, and it keeps
It's like a
the front
gyroscope.
lens like locked, like almost
Yeah, it's
like
it's
it'll
a
literally.
gyroscope. Huh?
Yep, exactly. And I could play with that all day. But anyway, the video that comes out of it is so decent that if I wanted to make a still photograph out of some of it, I can easily get a screenshot. So it's not a big deal. But I guess that circles back to like video or pictures alike. And it's interesting because backing up pictures is different. But if people are backing it up to Google, then they probably don't lose them. I always believe, in case of a security breach or anything like that, and this is where like the more you value the stuff that you're storing in the cloud, the more likely someone will hopefully have the due diligence to ensure that their password's not easy to guess, that they do the two-factor thingy correctly, and all of that. Um, but like with social media, I think that like at one time I started seeing people taking for granted that social media had a backup of their pictures. And this was back when you couldn't download full resolution copies of the images you uploaded to social media. So
Yep.
another cool thing is that today, when you upload pictures to some social networks, you do have the full resolution copy available, at least on Facebook, I believe. And so, that means that, maybe my concern that people are going to lose data and they're going to not notice they lost the data, which I figure some won't notice lost data because, I mean, not everything gets uploaded to social media. What people upload to social media is stuff they want people to see, right? The customer facing, the front facing stuff, the
Yep.
I accomplished something, or I went on a vacation, or I'm doing financially well, so I can go on a vacation. It's like they don't do the usual, like, oh man, today sucks. Look at my checkbook here. I almost overdrafted, and look at this effing bill. I got to go on a payment plan. It's like, people don't do that. I mean, people do complain on social media, but generally speaking, the vast majority of the stuff that people intentionally put out there and curate, the image they curate of themselves is definitely, they definitely want to try to look more positive, more cool, whatever that might, mean. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can ever relive the past perfectly, but we are fortunate that we live in an age where we have more options than
True. True.
ever before. Like back when my dad was a kid in the 1950s, they had like some people had like what was either 8 millimeter film or Super 8, and other film standards. But motion picture film or any film that involves recording moving pictures can get kind of expensive, especially when you do it in color, which most people only did it in black and white because like you're doing like 24 frames a second, so each frame is like this big, so it's like 1 2 3 4 5, so let's just say this is 24 frames, so every second this much of the film strip has to go right past that shutter, right past the lens, and that's how you end up with that nice roll, that spool of film. um But like today, it's like, it's so trivial. Like you said, like not only do people maybe not put as much importance in this still photography, speaking of photography, speaking of living the past, I do have a piece of the past I'd like to share.
All right.
But like, it's like still photography isn't as important to people because you're right. Like the video, you can aim it, you get the preview in real time, and you get to add words to it. It's easier to follow the context. How many times have we seen a photo album with pictures that have no label on them, like completely out of context? You don't know what's going on. Like you know there's a thing going on, but you don't know, is this a graduation? Is this somebody, getting a new job? What, who knows? We just see happy people here.
You got a bag?
Yep, I got a bag. And guys, want to make sure we had room for the... There we go, that should be good. I want to make sure we had room for the microphone and the camera bag without, me bumping into stuff. So anyway, this is a relic of the past for keeping memories.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's a camera.
And I treasure this camera, and then we're going to bring that up on screen in a second. I just want to make sure we, there we go. Okay, good. I just want to get my video preview on my top right corner.
Is that an old SLR?
Yep. And this one here is potentially one of the first of its kind. So let me just get my desk camera adjusted a bit better, and then right. This is a Nikon F, and I need to adjust the exposure settings. In fact, this is a cool thing. This camera taught me a lot of important stuff. So this camera belonged to my mom's late brother, and of course it belonged to my late mother, who, of course, allowed me to use the camera even, when I was younger. And so I luckily was allowed to keep the camera. And I'm just gonna make an adjustment to the brightness. And it's funny, the thing I'm doing right now to adjust the brightness, I would not have probably understood properly in the digital age if I did not know how to operate this old camera here. Granted, I mean, people know how to adjust the brightness of their camera settings and whatnot, but there are some very basic fundamentals that I learned from using this camera that I don't think a lot of people take for granted, because, when the phone does automatic exposure,
Yeah,
there we
the
go, that should be good
AI.
enough.
The AI in those phone cameras handles everything, too.
Yeah, and the phones even, automated modern SLR. So this one here, what makes this camera important aside from the sentimental value and the fact that, I try to make a habit of bringing it with me whenever, on the rare occasion that I go on an actual trip, on a flight or something like that, or some destination, I try to bring it, because it's just I don't know, it's it connects me to the past. And I know that my mom's brother, who passed away before I was even born, at one time used this. That journalists were known for using this. This camera was all over the Vietnam War, for example. And look, there are prettier cameras out there. Some people say it's the most beautiful camera. I wouldn't exactly agree. I think a camera like the Canon F1 is a more sleek design, but as for cameras that are built like a tank, this one's built like a tank in my opinion. But in a nutshell, this is the Nikon F. And as far as I'm aware, this is Nikon's first single lens reflex camera. Do you know why they call it a single lens reflex camera?
Nope.
Do we have the audio issue again?
Eh? You can't hear me again? Hello?
Oh, good. I got you. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. So, do you know why they call it a single lens reflex camera?
Nope.
Okay, well, today you're going to learn. So, basically, before SLR cameras, one of the cameras you'd have would be like a range finder, and you'd have a viewfinder, and you'd have a lens, but then there would be smaller lenses on the top, a bit like those generic point-and-shoot cameras.
Yep.
And in order to focus on things, it would actually use parallax measurement, the two different images that are offset from each other. And as you turn the focusing ring on the lens, it would get less blurry or more blurry, but you would get a preview in the frame based on like the distance. It would do some really exotic, well, not exotic, but it just worked differently. And the problem with the rangefinders are sometimes what you saw in the viewfinder wasn't exactly what you saw through the lens. It wasn't going to be what you saw on a film. Like if you put a different lens on the camera and it's got more, a different focal length, which might as well mean zoom, more tight, a narrower field of view or a wide field of view, then you're not gonna be able to really take the picture or frame the picture correctly to compose the image correctly. So what an SLR camera does is it has a mirror in there, and that's a single mirror, a single lens and a mirror. So essentially when you want to take a picture, light comes through the lens, hits the mirror, bounces up here, and
so
then
you
hits a prism.
You see the same thing that you're focusing on
Yep.
in the actual picture.
Which thing? Oh yeah, this one here?
No, I mean,
Or this one here?
what you see through the viewfinder is exactly the picture you get.
That's absolutely correct. Yep, and that's a good way to put it, because like they often say this gives you a 100% field of view. So yeah, exactly what you see is what you get, 1-to-1 ratio, and so it's obviously going to allow journalists, or did allow journalists, to compose pictures that they can ensure will be framed the way they expect it to be, with whatever lens they're using. And there's a couple other caveats, but real quick, let's wind it up so we can wind it up. And what I just did was I locked the mirror up, and the reason I locked the mirror was so that you can see the back where the shutter would go. And this has a titanium foil shutter, and interestingly, Leica, the company Leica, they make nice cameras too, and they have cameras that have cloth shutters inside. So the cloth shutters are quieter, right? Whereas this one definitely makes more noise when you're using it. So if you're taking a picture of a mountain lion and you're like hiding behind a tree and you don't want to startle the mountain lion, this might not be the right camera. And that was, the shutter moved so quickly that we didn't even perceive it. And interestingly, it makes a hell of a lot more noise when the mirror is in the up position. So real quick, let's just do something very old-fashioned-y. So we're going to open the titanium shutter, and let's get a nice close-up of that. So yeah, that's actually, I've never really touched it directly because obviously I don't want to ruin it, but that is titanium foil. And in a fraction of a second, it clears out of the way, and now you can see that's where the lens would shoot through. So if we go back here, we got the bayonet mount. We have my, open space. The lens, the film would typically be right here. You'd have your 35mm film being pressed against the back of the window there. And so, that's when you take a picture. So reason I locked the mirror up normally would be if I was doing astronomy, because it would help to reduce vibration, although I don't do astronomy on this camera because that would just be a complicated endeavor. But you could. I mean, you totally could. And we're just going to put this back here. But essentially, these cameras, the way they work in a nutshell is you have a shutter speed. So the higher the shutter speed, the faster the shutter will open and close. So, of course, depending on how light sensitive... Yep, exactly. And so, like, right now, this is the B setting, which means bulb, because there was old flashes that used flash bulbs that sometimes you had to use like a manual setting, but essentially if I hold the button down, it keeps the shutter open for as long as I hold it down. You could do this on a lot of modern DSLRs. On camera phones, you can, nowadays on phones, you can set like 1 or 2 minute exposures. And I did take some astro photos when I visited upstate, which is, further away from the city lights, because the city lights do interfere with astrophotography. But anyway, the higher the shutter speed, the less light that hits the sensor, right, or hits the film. And so same basic fundamentals apply. Now, on a digital camera, you can have it set to automatically change the exposure time, or you can, you can automatically change the ISO, which is the speed of the film, making the camera more or less light sensitive. So back during the film days, whatever film you put in there would dictate how light sensitive it was. And once you put the film in there, that was the only film you're going to shoot with on a given day, you had to work around that. And so what made this camera special was that, one, it's a single lens reflex. So you get a 1-to-1 ratio preview. But why that was important too with the single lens reflex mirror in particular, the mirror that, does that, is because it meant that now you could put a light meter up here. And so light meter is built into the into the viewfinder, basically, or into the right around the viewfinder. And essentially what it does is it has like what looks like when you look through here, there's actually a little heads-up display where this little cutout is. There's like, you can see a needle. In fact, yeah, we can see it. Wait, yeah, you can see like a little white box. I know it's barely perceptible, but there's a white box there with a little pointy bit in the middle. And that's the light meter. And so in the absence of automatic exposure and autofocus, everything would be all manual. So, okay, we have our lens, and of course, the lens has the diaphragm or the aperture. Right? You got, yeah, they call them f-stops. And a basic fundamental that a lot of people, even when you take a photography class, and I mean, maybe they teach this in some photography classes, but I know, like, I remember I had customers and they'd be like, oh, I'm taking a photography class, so they need help setting up a camera. It's like, okay, cool. I help them out. And I go, oh, did they teach you this? And it's like, that's not what they focused on. Apparently, for ultra amateur photography class, I guess they focus on composition, which can be very important in its own right. But one of the things that, like, took me a while, like, and this is just like my current hobby, like astrophotography, my regular hobby now. There's things that I don't really learn out of the starting gate, no matter how much I read, no matter how much someone more experienced than me explains it to me. It just takes, you know, trial and error and playing around with it to like really comprehend certain things. So this is an interesting one in my opinion. So you got the aperture, and the smaller the aperture, the less light that hits the film. So if you have like, you know, like a film that's like that's very light sensitive, let's say, that you would use indoors or without a flash, or perhaps, you know, in like dark conditions, then when you're outside with that film, you're going to need to close that aperture up. Conversely, if you're using film that is not very light sensitive, as it turns out, just like in digital, the lower the ISO or the ISO, not only is it less light sensitive, but it also is less grainy, has less noise. So when I went to Texas like 3 weeks ago, I took rolls of film that are rated at things like ISO 50, for example. And ISO 50 is exceptionally low. I mean, like, you know, like it's not going to be very light sensitive. You only can use that on a bright, sunny day. And thank you, Arvis. I appreciate that. Although I am thinking about getting a more ergonomic keyboard, but this is a nice, it does have a nice mechanical clickety clackety feel to it. So for example, this is Fujichrome Velvia 50. That's not going to be very light sensitive. That's going to be optimal for like low light, but I mean for high light, bright light. But in exchange for that, you get a film that is going to deliver a sharper image with less grain. And in the digital age, you know, just like how do we, you know, relive the past? Can we relive the past? Bring, you know, or experience it? It's like, well, a great thing about film is that you could easily, even like years ago, film could easily be scanned at 20 megapixels. And granted, the grainier the film, the less you're going to benefit from that. But the lower the grain, the more you're going to benefit from potentially even a higher resolution scan. So you don't necessarily scan the printout, you scan the negative or the slide. And in particular, while most people are accustomed to film that, you know, generates color negatives and color prints, where they take the color negatives and they transfer them to photo paper and give you a 4x6 print, the alternative is slide film, where you literally have, you know, these little like slides. Sometimes they go inside of a cardboard thingy that you put into a slide projector. And slides differ. They're not just inconvenient, because I can see where people might prefer printed out photos for a photo album, but slide film will often have a smoother, a finer grain, finer detail. But slide film is also less forgiving. So, you know, if I'm using this particular film that is not very light sensitive, how would I go about doing it? Well, okay, I guess I would have to open up that aperture as wide as possible if I was indoors or in a situation with low light. And then I'd have to pick a lower shutter speed. So essentially, the higher the shutter speed, the shorter the time you go open, close. A slow shutter speed would be like open, close, versus, you know, so just as a rough measure. Now, this is measured in anywhere from 1/4 of a second, 1/8 of a second, 1/15 of a second, 1/30th, 1/60th. That's an important number. That's why it's in red. When you're using a flash, that is oftentimes the setting I would use. And so when I went to Texas, I left this home. I took a flash with me, but I took the wrong one. But this is the one that actually works. And I regret, well, not really regret, but I wish I had it with me because the flash I brought with me, whenever I put the battery in it, all it would do is get warm and do nothing. But this is one of those old school flashes where you put the flash bulb inside, and after every shot, the light bulb, the flash bulb burns out, and you got to eject it and put a new one in. And typically they come out hot, so you usually want to eject it into a glove or a bag so that you don't directly touch the hot flash bulb. But essentially, it looks like it's got a light bulb with a bunch of steel wool inside of it, and when you fire off the flash, it glows. It gets, like almost like an ember. But anyway, when using this type of flash, they actually prescribe that you should set the camera to 1/60th of a second shutter speed. And what's weird is that a slow shutter speed would usually mean more motion blur, but when you're using a flash, it actually tells you, like, based on the type of film you're using, what type of light bulb is compatible. There's usually charts that tell you like what settings are optimal. And in a nutshell, you can actually use a narrow aperture or a narrower aperture when using a flash. You can use this lower shutter speed because it's essentially how long does the light hit the object. Like if I use a slow shutter speed, but there's not enough light to illuminate the subject, then it's not going to be blurry if it's moving. If I'm using a flash and the person's waving their hand, the only motion blur you're going to see is for the duration of the light. So if the light is flashing on and off quickly enough, then it still freezes time as if you're using a higher shutter speed. So anyway, that's the synchronization or flash synchronization speed, I think they call it. And then you got these really high shutter speeds for, like, maybe if you're doing, like, it's really sunny outside, maybe you're using a telephoto lens with somewhat fast film, and you want to take a picture of someone sprinting over the finish line at exactly the right time. So that might be why you would use 1/1000th of a second. So while slide film, is smoother and you can get sharper contrast out of it, and it's color right out of the starting gate. Like once you get it processed, you get color film. The downside is that if you have slightly too much light, so when I take pictures on here, if my aperture is just one stop too wide, which the lower the number, the more light coming in, or if it's too narrow and too little light, it'll easily be over or underexposed. It's sort of like less forgiving in that when you're using regular negative film, you have a little bit more latitude if you mess up with this setting, or if you're using a generic point and shoot camera, it won't always give you the most perfect pictures, but you're more likely to avoid a dud because of its latitude, the fact that it's got a larger margin for error. You get a narrower margin of error on here. But the weirdest thing I learned about aperture from using the SLR camera that real photographers might know, but a lot of amateurs who are learning from photography class might not know, is the concept of depth of field. And I suspect this is a concept you probably are familiar with in terms of art. Just getting composing an image. And by the way, once again, if the sound goes out and I fail to hear you, Elle, just I'll be keeping my eye on the chat.
You can still hear me.
Very good. Okay, cool. So anyway, depth of field. So when you take a picture on a wide aperture, now that's cool because it means that if I'm using film that is not light sensitive, or that is just, maybe finer detail but not very good in light sensitivity, then I'm ensuring I'm getting maximum light that's coming in. And before I even talk about the concept that people don't understand, the way the light meter works is kind of cool. So it's got a battery and it's got this little needle. So that heads-up display I showed you inside the camera actually has a needle. And so when you have this thing energized, or when there's a battery in it, you'll also see that it's mechanically linked. There's actually a mechanical connection between the aperture and the this thing up here, the light meter, basically, that's inside the viewfinder. And so this thing knows what aperture you're using. And of course, this thing also knows, because it's actually, this wheel here is linked to the body of the camera through a mechanical connection. So normally, when this camera came out, all it had was a piece of glass, a prism, a small prism that looked a bit sleeker, but you had to use an external light meter or use your own judgment. And you might, turn this knob here and you can see that's the shutter speed basically. But with the advent of the light meter, you can see there's the mechanical coupling right there where, this would, turn the physical knob that is here, gets manipulated by this. And what's going on here is that mechanically, this thing is being informed what aperture your lens is on, so how much light is, coming through the lens, or, what setting the lens is on for, a given aperture. It's also being informed what shutter speed you're using. So whatever shutter speed you set the camera to, this thing knows. And the other key piece of information that this thing has, it has the film type. So you literally have to pull up this ring and rotate this silver ring independently of the black ring in order to tell it what type of film you're using. It looks like it's on ISO 400 last time I shot on it. Although that does look a little bit off, so I might have to reset that. But anyway, bottom line is that, so you got the 3 parameters: aperture, shutter speed, film speed, or ISO. And then the third factor, of course, is the actual light. So just like as we talked about, the viewfinder gives you a 1-to-1 ratio of whatever, what you see is what you get. It also ensures that the lens you're using, the light that you're measuring is coming from the lens that you are using. And this differs from cameras that came out prior. Even the same model, they had models of this camera. So this camera was built or produced between 1959 and 1972. And earlier models either had just a conventional little prism and no light meter, or they would have a light meter built into here where there would literally be an optical sensor right over here. And I think it used some kind of radioactive element, like not beryllium, but it had a cool name like selenium. So they have a selenium a semiconductor or something like that. And when electricity is being run through the selenium, whatever, and light hits it, it generates a corresponding voltage, and that's how we get, the light meter reading. But you can imagine that if I'm using a light meter that's built into the viewfinder, then whenever I change my lens, I'm not going to get an accurate reading, or I have to somehow, I don't even know how to do it, but you got to compensate whenever you use a different lens. So this being a game changer, because now whatever lens you're using, you can actually get a light meter measurement out of it. And so what does that mean? Well, basically it means that when I point my camera at something, whether it's bright or dimly lit, as I adjust the aperture and as I adjust the shutter speed, this needle will move, and either the needle will be to the far right, meaning that it's too dark, or the needle will go too far to the left, meaning it's too bright. And if you get the needle to be somewhere in the middle where that little circle is, then you should have lighting that is just right.
Hello,
that you can, then...
Welcome.
Hey, yeah, welcome. Hey, what up? Hey, what up? Hi. HILE, good to see you, bud. But yeah, so basically, you have the... you get the lighting that you need, and you take a picture. Now, that said, it could be off a little bit. So if you take a picture of someone in front of a bright window, you have to compensate for that. Because obviously, if I point the camera lens at the bright window, it actually has like a viewfinder with a circle in the middle. And that circular area represents where it's sensing the light. So if you pointed at my shirt or my face, you're going to get the values of brightness here. But what if I'm in front of a bright window, which would not be my keyboard, it would be my background? That's going to have a completely different exposure time, like this white area versus the mountain face. So you got to decide as a photographer, do I measure it against here? Do I measure it against here? Do I try to find some middle ground? Generally, I would try to find some middle ground, or do both. We have a thing called bracketing, where you just take more than one picture at slightly different settings, so that if one is too dark, hopefully the next one will be just right. And I didn't even talk about depth of field. So bottom line is that, yeah, what's intuitive is that the wider the aperture, the more light that hits the film. That's inherently intuitive. And the narrower or the smaller the aperture, the less light that hits the film. So far, that makes a lot of sense. But what's weird is that when you have a really wide aperture, you get narrower depth of field, meaning that when you adjust the camera, right, just like this camera here, when I adjust the focus, if you want to see this up close, I would adjust the focus so that you get nice macro focus. But now all of this is blurry. And if I want to focus on down here, now anything up close, like so, this is in focus, but this is blurry. Yep. So, in a nutshell, okay, that's normal. But now a cool thing about SLR cameras and manual aperture control, or a camera that lets you have manual aperture control, is that if I take a picture of somebody with a wide open aperture and I focus on exactly this location, whatever that is, like right here, that person will be in focus, but anything behind them is going to be out of focus.
Blurry?
And anything even immediately in front of them is going to be out of focus. So you get this, what I call, I think it's an artsy photo. I think the term is bokeh. And bokeh is sort of like when the subject is in focus, but things behind them and things in front of them are out of focus. So, it's a good way of filtering out distractions, like distracting backgrounds. It could just be nice because the colors kind of just blend together, and I think it's just a more pleasing look sometimes. And of course, if something gets in front of the photo on the edge of the frame, once again, it's out of focus. So perhaps somebody in a garden, you get them in focus, get some of the flowers next to them in focus, but as you go further in the background, the abundance of different, vegetation will be out of focus. And that can really, I think, be a nice look once again, whereas maybe there's a tree branch kind of overhanging on the edge of the frame right over here. And maybe that's something we want out of focus. We don't want that tree branch to be in sharp focus, because especially if the tree branch is further close to the far, much closer than the subject. So the way you can exploit this or take advantage of this is you can decide, do I want more depth of field? Maybe you want to take a picture where I'm standing in front of this landscape and you want both me and the landscape to be in focus. Well, then you would need to use a narrower aperture. And so what that would entail is, okay, pick the narrower aperture, but now when you do that, the light meter, either you're going to realize it or the light meter is going to realize it, that, hey, now there's not enough light hitting the sensor or the film in the case of the old camera. So at that point, you can decide, okay, well, I'm going to lower the shutter speed. Or I'm going to, in the modern cameras, change the exposure setting for the ISO. But
can you just
in the
move
end,
yourself?
Usually...
Can you just move the camera? Or can you just move yourself?
Oh, yeah, sure thing.
No.
Thank you.
No. I meant what you were talking about. Can you not just adjust by moving yourself manually?
Yeah. That's good. But jokes aside, yeah, you could do that too. Yeah, so and sometimes you have to, it's like getting maybe I decide that. That's a good point too, because I'm blocking part of my own screen with the there we go. But maybe I do want to stand on the cliff over here. So let's say there's a cliff that's overlooking the the view over here, but then I can stand on this cliff over here instead. That might give us a better picture, because now you can get the exposure based on the side of the mountain face, which will be pretty much consistent, and I'll be lit by whatever is illuminating the mountains. So if you get both the mountain and me and whatnot, maybe even me just standing to the right would be adequate. On the other hand, we still might have the problem that the background might be too overexposed, but you manage these things. But just bottom line is, a lot of people don't realize that you can control depth of field, and for a long time I didn't realize that. I just thought, oh, this lets more light in, and I used to wonder, why would anybody use a narrow aperture? I mean, I guess if you have too much light, but I still didn't really understand it. But once it kind of sunk in, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool.
Oh, so basically the aperture controls can also be used to control the depth of field, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I got
Yep,
it.
that is correct. And so, I got these rolls of film here. So this one, for example, is ISO 3200. So really, this is ISO 1600 film. So typically, when you bought color negative film, if you did it in the 90s, you'd get maybe Kodak 800 or Fuji 800, and that would be the upper limit of what most consumers would buy. But ISO or ASA 1600 film, of course, is gonna be more light sensitive, but a bit more grainy. Now, there's a cool trick, and in particular, this is a legitimate black and white film, and I say that because they do sell black and white film that goes and gets processed by the same machines that do color film. So it's sort of like a fake black and white film, which is kind of cool that they have it. But it means that also there are different types of black and white film. But this is real black and white film. And it's pretty good film. But yeah, at ISO 1600, you get a little bit of film grain. But it's a cool trick with a lot of film, especially older, well, not older, but a lot of types of film like black and white film. You can push process it. So when you send it to the lab or wherever they process the film in order to, convert undeveloped film into pictures that you can look at, you can tell them, process it take this film that's ISO 1600 and process it as ISO 3200. And so the result will be pictures that, are going to be brighter, or, essentially, when I took the pictures, I took them accounting for it being ISO 3200, but I could have just as well decided to, tell the light meter on the camera, treat it like ISO 1600. And then I could have mailed it out to the lab and told them that even though this is ISO 3200, I could tell them to pull it. And pull processing means that now they're going to treat ISO 3200 and process it as ISO 1600. So yes, it's going to be less light sensitive, but assuming I did my part correctly, I'll gain the benefit of reduced grain. Or on the other hand, maybe I buy ISO 1600 film and I realize, oh my God, it's really dark over here. Like maybe you're a journalist or you're just taking pictures on the subway train. And so when you mail it out, you say, you know what? Push process it to the higher speed, even ISO 6400. Now, if you push process it to an extreme, you get a grainier picture and a more stark contrast, which can sometimes be a cool artsy look. You'll see it in old National Geographic magazines sometimes, but you know, I think it generally would probably be uglier. And Slim says, exactly, Ronnie, like old color filmers were not actually in color. Oh, I got a treat for you. I'm sorry, I got excited because, you know, how I love my astronomy and my telescope, Elle, and I didn't even really touch on that at all. Is that okay? I guess I'll touch on it briefly and then...
I was actually going to ask some questions about that.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Yeah, roll with the questions or what you got next, and then I'm sure we'll squeeze it in at some point if even if the question's unrelated.
Let's take a quick break then. Just in passing, since this is a hot topic nowadays, what did you think of the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight?
Well, I'm glad I didn't pay for that. I mean, seriously, like, I don't pay for Netflix because I don't like the way they take random stuff out of circulation all of the time. So I rather, like, obtain it some other way or stream it somewhere else, even Amazon Prime. And if I like something, I'll buy it. But, you know, a boxing match, I'll tell you what. The female boxers that came on before Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, they had the real fight. So I thought that me and my friend was joking, like, oh, man. He's like, we're going to watch Mike Tyson kill a man. We're going to watch him murder a man. You know, like, we're getting excited. I mean, we don't want to see Jake Paul get hurt, but it would be kind of funny if he at least got bought within a few inches of his life. Now, I'm kidding, of course. I truly don't mean that because, you know, boxers do deal with serious stuff. And, like, you see, like, Muhammad Ali, his medical condition. There's a guy I saw someone, like, did, like, a cheap jab to the back of the head and it didn't work out well for that man. It's got a positive attitude, that particular boxer, but it's just messed up. But back on topic, my point is that we thought that Mike Tyson was going to go in. Now, that said, I think he was just trying to get his family paid, and that's what someone in the chat said the other day, and it made sense. It was like, okay, you know what? Yeah, he's got a legacy. He's got young ones. He's got, you know, they might be grown up now, but he's got a family, and he wants to take care of them. He wants to leave them a little something, perhaps. Perhaps he wants to, you know, just recoup some of his wealth that he didn't get to keep in the past due to, you know, contracts being worded the way they were and what have you. So I can respect or appreciate, I can understand, you know, that I can respect it to an extent. I'm just glad that I didn't pay for it, that I'm not terribly into boxing. But yeah, it was pretty disappointing because, like, you know, I mean, for F's sake, I mean, like, okay, 2-minute rounds. Okay, I get it. Old timer needs to take a break. Fine, whatever, you know, but it's like, I see it like the old man takes a break, but so does the young guy take a break, but whatever. Okay, so we do our 2-minute rounds. Okay, fine. And then you get to that final 10 seconds. It's like a freaking hugging match. Like, and I know that in boxing, that's a strategy. I mean, I don't know the specifics of the strategy, but I know there's a strategy that involves like hugging your opponent or at least like keeping them locked into some kind of pose where they can't inflict damage on you so that you have an opportunity to, you know, charge up or, you know, get yourself reacquainted or whatever you call it, resituated. But it was quite disappointing, I will say, about that match. And that last 10 seconds is like, I think that was the part where, you know, they whisper, don't just hang in there. You'll get paid. You know, I don't know. Like, it was like almost like the joke, like whispering in the guy's ear, like, hey, don't fight too hard or you won't get paid. You know, it's like,
wait.
So, yeah, I was disappointed.
Yeah, wait. Which last 10 seconds do you mean? Last 10 seconds of round one?
Oh, I guess the last 10 seconds of the final round in particular, because that was where I put the most focus. And it was just like, it looked like they were hugging. And it was like, I get you trying to fall for time.
They were hugging for real, actually.
Yeah, I think and it was such bullshit because it's like really that's what you got out of that. Okay, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it for a second because like afterwards they were all like buddy and like I get it. Good, like I appreciate good sportsmanship, but I came here to watch somebody get their ass kicked, or at least someone struggle for the victory, or vice versa. Something like I mean, I respect the good sportsmanship, but couldn't they do like a little bit more like punching or something? Like, question? I don't. Maybe I didn't pay close enough attention because the girls fought better. The girls fought harder than the men in this. At least during the final match. The other men fought fine too. But did you see anybody even land a real hit on the face?
Yes.
Okay, they did do that. It's like I tell you, like I said, that last 10 seconds overshadowed the whole thing for me.
So here's how I saw it. Like the first round, Tyson landed more significant shots. Maybe 2 to the face, 3 to the body, and so Jake Paul kept clinching him. Basically, clinching him in order to wear him out. Because Jake Paul is bigger than him. You saw that Jake Paul was taller and bigger than him. He was leaning his body weight against Tyson while clinching, basically making him carry the weight, wear him out faster. And then he was just throwing jabs from the outside because he's longer. He was just throwing jabs, preventing Tyson from getting in on him, which is where Tyson is most effective. When he's in close range, he can throw those hooks. So he was just basically trying to wear him out. So what I saw was around round 3, Tyson got rocked by, I think, 2 significant jabs. So he got rocked. He stepped back a bit after taking those jabs, and he didn't have his legs anymore. Basically, by that round, he couldn't go after Jake Paul. So by the 8th round, I think what you saw there was just Jake Paul taking it easy, because he was punching Tyson's gloves. He was throwing punches at Tyson's gloves and at the side, like away from his head, away from Tyson's head. He was punching the air next to his head. I saw like 3 punches go to the air next to Tyson's head, so he wasn't trying to hit him at all. And you got that hugging and bowing, hugging. That's how I saw it.
Sounds about it's like what I got out of it was similar to what I got out of it, and so I mean, like going forward,
to hurt each other, basically.
Yeah, and like I don't know why I thought it was a charity match because my friend's wife said that, but maybe she misunderstood or it wasn't right. They literally got paid for it.
Sanctioned professional boxing match with special rules for 2-minute rounds. That's all.
Yeah, so I mean, like if it was charity, it might make sense, but I don't see the excuse for making it boring aside from I guess money or whatever. And I guess it's not illegal to rig the match like that, but I don't know. I mean, like I'm not an expert on sports wagering. I know people who are more into wagering on sports, but I know there's some implications about shaving points, as they say in football, American football, where you literally have a player who purposely avoids scoring so that they can ensure that the points are below a certain level. Whether they win or not, they need to, have the points hit a certain level so that certain people succeed in the bet. And
okay.
So yeah, something like that's why it kind of sounds like a bit like blurring the lines between that. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's sort of what I gather.
All right. So anyways, let's get back on the main topic. Oh, so let's talk about astral photography, was it?
Yeah,
Which,
and that's funny.
I've seen you showcase on your channel a lot. So when did you get started on this hobby?
I'd say about maybe late 2018, early 2019, and just for reference,
so near the start of the pandemic.
Yes, basically around that time, like just before that, I would say, because might have been so it might have been a year before that all started, but same concept. And the telescope I used at the time, I bought from a customer when I worked in retail. What happened was I was selling a printer to this nice couple, and they were like, I was like mentioning, oh yeah, I'm thinking about buying a telescope. I don't know how it came up, but small talk. They go, oh well, I have this big telescope in my garage. Maybe I could sell it. I'm like, oh really? And I'm like, maybe I could buy it. So like, let me see if I have like a couple of examples of what this type of telescope looks like, because I do have examples. I just want to open up my browser. There we go. That's the one that has the right bookmarks in it, hopefully.
All right. Looks like your GPU is playing along with us today. No.
Yep.
No more errors.
Yeah, so far so good. So basically, in a nutshell, I had new bookmarks. That's why I was just checking, because I separated these, and I see what I did. Okay, there we got to do this profile, and I was experimenting with there we go, got it. Okay, I was experimenting with Firefox, keeping separate profiles or something, and I was like trying to make a streaming profile, but I found literally the picture I had yesterday. Okay, so my first telescope resembles something like this. This is what they call a Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, and the one I had in particular was actually sort of like orange. So you see the telescope in the background over here, and that was from 1978. Basically, and it was made in California. Now, Celestron got famous making these telescopes because of the way they produced the mirrors in them. They found a way to cheaply mass produce them where they could do a crap ton of mirrors. Now, you can see I have this one out for disassembly, because what happened was I had when you want to focus it like this SLR camera I showed you, you can focus these too, or you need to focus them. I had a motorized focuser, and it was holding on to this little metal bar that sticks out over here, and it went too far while left unattended, and it bent that bar. So I had to open up the telescope to reattach a piece and straighten out that little bar. So in the process, I had the opportunity to see the inside of the telescope, and that's the primary mirror, which might not be clear here, but is actually it's a slightly bowl-shaped mirror. It's not flat. The back looks bowl-shaped, but the front is relatively flat. And what they do is they polish these out of glass, and then they put it in a vacuum chamber where they can put a coating of either silver or aluminum to illuminize to illuminize that thing. So now the optical design of this is kind of cool, because what Schmidt-Cassegrain telescopes are good for is getting a narrow field of view, which is sort of like more zoom, closer shots. And so, as it turns out, even though planets like Jupiter are close to us, they're also smaller compared to things like a galaxy or a nebula, more likely a nebula, meaning that to get a picture of one, you do need more zoom. Or when you look at the moon, I could show you a picture of the whole moon, and I will, but if I want to zoom in on a crater, that's something that I only have in some of my earlier content. So, in fact, that's going to be a cool video. We're going to pull that up, because that's going to be really, really worth it. I'm certain of it. But right here, what you're seeing is a diagram of this from the side. So you got a lens up here, and that's the first lens. And in the middle of that lens, believe it or not, it's a donut-shaped piece of glass that has a mirror built into it. So this black circle is actually a mirror that's facing backwards. So now imagine this. Well, you don't have to imagine it. We can show you a visualization. So we have light entering the front of the telescope here, and then it hits the bowl-shaped mirror that I spoke about earlier.
Yep.
And the light that bounces off the bowl-shaped mirror essentially forms a cone shape. So on either side of that mirror, the light is going to be reflected back, and it's going to converge on the secondary mirror, because the mirror in the back is your primary mirror. This is your secondary mirror. And once that light bounces off of that, it goes straight down, and there's a hole in the mirror where you would either put your eye or eyepiece or a camera. And this allows this design, because it bounces the light back and forth, allows you to get more magnification while having a more compact telescope. So it's really cool. But the downside is that it's less forgiving if your tracking is off, if your aim is off. And that's because, of course, the pictures I've been taking, that when you see me stream, I'm usually doing things like what they call deep sky imaging, or doing like nebulas, which require long exposures. So while on that SLR cam, I mentioned that if you're in a dark room, it might, you might have an issue, like getting like enough light for the image to register. In astrophotography, it's not just a matter of doing a shutter speed that's like half a second versus, or 1/4 of a second versus half a second, or vice versa. It's more like you gotta, even go further. You gotta like do like a 5-minute exposure, a 10-minute exposure, and so that of course has some serious implications because now the telescope has to, move. The mount that the telescope is attached to has to move in such a way that it can counteract the Earth's rotation. In fact, that's why the mount that this is on, it has a weird shape. It's basically to ensure that it can do that correctly. And if you got a lot of zoom, if you zoomed in a lot, if it moves too quickly or too slowly, then you got to do something to compensate for that. And you could do it manually, but that could be kind of tedious and error prone. And so, bottom line is, I forgot what the point was, but point is that that's when I moved on to a different type of telescope called a refractor. So, there's the optical design. The mirrors are really cool. If you ever seen like the Hubble Space Telescope or any old telescope, you'll notice that a lot of times people look through a viewfinder that's on the side instead of the back. And that's because the design that the telescope I just showed you, it sort of like is an improvement on this design in some ways, because the more common telescopes, some of the ones that you build yourself even, you put a mirror on a 40-degree angle, 45-degree angle, and so now the light comes into the hollow front. There's no lens, bounces off the bowl-shaped mirror, bounces off this mirror, and then you're essentially using your eyepiece or camera to look at whatever is reflecting off this little mirror here. So secondary mirror and primary mirror design, that's pretty common, but like I said, too much zoom, it's a bit unforgiving. So what do I do about that? Well, we got a couple options here, but of course, real quick, Slim was talking about, Slim said something very interesting, and I that's why I actually was excited to mention this. So Slim said a few years ago, there was a black and white, old color films were not actually color. It would take 3 rolls of film to make one fake color film. So what that means, they would up Psych and Wolfpack. So like essentially, like if you ever hear of the Technicolor process, that's like when they like make movies in color back in the 60s or back in the 50s. Well,
also cartoons.
This is sort of, and cartoons, exactly. And so like there's actually videos when you see how they do the visual effects in a Disney movie. You'll see them doing something similar where they have separate rolls of film imaging it. So you can see this picture, you got like, looks like cyan, yellow, and magenta. And so essentially these don't initially start out like that. Typically what you do is you have a camera, well essentially it's like one camera, but let's just say it's got 3 separate lenses. They do it a little more complicated. They use like a prism to split the light. But essentially what I do in astronomy is similar to this, where I currently use a black and white camera to take color pictures. And although they make this look a little complicated, one way you could go about taking a color picture on a black and white camera is take 3 separate pictures on black and white film, but with a red, blue, or green filter in the case of astronomy. And in fact, I have a piece of equipment here. And I also have pictures of the telescope in action. So I'm just going to pull that up in my DaVinci editing app because I set that aside last night. And I think it looks pretty good. Here we are. We actually have a lot of footage here to skim through, but I mean, not skim through, but I mean, a lot of footage. If I was to edit it, it would be a lot, but for skimming through it, we should have an easy time go of it. So I just need to set aside my monitoring window so I can, oops, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Good, okay. And then now DaVinci will preview my top right monitor. Very good. Because, we're in the timeline here, and of course we can I can show you the full ultra widescreen monitor, but basically on this telescope, okay, and I can answer any questions that anyone might have about the rig, but essentially we have the telescope on the mount. I'm just zooming out so I can skim through it a little more easily. Oh wait, I did it wrong. Wait, how do I zoom out? Oh, there we go, got it. And that audio is loud, so I'm going to mute the timeline, even though it might be nice to have, but I want to show. Okay, yeah. What I did was I just kind of put it in. Oh, there we go. I kind of just put it in chronological order so that I can easily show. Okay, good. Here it is, and that's the camera, and then we're gonna get a picture of the image sensor on that camera. So this is a CMOS sensor, or it's similar to any other image sensor on the camera. It's basically a semiconductor microchip, but this one has areas that are light sensitive, and it basically can measure the brightness of each pixel, and then of course store it in a file or send it to a computer to store it in a file. This sensor resides inside of this camera here, which is shaped like a cylinder. And some of the things about this camera that we might notice, it's got a heat sink and a fan built into it, for example. And that we'll get into in a moment. But to get back to the color film thing, how do we take a color picture on a black and white camera, or why would we even do it? Well, first of all, let's just talk about how we do it. So if you notice right in front of the camera, there's a device that says QHY CFW3. That's a filter wheel, and I have one right here. And basically, this is an older, cheaper one that I got when I started the hobby, but it does the same thing. So inside you got filters, and apparently, oh, there's a reflection on my window from the sunlight hitting it at an angle. Okay. Anyway, you got like so basically the camera would be on one side, or the camera would be on this side, I think, and the telescope would be on this side. And so when I'm taking pictures, what I would do is I actually have a red, blue, and green filter in here somewhere, right? And I don't know which one is which, but let's just say that's a red filter. In fact, it looks red over here. It looks blue on your screen. That looks like blue or green. And this one looks like something else altogether, but that is probably green or blue. But bottom line is that what you do is to get one color picture on a black and white camera, you take 3 pictures. The first picture, you use a red filter. So if you're using a color camera, the red filter would make everything look red. Like right now, everything looks green through this filter, apparently. The color green is invisible.
So you take 3 pictures from those filters,
exactly,
and then you combine them.
Yep, exactly. And the thing is that black and white film can't capture color, but because I know that with the blue filter, the only photons that are going to hit that black and white sensor are going to be blue photons. So when I go to process it in the software, in the image processing software, whatever I use, I know that the black and white pictures taken with a blue filter are definitely going to be blue. So instead of measuring black and white, you now imagine that it's black and blue, black and green. Did my camera freeze up?
It turned green all of a sudden. Hello. Hello.
Okay, well, my mouth.
Oh, I can still hear you.
I think I'm gonna have to jump in on the phone real quick.
I can still hear you.
Oh, good. I think it came back. Wait, is it gonna work? Is it gonna... Okay, good. Well,
But
my screens are doing this thing where they.
green, but I can hear you. Yeah. So it's all green.
Yeah.
The screen is all green, but I can definitely hear you.
Okay, well, I'll.
You're cutting out from time to time. Last thing I heard was okay. I can. There. Yeah, it's
I'm gonna reboot
cutting
now.
out. Gotta reboot. Okay. It's alright. I'll wait. Alright. We are.
All right, so
with
I'm back here for now.
DJ
I'm gonna do...
on on phone, I suppose.
Yep. I'm gonna wait for my computer to boot back up, and then I can, like, it'll keep me on topic this time because I was just showing you what I was gonna show you. But basically, yeah. So you already know. So black and white, black and red, black and blue, black and red, black and green, black and blue, and when you combine them, you get a color image. So pretty straightforward. But the reason that is important to me is when Slim mentioned that process where you use 3 different black and white films to get a color picture. Now, that might not be convenient for taking pictures of people, especially in still photography, or even building a camera that can do it, like the Technicolor film cameras, is very expensive because it has to be able to do all of them simultaneously. At least I have the benefit of doing the pictures a minute or 10 minutes apart. I don't have to take all 3 colors at once. But on a regular color camera, as it turns out, every normal color camera is not exactly. There is a color camera sensor or image sensor, but it's because of what they call a Bayer filter, like Bayer aspirin, or Bayer matrix. And essentially, each pixel has a microscopic color filter in front of it. So essentially, on my camera, my resolution is literally just a grid of pixels that only measure from 0 to so many bits. Let's say 0 to 255, just or 0 to 100%. And so 0 would be black, 50% would be gray, and 100% would be white. And that's basically all the black and white camera does. But on a color camera, they have to do something a little different. Oh, good. Okay, if this board's almost up, I'm going to open up that OBS. But on a color camera, it gets weird because what we do is it has to do well, let's open up Firefox. There we go. I can point my camera at the screen if I really have to. Let me see, just one moment, please. I appreciate it. Just gonna make gonna really quickly just get my last window back on screen while we're here.
Alright.
Okay, there we go. And then we get back into our Discord. OBS is up. Yeah, you know what I'm going to do after this stream? I'm going to go open my computer. I'm going to remove the graphics card. I'm going to physically remove the graphics card and then reinstall it. Both of them. I'm going to remove both GPUs and reinstall them because I believe that maybe it's related to that, but I'm not really sure. But one more thing, I need to get into Discord, load it up. So I just got to activate the phone call. I'm going to hang up real quick.
I'll be here. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Alright. You can hear me? I can't hear you. Hello? I can't hear you. Nope. Can't hear. No sound. Yep, that's my Discord. Yeah, I can't hear you, DJ Ronnie. I wonder why. Hello, Timothy Gospel. Still no audio. Wonder why. Testing. Nope. Still can't hear.
Right?
Alright, I can hear you now. Awesome.
Okay, yeah, that's weird. I bypassed the filters in OBS, which sucks because I like the audio filters in OBS, but the show must go on, as they say. Oh, is that why? Yeah, that makes no sense. That is interesting. Whatever, I'll figure it out later. As long as you guys can hear me, I appreciate you bearing with me. My computer usually works really well. I mean, I have the best computer ever, man. Let me tell you. But I couldn't attest to that right now based on, having 2 crashes during your stream today. I can't really claim that I have the best computer ever anymore now, can I? But anyway, as I was saying about what Slim was saying, We was talking about this. So basically, on a color camera, the underlying image sensor is the same as the black and white sensor on my astronomy camera, except that in front of each pixel there is a color filter. And the weird thing you might notice right off the bat is that, so technically each pixel is comprised of 4 photo sites, we'll call them.
Uh-huh.
But you'll notice that we have red, green, and blue. But why do we have, red, green, green, and blue? Like, why is there extra green there? And part of the reason is because it's designed to emulate, or I guess replicate, what the human what the human eye does. And the human eye is more sensitive. It has more cones, or our eyes spectral sensitivity is just more sensitive to the color green. And so bottom line is that this design replicates that. But the problem is we don't get a whole lot of green in space. So I have my telescope and my camera on a tracking mount, right? I have my astronomical camera on a tracking mount, which counteracts the Earth's rotation, and it's taking 5-minute exposures in color. But like we're wasting surface area in a sentence. So like on a sensor, we're wasting surface area. What I mean is, like, when a red photon from a nebula lands on the red photosite, we capture it. When it lands on a blue photosite, that photon doesn't do anything. And that's fine. We expect that because we want to get a mix of red and blue so we can get a natural color like purple. But when green lands on the red or blue photosite, it doesn't do anything. And vice versa, when red or blue lands on a green photosite, it doesn't do anything. And so you're wasting a ton of light collecting potential, because a image sensor, its job is to collect photons. Essentially, photons hit the sensor or hit the photosite, and the photons are converted into electrons. And that's essentially how, that you're effectively able to measure a corresponding voltage based on that. You can, like, basically, the more voltage, the brighter the light that's being picked up is, in a nutshell, what's going on there. So bottom line is that, one, it allows me to manage light pollution more directly. So when I take pictures in an urban area like I'm in, or near urban population centers, I can, essentially tune in or tune out the types of light that I need or want. And that's done partially through the help of the filter wheel. And so if I get a lot of light pollution on the color blue, I can potentially, go and favor a different color. And that's the camera there. So it goes behind the filter wheel, and you can see there's even a power supply going there, because the longer the shutter is open, the longer you collect the exposure, the more noise you're going to pick up. And as it turns out, not only does the image sensor turn heat into, not only does the image sensor turn light into electrons, it also turns heat into electrons. So it's like, now it means that anytime there's any heat, that's going to come up as graininess or noise in your image. And so it's like, well, what do we do about that? Well, got a couple of options, but mainly, you either have to only take pictures when it's cold outside, or you have to cool the image sensor down to like -degrees, like -10 degrees centigrade or -10 degrees Celsius. And that will do two things. It'll reduce the noise. It'll also reduce something called dark current, which basically just also means noise, basically. But essentially, that's the gist of it. And why does that matter to me? Well, partially because just to get these pictures, not only like now, getting the colors separately, but also there's the color red alone, and then there's hydrogen alpha. And thing is that when you take a picture of a nebula, and that's a good opportunity to show a picture of a nebula, I guess. Oh, we got some nice ones too. So these are mostly unprocessed imagery, because at the time I took some of these, I didn't have enough consistent data to process something complete. But one of the things I have here that I really want to share, even though it's incomplete imagery, would be this one right over here. This is the Veil Nebula, and that's not even the one I'm looking for, but let's open up one of these raw images and see what we get.
All right.
Okay, that does not look like the Veil Nebula, so that was boring. Oh, wait, I do remember. Nope, that's not it. Okay. But we got something cool here for sure. I don't doubt it. As soon as I find it. Oh, yeah, there we are. That's got to be it. Is it? Maybe not, maybe not. Aha. Got it.
Okay.
Dang, nabbit, why did it close the folder? Okay, good. We got it. unprocessed. And that would be Veil Nebula, one of these, right? And we're going to do hydrogen. And this is not the only... Okay, this will do okay. But I have a better picture somewhere in here. But essentially, you know, you see this thing. It looks like a bunch of, like, stars. And then you got this, like, wispy shape here. This is basically a nebula. This is gas from whether, you know, before stars form or just a clump of dust, an area that has more dust in the middle of somewhere in space.
You know,
and, of course, there's multiple stars in it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
So, funny thing, free space to actually portrays that kind of accurately. The nebula.
Oh. That's very, not
But it's,
super rare, but yeah.
It's kind of purple in shape.
It
I
normally
mean in color. Kind of purple in color. Kind of purplish.
It actually is. That is the correct color. So it's like a red. It's a mix of red and blue, and a little bit of like a bluish green color. But basically red and blue, and you do get purple in the mix as a result of those two colors there. But yeah, you definitely see tendrils of both. So it sounds like the free space has a pretty accurate representation. So that's the thing. So I take these pictures in black and white, and in this case, that's what I was going to show you, was the hydrogen alpha. So hydrogen alpha is really important that we, not really important, but I think it'll be very illustrative if we just show what I'm going to show you right now. And it's loading. There we go. Got it. All right, good. I'm just happy that works. So the interesting thing is that normally when I take pictures in fact, I got to take a filter. I'm just going to type in the brand, because we're going to show two like examples here that are relevant. So slightly different model than the one I bought, but this will be close enough to demonstrate what I want to show. So here's a set of red, green, and blue filters. And where's my OBS? Okay, good. It's still correct. And, you know, they got them in different sizes. So if you're a professional astronomer with a gigantic telescope, you might use these large square ones, which I don't even want to know how much they cost. And then you got the 1 1/4 inch, and I have the 36 millimeter, which I think is the third one. So the frontmost one is a 1 1/4 inch. Then the third filter from the front, that's an unmounted filter. So it doesn't have any ring. You don't screw it into place. You have to handle it carefully, and you have to mount it inside the filter wheel, inside the equipment. And the reason I chose it was because sometimes you get like vignetting, or you get like dark shadows on the edge when the filter is too small and has the mounting ring around it. Whereas without the mounting ring, it gives me a little bit more like headroom, a little bit more margin, and there's ways to deal with that even if it is an issue. But anyway, red, green, and blue. This is what red, green, and blue sees. Makes sense, right? It's like when you take the prism and you hold it up to sunlight and you get those rainbow colors. And the primary colors are, in reverse order, red, green, and blue. And if we look at the numbers, it even corresponds to frequencies. And interestingly, I even had a document from NASA. Oh, good, I still have it. And this one's cool because it's like telling you how to build a telescope. But what I liked about it was right here, it shows you the EM spectrum. So the visible light exists on the same spectrum as radio waves and all of this other stuff. It's just a matter of like turning the knob on a radio dial. So just like on an old radio in an old car, when you turn that knob to move the needle left and right, that's sort of like the EM spectrum. And so we would be listening to radio. Radio would be on the far left side of the EM spectrum over here. And the part that we can see with our own eyes is the visual spectrum, or the visible spectrum. And that's in a very specific range between about 650 nanometers to like 450, or vice versa. 350 nanometers all the way up to 750 nanometers. And this is relevant because when you measure the color of light through a prism, you can actually like superimpose a ruler similar to the ruler you see here that's measuring nanometers on top of those rainbow colors. And you can get useful information about the color of the light. So for example, what kind of information? Well, okay, that I'm taking a picture of a star. It's got red light, green light, and blue light. But if you observe at the bottom, not only does it have the nanometers listed here. So, for example, red is between about 700 and 600 nanometers. But down at the bottom, we see some little stripes down here. And it says Ha. Well, actually, it doesn't say Ha. It says HA with a funny letter A and S2. HA means hydrogen alpha. Now, stars
Huh?
emit hydrogen alpha spectrum light, and it's actually not. It's a very specific shade of ruby red. So, in other words, when I use a hydrogen alpha filter, it is blocking out all of the light except for this very specific shade of red right over here. That little dark ruby red color. It's blocking out all of it. So when I show you some of these black and white pictures, some of them are really supposed to be like a reddish color, and when they get processed, that's what we end up with. And anyway, this is useful for two reasons. One, scientists, astronomers, professional astronomers can use that information and, kind of estimate how much of a given element resides in a given star or a given area. In my case, it's useful because it allows me to block out all of the unwanted light. And in addition to that, these filters are good because when I'm doing black and white imaging, not only do I get to, take pictures of red, green, and blue separately so that I can, control the amount of light pollution, but there's a gap right over here. You notice a big gap right over here, or a medium gap. And the reason for that is they don't show a label here, but sometimes on the graph, they'll show you a label. And they'll tell you that this area is HB, I think it is there it is. HB is over here, actually. Okay, I'm mixing up my filters. But generally, these filters exclude certain colors light. So over here would be sodium. So, there's old street lights or street lights that have the, in a parking lot, a street light, a store, a shop, wherever. Those street lights or lights that have the orange hue to them, those
Yeah.
are high pressure sodium lamps. And so there's a lot of light pollution that comes from, the highways, the roads, anywhere where you have outdoor lighting. Since a lot of that light used to be, before they went to LEDs, orange in color from high pressure sodium lights, it would be a big problem when doing astrophotography. If there's any humidity in the air, that light would scatter inside the humidity and get picked up by my camera. So these filters actually exclude that particular group of wavelengths. So they sort of help to mitigate the impact of light pollution a little bit. So even without me doing anything special, they're doing that. But beyond that, I can tune it. And one of the things that when you're taking a picture of a nebula, nebula is, like I said, a gas cloud, like this monkey heads nebula or the Veil nebula or whatever, item. And let's see if we can get something in color to show you. I know, we want to see color, or at least a little bit of color. Yeah, unfortunately, I went through a lot of raw data and found like a lot of unprocessed stuff. The only color thing I have is the moon, but the only one I have to show today is the moon. And this was taken using the black and white camera with the 3 separate filters in order to get it to show us, the moon in color. And the moon we take for granted as just black and white, but no, there's a little bit of color in there. And this one here, the magenta is a bit more exaggerated.
Huh?
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna look for before my computer crashed. A video of my old telescope that gets more zoom. But anyway,
That one actually looks pretty
bottom
detailed.
line is, I can hear you. So let's see, moon. I just want to see if I got my own video on YouTube here without having
This
to go
one
to my
actually
own
looks
history.
very detailed.
Yeah, this one here. So this was taken on a newer. Good, I found a video. Okay, good. I can show you a comparison of this now, so you get an idea of why. Going like now. The thing is that this is
It's a little bit of green
one-to-one
at the
zoom.
top. Is that because of the filter or...
I mean, you see a little green on top of this one?
Yeah, see that?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, that's color fringing. Good observation. So probably mostly due to my integration of the images, I probably had a slightly malaligned or misaligned, filter
okay.
image, and it might have been because of the time it took me to switch from one filter to another. So like weirdly, the way we took this picture was, you use a short exposure time because the moon is bright, but I would take anywhere from 100 or even 1,000 pictures of the moon in each filter. And then after you take, let's say, 400 pictures, you stack them. And the software that stacks the images, it's a little bit different than long exposures. What it's doing is it's sort of like getting rid of unwanted details and only keeping the good details. So in one picture, maybe the top left corner is crystal clear, but the bottom right corner is blurry. Then the next picture, maybe it's the opposite. This area is crystal clear, but this area is blurry. So it's a little bit more complicated than that, but essentially there is a automated process that can
Okay.
combine the best qualities across multiple images to give you a final result. So when I originally took this picture, there was a lot of blurriness. There was a lot of just like haze. And this is an more extreme example, but the reason this picture is relevant is the picture I just showed you. The maximum zoom, like 1-to-1 zoom, that's it. Like that's 100% zoom. Anything more than this, and we're gonna be zooming in on pixels. This one, on the other hand, you can already see that the moon, like the moon, is not fitting in the entire frame. And this is not even on the good astronomy camera. This is on like a Olympus mirrorless camera, but essentially like a miniature DSLR. This is like, I think, first time I was looking at Jupiter and its moons. This is more clouds on the moon, but what made this telescope, the
You're
orange
showing
one I
your
showed you, really
audio
good.
settings, by the way.
Oh, what about him? Oh, oops. Thank you. Sorry about that.
There you go.
So, yeah, so as this picture differs from the picture of the moon because it is audio settings now. But jokes aside, yeah. So as I was saying, you got some cloud cover flying over, and even on a clear night, the more I zoom in on it, the more blurriness. You're gonna see some ripples, and during the warm season, you definitely see more light scattering. You see more blurriness, so to speak, and
Yep.
these are things that we can deal with by doing those multi-exposure. Now, this is more like I was learning out. This is when I was starting the hobby, and I'm just kind of exploring. It's like, okay, I can aim the telescope at things, and I can get a video, and I was just happy to do that. But like the ability that this telescope at the time, I didn't even align the mirror on it properly yet. I didn't know that you had to do that. But when I got the mirror aligned on this telescope, the types of pictures it could take of the moon were even more astounding. But even here, like, I mean, it's pretty admirable. Like,
It looks
just
pretty
like,
impressive as is, actually.
yeah, I think, and like, here's a great example of what I'm talking about. So, I think at this point in the evening, the moon is closer to the horizon, so we see this like twinkle here, or like a
Uh-huh.
wave pattern, kind of.
Yeah.
And that's sort of like what we're trying to deal with by using the image stacking workflow. And that's regardless if you shoot in color or black and white, that when you get this much magnification, you need to use the stacking workflow. We can always see the moon is gradually moving in this image, and that periodically I have to compensate for it. So in more recent time, I've gotten better at framing the target, keeping it in the center. I have software where I can tell it like lock onto a crater, and it'll track the motion of the moon. Now, the thing is that that telescope, the current telescope is better for, instead of the moon, instead of zooming in on things, which is cool, it's better for the galaxies, the nebulas. But something random, and I forgot how I got here, but
Hey, Pens and
random
Scarlet.
is
Welcome.
the picture of the sun here. And in fact, we have a
Is that
file with.
is that your picture?
Yep. Yeah, that's a picture, and this is I can explain definitely how it got through. I got a couple of examples here on the top right monitor. I'm just loading up real quick right now because I think they're relevant. But essentially, that picture of the sun was taken in hydrogen alpha. So, reason I bring up hydrogen alpha is because it's a very particular shade of red, or a very narrow sliver of the EM spectrum. My filters, remember, this covers 100 nanometers area of the EM spectrum. The hydrogen filter I use is 4 nanometers wide, so it's excluding everything except for that particular shade of red. And that means that you can do really long exposures and get more detail of that object. And you can also do it while not accidentally collecting other types of light.
Got
But
it.
the picture I just showed you here is, there's 4 versions of it, and we can certainly look at them closer. But real quick, I'm just going to pull up the website of the company that makes the filter I use because I think that it's relevant. But you can see here on the top left corner, we have monochrome and hydrogen alpha. So this is what I would see on the black and white camera.
Uh-huh.
And then when I process it, I probably have a bit of a bias towards the orange, but generally, yeah, we probably go for a ruby red color or something like that. And I definitely would go. And the cool thing is that I could revisit the original raw data and play around with it again. And, sometimes people don't take any new pictures, but they revisit the raw data a few years after they started the hobby, and they're able to process it, or make it better, process it better than they originally did the first time. Because it's a lot to learn. It is, I'm nowhere near an expert. And up here we did it as an inverted black and white image, and then we have an inverted color image with a fake background color. That one in particular was used in a thumbnail, and that reminds me, I do have a video example of that live stream. Let me just make sure I have the file here. I'm just gonna really quickly check the downloads folder here. Partial solar eclipse. And there it is. Okay, very good. We got it here. So this was during a solar eclipse that we had like last year. And essentially what I did was I was at work that day. And so I made sure to uncover the telescope before going to work. And so, yeah, it's worth noting that I don't put this away. I just put a cover on it. I have a waterproof canvas or rubberized canvas cover that I put over the rig. And that allows me to avoid disassembly. Because when I started the hobby, I used to have to disassemble the whole rig and reassemble it. And that would just waste time and, you know, all of this stuff. But anyway, main thing I did differently was in order to get pictures of the sun, we removed the camera and we removed the filter wheel and we replaced the filter wheel and some of the other optical components. So right here, you know, you got like the imaging train. So we got from the front, we got the front objective lens, right? And there's actually three sets of lens elements in there that help to correct for color as it goes through the atmosphere, because sometimes like different wavelengths of light will land at different focal points. So you can actually have it where the color red is in focus, but the color blue is out of focus. So this optical design helps to make it so that those different colors are converging you know, in the correct manner so that they are all in focus, so that you don't have like when you saw the purple at the edge of the moon, there's examples where it's way worse than that. In fact, that reminds me, there's actually a very good example of this right here. So there's a satellite called Deep Space Climate Observatory or something like that. And a lot of people think this picture looks fake, but essentially what the picture does is it's using a filter wheel, just like the one on my telescope. And they're measuring like elements of gas in the atmosphere. But when the moon gets in the way, yeah, people think it looks fake, but there's a reason why this is relevant. If we look at this picture, this is a great example of that purple color you saw earlier. And you can see it right there, right? You see that like greenish color on the side? And you even see a little purple at the end, and that's because these pictures were taken 30 seconds apart. And of course, the camera and the processing workflow was all geared towards the Earth's atmosphere. The scientists or whoever, you know, work on this imagery, they don't care what the moon looks like because it's not important. It's just like this thing is at such a distance so that it can get a full disk view of the Earth and its atmosphere. It's not there, you know, to get a picture of the moon. You know, we could do that using other instruments, of course. But as a result, the moon is, you know, out of focus, and it's completely like, well, not completely, but somewhat out of sync in terms of the image, you know, color. However they, you know, integrate the colors together, it's not really matching up. So, you know, I just thought that was really cool, and it's relevant too because
looks like moon just looks flat there. It looks like a cookie.
Yep, that's a good point. Yeah, like almost like there's a loss of depth of field or something like that. Oh wait, which one was it? Did I show you the right picture or did I have it on the wrong screen?
Yeah.
I showed you this one, right?
Yep. Exactly.
Okay, good. Okay, I got worried. I was like talking on the wrong screen for a minute. I think, oh my god, but yeah, it does look like cookie there too, and you know, that's what I want to see was they have a camera.
So this is an actual picture of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I have a follow-up question then.
Oh, cool.
So let's talk about flat earthers. What is your opinion on them?
I mean, like, look, it's cool to ask questions, but like, whenever I get into like a genuine conversation or, you know, a good faith debate or discussion about flat Earth, I think there's a few questions that flat earthers have never been able to answer. I mean, like, you know, you can say, like, for example, like that thing I just showed you, like, it ties right into it. It's like, people see that moon looks like a cookie, and they're like, it's fake. Or like my coworker, like, that picture is obviously fake. And it's like, you know, it looks fake, but sometimes that's what makes it look real. It's just like the lunar lander looks like it was put together in someone's garage over the weekend. It's like, well, yeah, because that's what it took to build something that had the right amount of weight and can meet all of the requirements for that job. And it didn't need to be aerodynamic because it was protected. But that's the moon landing. That's a actually tied in question. But that's just point I'm getting at is that, you know, like, this is a real piece of equipment. You don't build this type of camera with the built-in filter wheel. And it's actually a lot like my telescope. It's actually like, this is actually the same design as my orange telescope.
That reminds me
So,
of.
like, if I get like one close up, because I think like it'll just be, there we go. Like that's a design that was made for a purpose. You know, it's like you don't just make this shit up and say like they're not making up this design so that they could claim that the Earth is round when it's not round. Because look, we built this, and I'm not saying that because someone built this that makes the Earth round. I'm definitely not saying that because I think that is a thing that needs to be addressed. Right? It's like, okay, well, how do I know? Have I been to space? And I used to get incredulous, L. Like, I remember one time, like, I mentioned the flat earth, like, oh, flat earth. And then my friend's boyfriend was like, oh, how do you know? Have you seen it yourself from space? And I was, like, so incredulous. Like, what do you mean, have I seen it from space? Of course I haven't. Like, duh. Like, no shit, Sherlock. I've never been in space. It's like, that. And it's like, it just get me frustrated. He's like, how do I respond to that? Like, at the time, I didn't know how to respond to that. So I'd get a little angry and stuff. And, I think, like, it's like important not to just marginalize people. And he wasn't a flat earther. He was just like pushing me, intellectually, which I respect.
Okay.
But like, it's like you get 5 people in a room that are flat earthers, 5 people who believe the earth is round. And I'm pretty confident that like not all of the people who believe in the globe are going to be able to explain it in a critical manner, like with a proper understanding. They may go, oh, because we have pictures or because we have this form of evidence. And look, I'm not saying that like pictures are irrelevant because if you trust the source of the picture, it's fine. But of course, that's a flat Earth argument. Like, oh, that picture was taken by NASA. Can't trust those assholes, right? So it's like automatically all of the evidence that ever comes from NASA is discounted. It's like, well, okay, get your own evidence, and you can do that. We can do that right now. Well, maybe not right now, but I could just give you a quick example. So this mount.
Oh, by the
notice
way.
something about this telescope mount, L.
Yeah.
See how this part's at a 40-degree angle?
Uh-huh.
Like if you look at it from the side.
Yeah.
And then this part here, you don't see it, but it's actually the left, right. These knobs, there's actually a knob here and one on the left. And it allows me to turn the mount like this. So when I set up that mount, I have to have it facing north. So I got to rotate it towards north. Then I have to have this angle, that vertical angle. It actually matches my latitude. This 41 or 40 degrees is the same as my latitude, and I'm sure you're going to want to know why, and I'll show you why. Let me see if we have an example here in this video. If not, I have an example, but okay, I was hoping I had an example here because it would just be easy peasy. But what's interesting is on the back of this telescope here, I'm sorry, on the back of the mount, if we look up here on the top monitor, there's this cover, and when you remove this cover, there's actually a miniature telescope built into that. And that's because you would typically get on the ground, or I would have to be on a stool or on my knees. I would look through here, and I would have to align that miniature telescope with Polaris, because essentially, or at least in the neighborhood of Polaris, and we'll explain why in a moment. But essentially, the way this works is this part of the telescope is supposed to automatically rotate from east is on the right side, to west. So wherever the front of the lens is pointing, this axis here, that, this part that, like, rotates in a circle on the front of this 40-degree bit. So essentially the counterweights and the telescope, they move together like this, like a windmill. And they move in that motion because they're able to track objects. So as the Earth rotates, it just has to move at a set speed, and that object will always remain in the center of the frame. I mean, without that, we would have some problems. So one of the issues was, like, when we saw the video of the moon would drift a little bit diagonally, perhaps. And even in my solar astronomy video, same thing. Like in here, like gradually. In fact, this one I didn't have as hard of a time, but keeping it on target was a little tricky. So let's get to the point here. So we're gonna open up an app called Stellarium, and one thing that I do want to be clear about is that just because I'm using computer imagery to show something doesn't mean that's the only way I can demonstrate it. Now, I point at digital stuff when, generally speaking, when I can actually demonstrate it in real life. So, like, what I see on my telescope, what I see when setting up the telescope is consistent with what we're about to see. So my point is, or specific point I'm trying to get at is, let's send this to nighttime. Oops. Wait, too fast. Okay, let's try it again. We want to go to nighttime. Okay, so when I deploy my telescope mount to the ground, right, this is a star map, and we have 2 angles. We have, we got like, we got, well, not two angles, we got two grids of light. So imagine like without the circle in the middle, that these green lines represent a dome shape. So for example, like alt as grid, we got to call alt as grid, and if I'm standing on the ground, I'd be standing in this little dome here, and you know, like essentially if I look straight up, that would be 90 degrees up. If I'm looking straight forward, that's obviously the ground level, let's say 0 degrees, and then you know, whatever I'm looking at could be at any angle. But this dome changes wherever you go. So like I'm standing in New York and I have, you know, a star here and a given star over here. When I go to California, you know, those positions are going to be different because essentially, you know, just like the Earth rotating, I've moved to a different part of the globe now. So like if I have an observatory in California and New York, we can measure that difference in parallax and determine how far away we are from some of those objects using just if we know exactly what time it is and we know the angle of the objects we're looking at, we can calculate that. But the important thing is that this is a local dome that's used purely for reference. So it's like once you plug into a star map that you're at a given location, it can show, you know, predictably show you where everything is. And what's cool is that everything that is shown on the map is right where it is shown in real life. Like, you know, they match up.
Everything.
But then there's another map here. So, you know, so basically bottom line is that if I'm looking straight up, that's the dome. We're looking straight up right now, a 90-degree angle. And if I start pointing my head down, we're looking forward in the dome. Now, I'm just going to pull up another graphic. But, you know, just to corroborate, you know, we have some graphics here that show a similar dome. And they even show the equatorial grid, which is exactly what we're going to get to next. So the equatorial grid is super duper important. But in a nutshell, just like I just showed you the imaginary dome, I'm about to show you something that's a little bit different. Hopefully this makes sense. So we got the Earth in the middle of this this imaginary spherical grid right here.
Yep.
Okay, there's the Earth. And if you were standing anywhere on the ground on the Earth right now, this coordinate system would be valid. So just like how I'm standing in New York, I have a little imaginary dome over me. And yeah, like I can line up coordinates with the position on the dome or the grid and find things or tell people where to find something if I see something like a meteorite or something. But on this one, this is called the equatorial grid. And it's like sort of like, you know, just like when you look at a globe map and it's got the lines on the globe. This is the same grid basically, but expanded further out so that you can normally you'd be looking out, you'd be on the ground looking up at this grid in the software. So what does that look like in the software? Well, there's our imaginary dome. We're now going to turn on the equatorial grid. And notice that now we get this darker blue. And I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to turn off some galaxies. We've got too many galaxies here. I think it's a little distracting to have so many galaxies, you know? So you're going to crank down the amount of things. Okay, that should be fine for now. So, basically, if I'm looking at the dome and I'm facing north like we are right now, what happens when time fast forwards? Well, everything moves like this. Okay, so far so good. Now, bear in mind, we're inside the Milky Way galaxy. So, other objects that are in the same galaxy tend to appear in a straight line like they do here. And at some point, the sun is going to rise in the east. And look, the moon rose in the east. And the thing is that the moon is moving along the grid. But it's like, if I was to pause this right now, how do I know where the moon's going to move? Like, I know approximately it's moving on an angle. It's either moving this way or that way. But this is the part that flat earthers will have trouble with, in my opinion, and that at a certain point, it's just like they can't address it, and it's like I'm not, you know, really, you know, I no longer feel like, you know, I try to work with people. I think it's good to ask questions, so I'm never going to be like, I'm not going to call someone stupid unless they're exceptionally stupid, you know, like, it's like, okay, at least you're asking questions, think outside the box, but part of that does mean, like, you know, being willing to overturn your own beliefs. So just like how I'm indoctrinated about the Earth being a globe, someone who believes that the Earth is not a globe has to be willing to also, you know, accept new knowledge, or at least take new knowledge into account without letting their biases get the better of them. But anyway, we're going to turn on this other grid now, the equatorial grid. So the weird thing is when I turn on the EQ grid, look at the moon. The moon is now lined up with that blue line. And so we can predict that if the Earth moves, look at that. So what are we actually looking at right now? Well, the Earth is rotating, and we're just seeing the stationary grid or the relatively stationary grid. And look, even the sun is rising now. It's moving along that grid too.
Yep.
And depending on what day of the year it is, and it is actually a really cool thing. This app is called Stellarium, but they have a web-based version called Stellarium Web, and it's cool because it makes it really easy to like see what things look like on a given day. Or I'm sorry, at a given time on different days. So now look at up here. We got this like thing. It looks like a spoke wheel here. So when I look directly overhead, everything is doing this. When I look up here, I'm seeing this. What is this? This is the celestial North Pole. And if we zoom in on it enough, in fact, we don't have to zoom in on it that much. Did I turn off too many stars? I think I did. Let's turn on more stars again. So we're going to just do, oh, I must have turned off stars by accident. How did I do that? Well, anyway. Oh, there we go. We got stars back. Okay, sorry about that. And how do I get this number to go away? Okay, good. I accidentally turned off the stars for a minute. So anyway, we're looking north, and we have the North Star, which presumably is north. Now, in order for my German equatorial telescope mount to track or to counteract the Earth's rotation, I have to align the spinning part of the equatorial mount with Polaris, the North Star, and so that would be like
that's the small
literally
telescope.
Yep. Yeah, exactly, with the small telescope. Now, the cool thing is I kind of cheat a little bit. I did say there is a small telescope there, but we actually have a miniature camera mounted to the front of the mount that replaces that small telescope, so that now I can do it with the help. I can do it in a computer-assisted manner. So I could do it manually if I wanted to, but I don't have to anymore. And I was hoping I had one good picture of the front of the mount, because I didn't get a chance to go and actually splice up this footage. I just kind of like loaded it all into the same timeline to see what I can, yank out of it. But anyway, oh, wait, that was the front, wasn't it? Let's see if we can get a front angle here. Oh, up. Oh, yeah, there we go. Good. Come on. Why is it motion blur? See, this is why I take still photographs. Jokes aside, let me just get this framed back. Okay, that'll be good enough. So, right there, you see the plate that the telescope is, attached to, and then that plate is dovetailed into the mount. And this part where the saddle is, that does rotate left to right, but technically it's rotating north to south. They call this the declination axis. But the one that matters for polar alignment is this one here. So this is where that little tiny telescope would normally be when I'm doing polar alignment. And instead I stuck a camera there. And that camera I can use with one of two pieces of software that I have have at my disposal. And essentially, it'll superimpose the traveling of Polaris. So how does that alignment process work? Well, you do a rough alignment, and then once you have it in the ballpark, you either look through the scope or the camera. And, well, I should mention, what does the scope look like? Let's get polar alignment reticle. So just for reference, this is actually very handy. When you are using the built-in miniature telescope to do polar alignment, you're going to see something that looks like a piece of glass that has some etchings on it. And it'll usually tell you that the middle is the northern celestial pole, and you have to have Polaris on this circle here. So that's something you can do manually. And the way you would do that manually is, aside from looking through that little baby telescope, is you would physically rotate the telescope mount, just like a windmill. You just rotate it side to side. And what happens is either, your polar alignment is already good, or if it's off, well, what would off polar alignment look like? Well, I wish I opened up the Art app, but basically just imagine I draw a second circle. In fact, we're going to draw a second circle here. Yeah, we're going to do this. I got a pen. I'm an artist just like you and Makini draws. Okay, not really, but, I like to draw a little bit. But in this instance here, we're going to just open up something that I can draw in. It could be, might as well be Clip Studio. And so basically, bottom line is I'm aligning that telescope or that reticle. So the question, just test. Is Polaris directly in the center of the northern celestial pole?
I guess so.
Is my sound working?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
I can hear you.
So is Polaris in the center of the northern celestial pole?
Oh, based on what you said, probably.
Okay, that's a valid point, and that's generally most people, like who either have a surface level understanding, or people who gather knowledge from people with a surface level understanding, or science communicators, or TV. That's generally a common impression that we would get. But let's zoom in on it. And so, because the thing is, like when you're looking at it with the naked eye, for all intents and purposes, it is in the middle of the northern celestial pole. I mean, that's what we're getting here. And we do have the art program open, so I can actually use it, right? Let's see here, good, because I really do want to do. How did it get over there? That's interesting. All right, open up a new project, and I just want to quickly new window, canvas, thingamajig, done. Okay, let's hope this works. Okay, good, it works. Huh, I don't know how to resize that. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. I can resize it. I got it on my bottom screen. So we're going to resize it nice and big. Okay, now we're good. Okay, so now we're going to just... That's weird. I'm having a doozy of a time zooming in on that. Oh, I see. I'm on the wrong monitor. That would do it. Okay, good. There we go. So now... And then let me make sure you can see the same thing I'm seeing. Okay, good. Okay, so when I point it, when I do a rough polar alignment, or if let's say the polar alignment gets knocked out of alignment, and I physically rotate my telescope mount, or if I simply was to sit there for 6 hours looking through that little telescope, instead of Polaris going over here, oh, we should definitely make a new layer. Instead of Polaris being over here, let's pick a color, nice color. Let's do something maybe greenish. So Polaris is over here, let's say, and oh, that's not very bright.
Okay, I can see it, the green.
Yeah, I was doing red, green. Maybe I'm using the wrong pen. Oh, I probably don't even have a brush size that is good. Maybe it's too dark. Okay, good enough. So there's Polaris right there, that little red dot. And when the Earth rotates, we would normally expect it to follow the same circuitous path here. But if our polar alignment is off, it's going to move in a slightly offset circle, you know? So essentially, when you physically rotate the telescope mount, there we go. It's as good of a circle as we're going to get right now. When you physically rotate the telescope mount, if Polaris follows this path, then you know your polar alignment is off. So simply by rotating the telescope left and right, or angling it up and down a little bit, you will eventually get to a point where it is indeed, you know, aligned in the way that we want. So we use green for the correct one here. And so once you have that, it means that now when I lock onto a target like the moon, a planet, or a galaxy, that the object isn't going to start drifting diagonally. Because when you don't have, you know, decent polar alignment, or if it's really off alignment, you have a target in the center of your frame, and you know, normally when a telescope rotates both the target, maybe the target moves like this, or it moves like this. In fact, it would move like this. Okay. And then the telescope would rotate to keep it in the center of the frame. But imagine the telescope is following the target, but because the polar alignment is a little off, this is what's going to happen. Like, I guess my head is the thing drifting as...
Yeah,
but basically, as the telescope's moving, the object is going to be like just gradually processing or moving diagonally out of frame. So it is absolutely necessary for me to do 5 and 10 minute exposures to take pictures of galaxies, nebulas, and star clusters, which are like my wallpaper, by the way, is probably a decent example of a star cluster. Just for reference, this is M3, I believe it's called, and it's just a group of stars in the middle. And I wish I had a better zoomed in picture, but essentially you got like some red stars, you got white stars, but you have a lot of in between colors that are either red, amber, or sort of like a tan color. And essentially stars are not just black and white. They have a lot of colors. And so that's why I started getting into star clusters so that I can really hone in on getting good color. And there's been a learning curve on everything here. And the polar alignment alone, that took me like a month because it was like days with good weather and bad weather, and I just kept reading about it and it wasn't making sense. And then one day it clicked. But bottom line is that when you zoom in on the celestial North Pole, you'll notice that Polaris
Okay.
is slightly off center.
Yeah.
And there it is. So there's the center, there's Polaris. And so with the naked eye, once again, it does, for all intents and purposes, it is in the middle. But bottom line is that, as the Earth rotates, it's going to move in this motion. In fact, if you were to superimpose numbers on top of this, you could basically have a 24-hour clock. And the movement of this would basically correspond with the exact
Polaris
time.
is at the edge of the North Pole.
Yep, correct. So, that actually funny. So, to be more accurate or more, I forgot that. I'm glad you asked that because it allows me to. Oh God, no, let's not do that. Sorry about that. Oh, okay, let's do that one more time. Okay, good. So anyway, this is the weird thing is that I'm in New York. So when I want to look at the celestial North Pole, my latitude is 40 degrees north. I have to angle my polar alignment scope, or the center axis on my telescope mount called the right ascension has to be at the same angle as my latitude, 40 degrees. So what that means is that this area of the sky that is at a 40-degree angle where I'm at, if you were in the North Pole, it would in fact be directly overhead. So this would be 90 degrees overhead, because if you're at a 90-degree latitude, it's a 90-degree angle for Polaris. And so this is how the flat Earth thing comes into play and becomes relevant in this, is that, well, of course, I can see the North Star. Can I see the South Star?
Yeah.
Or the equivalent?
I think you actually mentioned this during my talk with Elijah.
Mm-hmm. That's entirely possible.
How do you account for polar alignment?
And it's like, this is the part where, part of where it comes in. So, I would ask a flat earther to understand polar alignment, or to really try to understand it, before debunking it. Because either it'll reinforce their understanding of flat Earth, because if they truly understand polar alignment and you still believe the Earth is flat, heck, you might have something, okay? You might actually have some counter knowledge that is important, or real evidence that there's a big lie upon us. But just on a basic fundamental, back to this is my southern sky. So this is if I'm facing right behind me where I'm sitting, and I cannot see the southern celestial pole because it's blocked by the ground, and the ground isn't just the ground, but it's the bulk of the remainder of the other side of this spherical planet. It's just like, if I'm over here, there's a belly of a planet and the equator blocking my view. So essentially the way that this polar alignment thing works is, if you are in the northern hemisphere, you can use the northern celestial pole to polar align your telescope. If you're in the southern hemisphere, you can't see the northern celestial pole. You cannot see the North Star. So you have to use something else. And so how do we see that? Well,
something else. Got it?
Yep. And so, I'm going to turn off the ground.
So basically, you use Polaris because it's close to the North Celestial Pole.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. Exactly. And it's convenient because it's a very bright star. And actually, Polaris, on my old telescope, I might even have the raw data for this. On my old telescope, I zoomed in on Polaris, on the orange telescope, which has a lot of zoom. And it turned out, I knew this, you could look this up, it'll tell you online, it'll tell you on the records, but I didn't notice at the time I zoomed in on it until I did zoom in on it. It's a double star. It's actually, there's a lot of double stars out there where you have two stars that are just both bright and next to each other, so they look like one star, and unless you magnify them a lot, you just don't see it. And so it's something that some people do, is they make a hobby of simply resolving double stars. But getting back to the point, it's a nice bright star in a very convenient place. But in the
All right.
south, unfortunately, my Australian friends don't have that luxury. So if we turn off the ground, that's what we did here. So see how the ground is blocking my view of the south? And
So,
that
yeah.
black bar is the ground. So we're going to
So
hit
this
change the ground.
alignment is basically
And now,
to compensate for the rotation of
Mm-hmm.
the Earth.
yep. Well, basically, like, so we do it so that we could precisely compensate for the rotation of Earth. Because the problem is that if you have a mount that's compensating for the Earth's rotation, one of two things is going to happen. Either it's going to be like a camera tripod where you can move it up and down, and that would be called an altitude azimuth mount. And the problem with an altitude azimuth mount is that as you try to counteract the Earth's rotation on one by moving from east to west, it causes everything to rotate. What I mean is, like, if I have a galaxy or a planet in the middle of the frame, as it moves from east to west, because of the way that the Earth is rotating, that object will literally rotate in the frame, which is a problem when you are doing a 5-minute exposure. Now you're going to get circular motion blur, or radial motion blur, which is no bueno at all. So the equatorial mount, it allows us to ensure that the telescope moves like this.
So something I've been thinking of.
And that's how it prevents rotation of the object,
Something I've
partially. So it's
Something I've been thinking of. So this movement compensation, the way the telescope rotates, it's handled by a motor. Is it handled
Correct.
automatically? Okay.
And the stepper motor, so back in the day on older telescopes, they might call it a clock drive, and essentially it synchronizes with the movement of a clock, for example. And then they have newer ones which use stepper motors like mine, and usually I don't have to make any changes to the setting, but due to the fact that, just like how like a professional telescope or mount might run somebody like $20,000, I'm certainly not buying one of those. So anything that's between $500 and $2,000 is going to be a little bit less precise, but that's why we usually, we got to get the polar alignment right. That's number one. And then if we still have any variance at that point, it just means that the mount is either going to be moving too slowly or too quickly. At that point, I check, did I balance it correctly, or the counterweight's good? And if that's all good and dandy, then, we use software that like looks at the features on the moon, or looks at a star, and if the star starts drifting a little bit too much to the left, every half second it'll send a pulse to the motor, tell the motor, hey, slow down by this much, or speed up by that much. And the software would do that because I'm literally telling it lock onto a star like a cross shape, and if that star moves up or down, different pixels light up, so it can measure that difference. It can actually correct for that. But anyway, the real main thing why the Earth is round is because if we are in the southern hemisphere, we would be looking at the celestial North Pole, and they don't have a convenient, bright star like we do, but they do have constellations. So you can see they have this triangular, constellation here.
Yeah.
They have this line over here. Somewhere they have something called the Southern Cross. But most of like the constellations that they use for polar alignment in the south are pretty far off from the center of the celestial South Pole. But at the end of the day, like, it doesn't mean there's no stars there, just that there's no conveniently bright stars. Like, you can certainly take my polar alignment camera, crank up the exposure settings, crank up the gain on it or whatever, and you'll get more stars. And chances are in the south you can use other stars to do polar alignment anyway. But the bottom line is that people in the southern hemisphere cannot see the celestial North Pole. People in the northern hemisphere cannot see the celestial South Pole. And in order for my German equatorial telescope mount to work, the thing I just showed you a moment ago, in order for that to work, you have to be it has to be a round planet. And it's okay if the planet isn't round. It's just that you have to explain to me, well, not you personally, but anyone who believes the Earth's flat, they have to actually understand how this works. And they have to explain to me why I have to polar align my mount, and why the friggin' thing actually works when I do polar align it. It works correctly. Like, it keeps the target in the center. It prevents rotation of the object in the frame because of the type of design I'm using here too. and it doesn't work on a flat Earth. It literally doesn't work, and there's no consistent model to flat Earth. You ask around, you get like 5 different versions of it. Sometimes people will say, "Oh, well, the reason that the moon does this is because it's a hologram or something." And bottom line is, I can understand questioning the moon landing because, like, I believe the moon landing was legitimate. Okay, I'm pretty confident. I looked at enough evidence to be okay with it. But that being said, it was circumstantial evidence. Like, okay, they were building the rocket. I watched videos of people building the rocket. I watched videos of people building the instrumentation. I watched, various tests of the equipment. I watched the moon landing. But, could that have been faked? Yeah, I guess so. But then, of course, someone might say, oh, but we have pictures of the lunar lander. And we do. But if I was someone who didn't trust NASA, I might not trust photos taken from a thing that NASA put in orbit of the moon, even though it is real evidence. It's just like, I can understand if, like, I'm working from the basis of not trusting the organization. I can see where people might not accept that evidence. So I do find it more reasonable to doubt the moon landing, even though I believe in the moon landing. I think it's more reasonable to doubt the moon landing because even if you understood everything and how it worked to the fullest extent, even if you fully believe the Earth is round, I can still empathize with a handful of people who might still believe the moon landing was fake. I mean, most of the people who don't believe in the moon landing don't have good reasons, however, but on occasion, some have more valid reasons. So that's my response to flat Earth is just like, address polar alignment, address how that aspect of a German equatorial telescope mount works, or any equatorial telescope mount. Learn how one works. Get a telescope, or just, I don't know, borrow one or something more.
Yeah, that's
if
actually
you have
why
a telescope, use it.
That's why I asked you, because you mentioned that your first telescope, you had to compensate for the rotation of the Earth. So I think that by itself is actually a good enough reason. Like against somebody who believes in the flat Earth, they'd have to explain. Okay, so why does this flippin' amateur telescope need to compensate for rotation in order to focus an object?
That's a good start. And you know what? It's a simpler way, in order to keep a target in the frame, in order to prevent it from drifting out of the frame, you do have to counter the rotation of the Earth using the motor. And the right ascension motor, just to be specific for anyone who's taking notes. But, like, not only that, but just the way it moves is consistent with the globe, too. So it's like, you can, sometimes if you give, like, a simple explanation to a flat Earth question, sometimes it could be hand waved, it's just like, oh, well, they have this other thing. But it's like, once you see how how everything moves in the sky, and that the way things move in the sky, it matches up with the application. It matches up with, stellarium, which is what we were looking at here. And we can make predictions. We can, make predictions based on it. So, like, one example would be like, okay, this is a given night at 3:15 p.m. somewhere in the world. And if I simply advanced the day of the, night while looking at Mars, what you're going to see is... Yep.
There's something moving at the center.
Oh, what do you mean in the center of what?
Of this.
Oh, the satellite.
Stellarium. Oh, okay, that's a satellite. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes they do that. So sometimes you'll pick up Starlink satellites, and because they're so abundant these days, they do come a lot. And sometimes they even come up in my pictures, though. Sometimes
so this
come
is
up
a
as a
real-time representation.
My pictures.
So this is a real-time representation of what's actually out there.
Yep, and this one is like real time as of now. So obviously it's daytime where I'm at. The sun is over here on its way to the horizon, and it's gonna set. But here's my question: forget about what the sun's gonna do in the next 1 minute. But we can see the look. The sun is moving down, 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 down. Go back to real time. Or what is it gonna do in 1 hour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or we could go. Or here's the cooler one. Okay, the sun is right over here right now. Let's get our grids up. So you have 2 grids. I know it's a little confusing, but essentially, once again, the light blue grid, that's the one that surrounds the entire planet. That's the equatorial grid. That's the one at equatorial amount. That's why we can't see the rings on the bottom, because the planet is blocking the rings on the bottom, so we can't see them. And then this one's the imaginary dome grid. So this one is just an imaginary dome that goes over my head. But if we look at over here, the sun is going to go set along this blue line here. It's going to definitely go that way because we already did it. We know it. We can see it like that. And there it is. There it goes. So now, here's a cool trick. Was it going to be on the 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, December 1st. And then as we go into December at this time, so actually, I crossed way past the solstice. Okay, so the December 24th would be Christmas. So remember, our days get longer after Christmas. So I think what's happening is the sun is going higher up. This is literally the same time, 3:18 p.m., but February, March, April, May. And the sun is getting higher at the same time of the day because, as we move away from the solstice, our days get longer. The sun sets at a later time. And sure enough, by May 16th, at 3 p.m., the sun is way higher in the sky than it is right now, or than it is during Christmas. And so now, we can see that it doesn't set until almost 8 o'clock p.m. now, as an example. So, you can say this is all CGI, it's all on the computer, but the really cool thing is that these observations match up with, reality. Like, you can observe it
verify
and
them
then
with
observe
your own tools.
it. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I think you skipped out for a second.
Oh, I said you could verify them with your own tools.
Exactly. And like the cool thing is that maybe the software, I didn't make the software, but it's available to anyone and you can go outside. Anybody can go outside and look at things, so it's not like it's not completely impossible, it's all, it's like you can verify these things independently without using pictures from NASA. And I can empathize with people not wanting to, rely on organizations that they don't trust. Okay, fair enough. Governments, they do sketchy things. I get it. But we have this. Oh, this is cool. I just found this by accident. This is a solar image of a prominence, which is sort of like a solar flare. So similar to taking pictures of the moon, we take multiple separate frames. Now, if I wasn't using a black and white camera, this would literally be red, like straight up red when you look at it through an eyepiece. So when I process it, I make it red. But I just stumbled into that by accident. I just thought I'd share that. But where were we?
So now when we were kids, we were told not to look directly into the sun.
That is correct.
Is it actually safe to look at it through an eyepiece?
That's a great question, Elle, because it is definitely not. So interestingly, when you buy a brand new telescope, there's always a sticker or some kind of label or tag hanging from it that says, "Do not point at the sun." And the reason is because you could literally get permanent instant blindness. Now, sometimes you get lucky. I don't plan on testing it for sure. But I do know that when I was setting up a solar filter, so this is actually the solar filter I use in my telescope, and it's got like a piece that looks like a mirror finish, and that's sort of to reflect a lot of the unwanted light. And then on the inside, it's got a piece of mica crystal, and it basically what it does is it heats up the mica crystal, and it expands or it contracts, and essentially it's able to split a wavelength of light into smaller subdivisions, which are called angstroms. And it even has a little knob on it, lets you tune that frequency so that you can either see more details on the surface of the sun, like we saw in that picture earlier, or so that you can see more details, like this picture here is the surface of the sun right here. You got all these little details here. You even have like a sunspot or like an area where a solar flare would be coming out over here. And we have one here. And basically, depending on how you turn that knob, you could tune it to be more optimized for getting more pictures of the prominence, because of the way the wavelengths shift in one direction or the other, depending on if it's flying towards you or away from you. And so in a picture where you get a better prominence, you might have a smoother surface. And in a picture that has a more detailed surface, you're going to get less fine detail on the prominence there. And that one there, let me just make sure. Yep. Okay, so that's the black and white one. So, same picture, just I kind of applied color curves to it to try to make it resemble the sun that we expect, although, like I said, it should be more red than orange. And then this is stylized for a thumbnail image. And so all I did was I inverted it. Because sometimes people like to invert the images because, it just looks more detailed, or because they can see the sunspot in a way that makes like it look like a sunspot. But you know, at this point, we're literally like doing two things. So, like I said before, the telescope would give you instant permanent blindness if we did not stick this thing into the telescope. This is called a quark, or that's the brand name. And the quark is basically, yeah, taking the light.
Yeah, it's a filter. Oopsie. Your audio cut off. Testing. Eh? Testing. Audio cut off. Hello? Eh? If I set this higher? Oh, there we go.
But so yeah, as I was saying, I was giving the "it's me, not you." But jokes aside, where was my brain? Oh
you
yeah.
were talking
So
about
anyway,
that, that sun filter thing.
yeah. So basically, with the quark filter, which I think where's the PDF? There we go. And there we go. So you might mount it like this. So one of the things that I did was when I was getting this ready, I had to make some adjustments to the back of my telescope. As you can see, I attached it to the back of the focuser. I usually do attach it to a diagonal mirror because it turns out it works a little better that way for a funny reason. But bottom line is that I was you can imagine like as the light goes through a magnifying glass, you know, like when kids, I never did this, but you know, when kids want to try to burn ants with a magnifying glass, they hold it up to the sun and then they try to get that focused beam of light to burn the bugs. So if you move that magnifying glass too close to the ground, that beam of light gets too wide. And then as you move it closer or further, the beam of light gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's like this tiny little focus. And then if you move it too far away, it gets too big again. So there's like somewhere where it's not too close, not too far, where you get like a nice concentrated beam of sunlight. Well, that is basically where you need to have this solar filter. When you put the solar filter in, the part that receives light needs to be at that position. And so before you put the solar filter in, you might take a piece of paper or a piece of cardboard or, you know, anything. In my case, I used my phone case and it started burning the phone case because, of course, like what's better than a magnifying glass than a telescope with, you know, multiple lenses in it that you know, super concentrated or whatever you want to call it. And holy cow, man, like that would not only cause instant permanent blindness at that focal point, I mean, it would literally burn the effing retina or lenses from the eyes. Like it would boil them, potentially boiling the tears away if you kept it there too long. Like it's like a super laser or a death ray. So yeah, very dangerous. So to be clear, yeah, do not look through your telescope. Do not point your telescope at the sun. Do not look through it. Do not leave kids unattended with telescopes that can be pointed at the sun during the daytime. Do not take apart your dedicated solar telescope and forget to put it back into solar operating mode before pointing at the sun and looking through it. But this is why I'm a little bit safer, because I don't usually do the eyepiece thing, and when I do, I'm careful. But you know, I'm using a camera most of the time. And so what this filter, bottom line is, this filter is doing a couple of things. It's reducing the transmission of light by like something ridiculous, like 99.8% or something insane like that. Number two, it's blocking out every wavelength of light except for hydrogen alpha, which is basically a particular shade of ruby red. And it's letting you tune in to different shades of hydrogen alpha that are almost imperceptibly different. But in the case of collecting photons, it means the difference between getting more detail on the surface of the sun or getting more detail on the edge of the sun. And so the weird thing is that if you have this thing too perfectly aligned, you start to get these weird lines going across the image. It's almost like if it's too perfectly aligned, it's it does some weird crap with the wavelength. They call it, it's similar to Newton rings. Like when you put a screen protector on a phone, you get that rainbow color. It's a similar effect. And so you actually have an accessory that lets you misalign the filter just so slightly in order to, get rid of that pattern. So yeah, a lot of weird stuff there. And luckily, the filter is pretty strong, but if my telescope was any larger than it is right now, so mine's a refracting telescope right now, unlike that beautiful orange telescope we looked at earlier. That orange telescope rocks because it's got a lot of magnification, but the solar filter that you need for that telescope, whew, it's a bit more expensive. It's a bit more complicated. It requires one or two more extra accessories because the wider the telescope, the more light it lets in. And usually with stars, you want more light. When I take a picture of a galaxy or a nebula, that is the order of the day. Get more photons. They have a term, aperture is king, because, we're seeking to get, as much aperture, as much photons in a given shot of whatever we're trying to photograph. And even with solar imaging, like it does two things. It zooms in on the sun because apparently the sun is so bright. The more you zoom in on things, I'm oversimplifying it, but the more you zoom in on things like telephoto lenses, the more you zoom in, the less light transmission you have. So you actually have to compensate for that by either having more light sensitive film or adjust your exposure settings. And same thing with solar astronomy. Like because the sun is so bright, it comes with a built-in 4 times Barlow lens, they call it. But essentially that 4 times lens cuts down the light transmission enough to make it possible for the solar filter to do what it's supposed to do properly. Because if it's too bright for the filter, you get a washed out image. But the point I was trying to say was before was if my telescope was any wider than it was, it would cook the solar filter potentially, and so I would need to get an additional filter. So right now inside the telescope, where the the focusing mechanism is and all of that stuff, if we were to look at it from a side view, oh yeah, look, I found it. I actually found what I was looking for in the first try. I did for a second, but let's see if we can find it again. Okay. Yeah, I wish I had better videos show, but this is adequate. So basically, the front white bit is the telescope, and then the light goes through here. Now this is a focuser. The focuser is the thing that you have a knob that you can turn, and it moves. Everything behind my mouse pointer can be moved forward and back, and that's similar to when you turn the focuser on the lens over here. The lens is moving forward and back as well, and that's what it's doing. It's adjusting the focus, sort of like the magnifying glass. Well, I'm trying to remember how I did this here. So basically, right, let's say the solar filter was in place of the filter wheel. Let's pretend the red solar filter is in this area. Right in front of the solar filter, I have to have a piece of yellow glass installed on it. And what it does is it basically called an energy rejection filter, and it basically absorbs heat. It makes it so that heat doesn't get absorbed by the filter and damage it. It gets absorbed by this little piece of yellow glass, and it doesn't really do anything else useful, but it's helpful. Now, there's a website I go to called that sells these solar filters. So I'm just gonna get a picture of the product they sell, because a while back I was looking at solar filters from this company, and they had one that was very weird. It was super weird. It was like where is it? It's gonna be astrophotography, telescope accessories, solar filters. We need filters. Oh, here we are, filters and adapters. And then they would be under solar filters for hydrogen alpha and calcium. And that's the thing I didn't even really get a look at, but they have different wavelengths of light, including calcium, which I never thought of the sun as something that would have calcium on it. But I guess any heavy metal that can, emit light is worth emitting. And did my computer freeze again?
Nope. It's going okay, I think. Let's see. Well, you're not moving, so I think so. Hello? Yep. Oh, okay.
There we go. Thank you, VP. So we're just power cycle that, and I'll just keep briefly wrap that part up before the next question if you have another one. And
Oh, yes, yes.
basically, basically like if you have a big enough telescope, that little piece of yellow glass that I put directly in front of the camera or in front of the filter won't be enough. So instead, there's a thick piece of glass that you mount to the very front of the telescope. So the front of the telescope is 100 millimeters wide. So a filter that's only 30 millimeters wide or 2 inches wide is cheaper than a filter that's 100 millimeters wide. But it would be helpful because it does a couple of things. One, it does ensure that if the telescope was any wider, that excess heat doesn't get inside. But as it turns out, heat is entering my telescope and it creates like little air currents in the telescope. Those air currents distort the image somewhat. And so if I had the special glass on the front of the telescope, which looks kind of like a ruby red color, but it's got like a reddish blue tint to it, then it would actually be completely rejecting the heat, hence the name energy rejection filter. It's a filter that rejects heat energy. But as it turns out, the really fancy filter that cost quite a pretty penny also like blocks out a number of wavelengths. So right now, the way my solar filter works is I'm getting hydrogen alpha light from the sun, but I'm also getting a ton of other wavelengths of light, including light pollution, or if there's humidity in the air, that's going to cause light scattering. And I don't need that. The filter only does hydrogen light. So if we can make it so that that filter is only receiving hydrogen alpha light from the get-go, we're going to both be blocking out the heat energy. I'm going to be blocking out the excess hydrogen light. And in theory, that might provide a better image. So at some point, I might buy one of those. But, you know, it's got a lot of little extra costs. Like you got to buy a piece of glass. That's like $500. Then you got to pay $300 for the company to 3D print you a special mounting adapter. And yeah, I'd rather have them print it because even though I have some 3D prints right over here of starships that I love printing, you know, something like this, I don't want to break that piece of glass. I want to drop it and be like, because I have it break because I used subpar printer filament. But anyway, yeah. Bottom line is that the solar filter itself is inherently safe, but the energy rejection filter is an extra filter on the front that ensures that you don't accidentally cook something, that you don't accidentally cook your instruments in case you happen to have an exceptionally large telescope.
Alrighty. So anyways, this has been very, very, informative, actually. And, also entertaining, DJ Ronnie. And, that concludes all my questions. But, maybe you want to share, something with us before we go. Maybe you'd like to show us, your turtles. I know you like to talk about them.
Yep, I sure do. They are fantastic little creatures. I mean, they could be funny. I'm opening up OBS right now, so I can potentially even show you the turtle cam. We might have a live camera of turtles. And actually, I did find an old video upload, so I could show you my turtles without disturbing them because I like my turtles. I don't want to disturb them. You know how it is. Like they just want to hang out, sit in their tank, right? Be peaceful, Hakuna Matata. They don't want to be picked up by a human who's all like fee, fly, fo, fum. You know. So anyway, we got them covered though. We're not gonna bother them. I got 2 girls and a boy. The girls are Puffy and Squirtle, and you see them over here. And what's cool about this video is if on the top right corner you see a piece of a turtle shell on top of the metal bars. And that's from one of the turtles because they shed it, just like other animals shed it.
You're gonna have to, share
Oh wait,
your...
I'm sharing my screen and I'm not. I mean, let me just open up the other app. I was doing this. I was showing that and I'm explaining it. I forgot that I was on this. Here, 1 second. Now, if anybody in the chat had a question about, you know, Flat Earth Round Earth or wanted me to address something at a later time or even on my own channel, yeah, you know, drop me a line, let me know.
Yep. DJ
But I am
Ronnie's,
once again confident
channel
of
is
this.
in the description, by the way.
Cool.
But I'm sure you guys can follow him just fine because you're mods here. You're already subscribed to him anyways.
Hmm.
But if anybody
Okay.
watching this replay wants to subscribe to DJ Ronnie, it's in the description.
Okay. Good. The audio works this time. I'm gonna hang up.
Teenage Pets Streaming Turtles. What?
Testing 1, 2.
Yep. Loud and clear.
Okay. So right there on the top right corner, you see my girl. You got Puffy and Squirtle, and let me see if I'm doing this correctly. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, that's interesting. Did I have? Wait a second. Okay, that's correct. Just want to make sure my. Oh yeah, it's backwards. That's why it looks funny. Okay, I forget. It looks backwards only on my end. Got it. Okay. So anyway, yeah. So basically on the top like right corner there's like a turtle scoot, and basically the shows have these little segments called scoots, and basically they shred it off once in a while. So I'm like, how did this scoot, the piece in the top right corner, you see it right? Oh, there it is. I can point at it. That right there. How did that get there? And so I had to do forensics. I had to take the pattern that you see, the little dark pattern, and match it up with the shell. And in the end, it turned out to be not Puffy, but her stepsister, Squirtle. It matches perfectly with her shell, like, or at least with whatever layer was beneath it. So somehow that girl climbed. I think she's a girl. I know Puffy's a girl. She lays eggs. I'm not so sure about Squirtle. I'm truly not. But she somehow climbed up and around despite this piece of a table being here to prevent her from jumping out. Because Squirtle, she only ever jumps out from this side, whereas Puffy, when she wants to get out, usually during egg laying season, she really is good at it. So her side of the tank is a heck of a lot more secure from escape attempts. And usually I take a hint. Like if they're trying to escape, I check the water. Is the water dirty? Are they laying eggs? Is there something wrong? Is there poison in the water? Because usually in the wild when they want to escape, that's part of what's going on, is that there is toxicity in the water. And so natural turtles in nature, that's what they do. They leave the body of water to find a safe body of water. So right now the camera angle is showing the scuzz on the surface of the water. You do get a little bit of a film on the surface once in a while that I need to skim. We have a filter that looks like a 5-gallon bucket. It's made by a company called Fluval. It's the FX6, and it's a very robust filter. It does I think 500 gallons per hour at least, if not more. And so it's circulating a lot of water, and that's really important because filtration is a big deal with turtles. But the main thing I would say, I recorded a video for Arvis because his brother has a turtle or two, and I just want to make sure he understands why having a basking dock is important. And so you can see Puffy's looking at her stepsister through the wall. And why did I build a wall? Well, because when I'm at work for 12 hours on weekdays, or Sundays, Mondays, and Tuesdays, I don't want to come home to a massacre. And most of the time they chill, they love each other, they're hanging out, they're good, right? But then once in a while, they want to be aggressive. They want to bite each other. They want to fight over food, or whatever it is. Or maybe the season is just such that it's egg laying season, and they just, things get a little more tense, And I had to build that wall basically. So I mean, they can interact through the wall. They seem okay, but they're a heck of a lot safer. Because otherwise, I've heard stories where people left turtles together without realizing that it was dangerous, and they end up with a not so live turtle at some point, So I definitely want to prevent that. I like them a lot. They're good kids, And they just, why do I relate to turtles? I don't even know. I just think I like the way they kind of chill, just kind of easy going. They maybe I like taking things in the slow lane myself and just kind of taking it easy. And I'm going to find that picture of the turtle. Oh, yeah, it was a live stream. Because this live video, I think, is going to be great because it's going to show us everything I wanted to show you today, or by bringing my turtles on, but without me disturbing the turtles. So that's why it's and that's why, I like the idea because, I instead of disturbing my turtle twice, I only have to disturb her once, It's kill two birds with one stone without stressing out a turtle. And although I didn't show any Gundam model kits, I did show some. I didn't show my favorite Gundam model kit. That's why people could tune in my channel. My favorite Gundam, by the way, is the one I mentioned before. It is indeed the Victory Gundam, or the V2 Victory. And just so you know, yeah, I'm just scrolling through the video real quick, just finding the one with my turtle. Oh, wait, there it is. My first turtle. That's it. Hanging with my first turtle, because Puffy is my first. So in this video here, I don't even remember what's in the audio. Basically, I'm kind of reading out and I'm commentating on it. So I'll commentate on behalf of myself in this case. But yeah, you got the scoots, you got the show. She obviously had time to dry. But one of the things I had to do at this time was I had to put ointment on the girl because, and that's what I'm doing here. Because what happens was sometimes when they jump out of the tank, they get a little boo-boo on the head. Or if you let them walk around the house, if you let them walk around, which I try not to. I mean, I do it, but mainly I want to take them out so they can get natural sunlight. Oh my God. So that they can get natural. See, this is why I don't take them out of the tank. But, you know, you take them outside to get natural sunlight and stuff. But if they get injured, in this case, what was happening was I think her basking lamp was too close to it. It was getting dry on her head. And so we put this ointment on her head. And this is sort of like petroleum jelly, but thick. It's for livestock. It's used in the farms and on pets and whatnot. And so when they go back in the water, it still holds up. It still does what it's supposed to do. So we just gently put on her head, and she's not crazy about it, but it's like, okay, at least I'm doing something for her instead of playing with her. Now, this is a little bit annoying to her, but, you know, keeping it upside down makes it a little bit less squirmy so that I can at least get the ointment on areas where I need it. People say that turtles can't breathe when they're upside down. That's not true. It's harder to breathe. It's more labor. They have the weight of their organs pushing on their, you know, diaphragm and lungs, but they can definitely breathe. Maybe in a hot summer desert location, a desert tortoise might have a harder time breathing in the sun, and they would certainly get dehydrated. Now, this is where I'm really proud of Puffy. Look at the warrior spirit in that face right there. I mean,
He's trying to
she's
bite.
so cute. Yep, and the bite isn't too bad. Usually they'll let go of your finger once they realize that it's not food. Usually, and in this stream you can actually see that I take the Puffy downstairs, like at the 28-minute mark, because I basically realized, okay, we did the ointment. She wants to go. I can't just let her run around my room. She'll get stuck under some wires or something like that. So at that point, I took her back to her tank. But Puffy's the first one I adopted. I adopted from a friend who is a bit of a germaphobe. He had her for 5 years, and Puffy was found in a plastic box in the back of a shoe store somewhere between the border of Queens and Brooklyn. So his sister was the manager at a shoe store. Someone leaves a turtle the size of a quarter, by the way. The turtle was the size of a quarter inside this plastic pet carrier. So the daughter has it for 2 weeks, and then the uncle, my friend, who is the uncle of that girl, took care of the turtle, took control. I was gonna say ownership, but I don't like saying ownership. I mean, technically ownership counts because the person who owns the turtle is responsible for their veterinary care and all of that. But I like to think of them as family members or roommates, friends, Puffy buddy. And so bottom line is that I adopted Puffy when she was about 5 years after she was already adopted. And it was a crash course learning about all the turtle stuff. I was more obsessed with turtles than astronomy for a while, but ultimately I just...
Oh, no. Did you crash again? Hello?
Okay, I'm back.
Yep.
As I was saying, last point, though, we're not going to bring the computer back up. I think we did enough computer crashing today. I appreciate your patience.
It's okay.
So, like, what was I saying? Oh yeah, this is a quick story. Good. This will be the last one here. I got you. Yeah, you got questions covered. But basically, a while back, I have different foods I can feed them. So you can feed them these pellets. You can feed them these sticks. They look like little sticks, and they come with calcium or vitamin D. They're fortified with vitamin D. So it's like, okay, that sounds healthy. Or you can, give them shrimp Not, and you can give them cocktail shrimp as a treat. Around Christmas time, I do that. I give them cocktail shrimp as a treat, but not very good. But there's a product they sell in a can called river shrimp, and you buy it, you open the can, and you have to refrigerate it once you open it. So it's relatively, fresh stuff, and they love this stuff. They're like little tiny shrimps. They go goo gaga for the stuff. They both of them love that stuff. And so one week I'm trying to finish the can because I know what usually happens. I give them a little bit of river shrimp, which is a freshwater shrimp species. They eat it, they love it. I put it in the fridge, the can, and I forget about it. And then after like a month or two, I don't want to serve them that food anymore because I don't want to serve them as spoiled shrimp, obviously. But I'm not trying to kill my turtles. I like them a lot. I love them. They're great. And so I try to give them like normal. So that particular week, I was giving them multiple servings for like a 1 or 2 week period. I gave them multiple servings of this shrimp so I can get rid of it. Well, after that 1 or 2 week period, I go to feed Puffy and Squirtle. I give Puffy pellets. I give Squirtle pellets. Squirtle eats her pellets. Puffy, on the other hand, is just not eating it. So I start getting scared. I'm like, oh my God, is Puffy sick? Is that why she's not eating? So I'm like, Googling. I'm like asking people, like, hey, do you know a good vet? Hey, do you know a good vet that does reptiles? Hey, you know an exotics vet? Like I'm asking people if they know an exotics vet that isn't overpriced, or where do you even go to get a turtle checked out? In this town, which I mean is New York, so I guess there's plenty of places. But anyway, long story short, I'm reading online. I'm posting onto the Reddit or a forum, and someone suggests, hey, it might just be that they it's the food or something like that. So bottom line is, this is what happened. Puffy got spoiled. She enjoyed the river shrimp so much that when I stopped giving her the shrimp and I started giving her normal, boring food, she went on hunger strike. A turtle went on hunger strike. She went on hunger strike so that I would pony up the good stuff. And so at some point, as a test, I threw in some shrimp to see if she would eat it. It's like, oh, she's perfectly willing to eat this. So I was like, okay, number one, I'm relieved because it means that she's not sick. Because that's what I was worried about. I thought she was refusing to eat because she was sick. But number two, now we got a new problem. Why the heck is she not eating her normal food? This is like shrimp that can be very fattening for them. I mean, it could literally, you can see the blubber grow on them over the course of a few weeks very easily. Like, I swear it looks like they get more blubber. Maybe it's a placebo effect. But I mean, when they fold in their hind legs and they retract them, I feel like after feeding them too much shrimp, I could see the blubber. And so, anyway, how do we fix this issue? How do you, do you have any idea how I might have fixed or solved this issue, Elle?
If we're with my cats, I just mix in some of those, some of those treats with the normal food, and eventually they'd get used to the normal food.
Bingo. And that's something I didn't know at the time, but once someone gave me that idea on some forum, I tried it out. So in this case, I did it with I think I used I might have ran out of shrimp at this point. I forget, but I think I took some tuna, canned tuna. I dipped the pellets in the canned tuna juice. In fact, day one, I fed tuna, straight up just fed tuna. Let them enjoy the good stuff. Then on day two, I dipped the pellets in the juices in the tuna can and made myself a tuna sandwich. And then on day three, we went back to pellets. And ever since then, we've been back on normal foods. So win-win. On occasion, they also eat guppies, live guppies, to kind of help them work for it and get calcium from the bones. And that is what I would like to share about my beloved turtles today. Any other questions?
Nope. This has been very informative, but it's getting close to 5 a.m. here, so let's wrap this up. You've been an excellent guest, DJ Ronnie. I have actually had a lot more questions about space and stuff lined up, but we went a little bit long today, so maybe we'll save that when I get on your channel. When I'm in chat in your channel, I could ask you stuff like that.
Oh, please do. I'd be happy.
With that said, thank you very much for today, and thank you for showing us so many things and being such an informative guest with a lot of fascinating stuff to share. I think some people here got interested in astral photography because of today's stream. Hopefully. So, with that said, it's time to go. So, any last words, DJ Ronnie?
I appreciate being honest. Thank you very much for having me. I had a great time. I hope I showed everyone, including you, a good time. And turtle power.
Awesome. Alright, with that said, this has been Elle-C and DJ Ronnie, and we are out. I'm disconnect. Alright, bye-bye. Thank you so much.
All clear.
Yep. I'm gonna
Thank you
disconnect
for.
as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure,
Sounds good. Catch you later, Al. Have a good one. Have a good night.
Bye. Alrighty. Okay, guys, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I know it was a little bit long, but, I didn't want to interrupt, Ronnie too much. I think, he was saying a lot of interesting stuff. I'm not sure if I understood all of them. I think I got the, gist of what he was, talking about. You know, I learned a little bit about, photography in general, and, astrophotography. Didn't know if to say something. No, I was looking at the time. It's okay. Yep. Also, we got to see some, cool Gundam models. If you guys were here earlier. Like, Ronnie is into a lot of stuff. From anime to Gundam to, video games. And to, photography, of course. And astronomy. So yeah, that was an interesting session. Hope you guys enjoyed today. I'm gonna have to, let me see. You know what? I think I'm going to use, the same schedule for this week. Maybe I'll change, Wednesday. No. Maybe I'll change, Wednesday's, schedule to, Sonic Triple Trouble for Game Gear. Or not. With that said, thank you so much everyone for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to DJ Ronnie. If you guys are not yet subscribed, it's in the video description. Alright. And yes, thank you so much, Aris. Alrighty. Wait. Oh, and I got a super chat before I ended the stream from Nagato. Thank you so much. Always appreciated, my friend. Alright, with that said, I gotta go, I gotta sleep. So, bye-bye! Bye-bye! I'm a cute little girl with a jaded face. Elle is my name and 13 is my age. I'm not just a lolly and that's a fact. I'll praise and cheer for all your super